Hello everyone, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and before tonight's story begins, I just want to take a quiet moment to check in with you. How are you feeling tonight? I hope you're safe, comfortable, and doing okay wherever you are. Maybe today was long. Maybe it was heavy. Maybe there were things on your mind that followed you all the way into the evening. But for now, you can leave those worries outside the door. Tonight, you don't have to rush. You don't have to carry the noise of the day with you. Just take a slow breath, settle in, and allow yourself to relax into the darkness. Today is June 8th, Leanh, and wherever you happen to be listening from tonight, thank you for being here. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is where you are. I always enjoy seeing how many different countries, cities, and time zones gather here after dark. And if tonight's story happens to touch on your profession, your memories, or something you've experienced yourself, I'd love to hear your perspective as well. Now, dim the lights. Get comfortable. Maybe turn on a fan for a little background hum, and let the weight of the day slowly fade away. Whatever was troubling you can wait until morning. For now, it's just you, the quiet, the darkness, and tonight's story. So take one more deep breath, and let's step quietly into the darkness together. Story 1. At 1:58 inches the morning, the call center sounded like a building pretending to be asleep. The ceiling vents breathed in long, cold intervals. Fluorescent panels hummed above the rows of gray desks. Some bright, some dim, some flickering with a nervous pulse that made the carpet appear to shift when Maren Voss looked at it too long. On the far wall, a digital clock showed the time in red numbers, its colon blinking with patient accusation. Maren sat at station Q17, with one hand resting beside her keyboard and the other pressed lightly against the padded cup of her headset. She was not taking calls tonight. Not directly. Her job was to listen, score, correct, and document. The agents on the floor answered customers. Maren judged whether they answered properly. There were only 6 agents scheduled for the graveyard shift. Scattered across a room built for 80, their voices rose and fell in separate islands of politeness. I understand your frustration. Let me check that order number. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Every apology sounded identical after midnight. The same shape, the same weight, the same false warmth. Maren had helped write most of them. She looked at the quality dashboard on her left monitor. Green bars, call durations, compliance flags, a queue of complaints from people awake too late with broken appliances, missing refunds, defective medical chairs, delayed replacement parts, and the kind of anger that grew larger in the dark because there was finally nothing else to distract from it. On her right monitor, the current approved response script waited in neat blocks of corporate language. Acknowledge, empathize, restate, Izovi. Man, they liked scripts. A script reduced panic to steps. It took whatever raw thing a person brought into the line rage. Grief, exhaustion, fear, and passed it through language until it came out measurable. A soft tone sounded in her headset. She clicked into a live call. The agent was Callum Price. New enough to still sound like he believed the company wanted to help people. The customer was an older man with a thin, shaking voice. My wife needed that chair today, he said. Not next week. Today. Do you understand what today means? Callum glanced at his script. Marin watched the screen mirror his cursor. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, Callum said. Marin marked him down 1 point. Wrong, emotional tear. The customer had mentioned medical urgency. The correct phrase was, I understand this has caused serious difficulty for your household. She typed the note without feeling anything in particular. At unu, cinque, shinawa. The lights above row D went out, not all at once. One panel clicked off, then another, then another, traveling down the row in a straight line toward the rear wall. The agents did not react. Callum kept talking. The older man kept breathing into the phone. Marin looked up. The rear of the call center had always been dimmer than the front. Facilities claimed it was an electrical issue, but no one cared enough to push for repair. Nobody used those desks anymore. The night team occupied the stations nearest the supervisor's glass office and the break room, where the vending machines still worked if you struck the side with your palm. Still. Marin counted the extinguished panels. 7. A full row. The clock changed to 2. Every screen in the call center blinked black. For half a second. The room contained only voices. Then the monitors returned. Marin's dashboard refreshed. The live call continued. Callum was mid-sentence. Asking for an order number. No one swore, laughed, or called out to IT. The blackout had been too brief to be treated as an event. Marin looked at her right monitor. The script had changed. Not entirely. The same headings remained. Acknowledge, empathize, restate, to do guide. The same company logo sat in the corner. The same pale blue box framed the recommended language. But beneath acknowledge, where the first response line should have read, I understand this has caused serious difficulty for your household. There was a different sentence. Tell him you heard the first call and did nothing. Marin did not move. The older man was still speaking. Callum was still trying to help him locate a serial number, somewhere across the floor. Another agent laughed softly at something a customer said. The room remained ordinary enough to make panic feel inappropriate. Marin blinked. The sentence stayed. She leaned closer, as if proximity might correct it. Tell him you heard the first call and did nothing. Her throat tightened before she understood why. Not fear. Not yet. Recognition was worse than fear because it arrived quietly, with manners, and took the chair opposite you before you had agreed to speak. She hit refresh. The script vanished for 3 seconds. Then it returned with a new line beneath empathize. Say her name clearly this time. Marin's hand slipped from the headset. In the live call, the older man stopped talking. So did Callum. For one suspended moment, every active line on the floor filled with the same sound, hold music playing backward, thin and bright and childish. Then the customer on Callum's line spoke again, but his voice was no longer old. Marin, he said. The red clock on the wall still read 2, and on her screen, the next incoming call appeared under her own phone number, dated 3 years ago. Marin did not answer the call. Her hand hovered above the keyboard. 2 fingers extended, the way she had trained agents not to do when customers became abusive. Never freeze, she told them during onboarding. Silence makes the caller feel abandoned. Fill the line with structure. Use the script. return control to the conversation, but her own number waited on the dashboard, glowing in the incoming queue with an impossible date beside it. February 17, 2 a.m., 3 years prior. Callum Price's voice crackled through her headset. "Marin, are you seeing this?" The floor had gone strange in a subtle way. Not dramatic. Not the kind of strange that gave permission to scream. The agents remained at their stations, but none of them were speaking now. Their monitors lit their faces from below, turning their eyes into pale reflections. 6 people. 6 headsets. 6 open mouths that had forgotten what ordinary work sounded like. Marin forced herself to breathe through her nose. "System error," she said. Her voice came out level. That steadied her more than the words did. Callum turned in his chair and looked across the room at her. He was 24. Earnest, with a narrow face and the wounded expression of someone who still believed mistakes had explanations. Marin had hired him 2 months ago because he listened carefully and apologized too much. Both qualities were useful if trimmed properly. "Should I disconnect?" he asked. "No," Marin said. "Stay on the line. Do not deviate from protocol." The moment she said it, the phrase left a metallic taste in her mouth. Do not deviate from protocol. She had said the same thing so many times in that building that it had become less like guidance and more like a superstition. Protocol kept agents from promising what the company would not provide. Protocol kept complaints from becoming admissions. Protocol kept empathy measurable and therefore safe. Marin clicked the incoming call and tried to reject it. The button grayed out. She tried again. Nothing. On the right monitor, the script refreshed. "Acknowledge. You know what happens when you wait for someone else to speak first." She minimized the window so quickly her wrist struck the desk. The call center's hold music returned to its normal direction. Soft piano notes over synthetic strings. Bland enough to pass through the skull without leaving a mark. One by one, the agents resumed speaking. Their customers complained again about warranties, invoices, delivery windows, missing refund emails. Ordinary unhappiness flowed back into the room. Marin told herself this was useful. Ordinary things were anchors. Complaints could be categorized. Incidents could be logged. Glitches could be escalated. She opened a blank incident report. At approximately 2 a.m., multiple systems experienced a temporary display anomaly. She stopped. Display anomaly sounded correct. It sounded clean. It suggested distance between the observer and the event. It did not mention her phone number. It did not mention the date. It did not mention the sentence about hearing the first call. Marin deleted the line and started again. Then she deleted that too. Her life had always depended on careful omissions. People often mistook her restraint for coldness. That did not bother her. Cold things lasted. Heated things cracked. Spilled. Confessed. Her apartment was 10 minutes from the office. A 5th-floor unit with white blinds. Labeled storage bins. And nothing in the refrigerator that could spoil before Thursday. Her bills were automated. Her calendar was color-coded. She owned 3 black blazers, 2 gray cardigans, and 1 navy coat that made her look senior enough to be obeyed without looking ambitious enough to be disliked. She had learned early that survival belonged to people who knew when not to volunteer information. Her mother had been the opposite. Loud when frightened, honest when silence would have spared everyone. Marin remembered her in hospital rooms, tenant meetings, school offices, always insisting on the full version of events, always believing the truth became stronger when spoken clearly. The truth, in Marin's experience, mostly gave other people something to use against you. So Marin became exact. She did not lie unless language required it. She simply answered the question asked and not the one implied. She did not accuse. She did not defend. She waited. That was what she had done 3 years ago. The thought appeared before she could close the door on it. Tessa Rowe. Marin looked toward the darkened rear of the call center. Tessa had worked at Station D9, beneath the row of lights that had just gone out. She had been loud in the way Marin disliked, laughing with customers, swearing softly after difficult calls, bringing homemade biscuits in a blue tin and leaving crumbs between the keys. She had written notes on sticky pads instead of logging them correctly. She had called customers back after hours when she thought the company had failed them. You can't solve everything with approved language, Tessa had once said. Marin had answered, approved language is what keeps people employed. 3 months later, Tessa was not employed. The investigation had used gentle words. Compliance breach, improper escalation, unauthorized call handling, possible data manipulation. No one said scapegoat. No one said she had been left alone in a room with questions until she gave the company the version it needed. Marin had been asked whether she knew of any calls missing from review. She had said, "Not that I can verify." The phrase had been true enough to survive. A tone sounded in her headset. Not the normal incoming chime. Lower, older. Her minimized script window opened by itself. At the top of the screen, under the company logo, a new call note appeared. Caller history, Tessa Rowe status, removed. Marin's desk phone began to ring, though it had no active line connected. Across the room, Callum whispered, "Who's Tessa?" Callum's question did not sound loud, but in the emptied hour of the call center, it carried with the same clarity as a dropped glass. Marin turned from the screen slowly. She had learned, over years of supervisory work. That speed made fear visible. She looked at Callum first, then at the other agents. Priya at Q4, Devon at Kundichi, Niall by the break room aisle, Ruth and Sabine near the supervisor's glass office. All of them were watching her with varying degrees of curiosity and discomfort, as if the name had not merely appeared on her screen, but been spoken over the public address system. "No one relevant," Marin said. The desk phone rang again. It was an old hardline model left over from before the company switched to soft calls and headset routing. Most stations still had them because removing hardware required paperwork facilities never completed. Marin's phone had not rung in 11 months. She knew this because she had filed the maintenance ticket herself after the last false ring and closed it when no fault was found. It rang a third time. The sound was not the cheerful digital tone of the call software. It was a physical bell, trapped under plastic, a sharp, shivering noise that belonged to offices with smoking rooms and paper files. Marin lifted the receiver. She did not say hello. For 2 seconds there was only breathing, not static, not line noise, human breathing. Close enough that she could hear a small obstruction in it, a wetness at the back of the throat. Then a woman said, "Approved language is what keeps people employed." Marin's fingers tightened around the receiver. The call center seemed to recede from her. The fluorescent hum thinned. The soft complaint voices became distant, as though she were listening from behind sealed glass. She had said those exact words to Tessa Rowe beside the vending machine 3 years ago. Late on a winter shift when the heating had failed and the agents had worn coats at their desks, Tessa had been shaking a packet of stale cheese crackers free from the machine's metal spiral, laughing under her breath because anger always came out of her as laughter first. "You really believe that?" Tessa had asked. Maren had, at least. She had believed it enough to say nothing else. Now the woman on the phone repeated, "Softer. That's what you told me." Maren put the receiver down. The call did not disconnect. The voice continued through her headset. "Maren." Callum flinched in his chair. Priya removed one side of her headset. Ruth whispered something Maren could not catch. Maren clicked open the active call map. Every agent's line showed a customer connected. Every call had a ticket number, a product category, a complaint label. Only her station showed no call in progress. Still, the voice spoke. "You can't score silence." It said. Maren stared at the script window. The headings were unchanged. Acknowledge, empathize, restate, resolve. Beneath them, the recommended lines updated one by one, each appearing with the polite blue cursor blink of authorized text. Acknowledge. Tell her you remember the vending machine was empty except for cheese crackers and lemon wafers. Empathize. Tell her you understood why she was afraid. Restate. Tell her she asked you whether a missing call could ruin her. Resolve. Tell her what you chose instead. Maren's stomach pulled inward. The details were too exact to be a prank. Not because they were dramatic, but because they were useless. No hacker would know the lemon wafers. No archive training file would contain the way Tessa had pressed her palms under her arms because the office was so cold. No investigation transcript had recorded the half-joke Tessa made about sleeping in the break room if she was fired, because her landlord had already given her a final notice. That memory had lived only where Maren kept things she did not label. The woman on the line breathed in. "I asked you one question," she said. "Do you remember what it was?" Maren closed the script window. It reopened immediately. She muted her headset. The voice came through the desk phone speaker. She unplugged the desk phone cable from the wall. The voice moved to the monitor speakers. Low and intimate. "Maren," it said, almost gently. "Quality assurance means you listened." Across the floor, Callum stood halfway from his chair. "Maren." The script changed on my screen, too. She turned to him. His face had gone colorless in the monitor light. His customer line was still active, but the waveform showed no customer speaking. On his screen, beneath the complaint script, a single line waited for him to read aloud. Callum swallowed. It says, "Ask her why she let someone else take the blame." The lights above row D clicked on again. One panel at a time. At the last station beneath them, Dini. A monitor that had been dark all night woke by itself. The login name on the screen read, Tessa Rowe available. The monitor at D9 stayed awake. No one moved toward it. Even Callum, who had stood as if some helpful instinct might carry him across the floor, remained beside his chair with one hand gripping the backrest. The old row of desks looked different now that the lights had returned. Not brighter. Exposed. Each abandoned station had a keyboard, a headset, a dust-dark monitor, and an empty chair tucked in with unnatural care. Maren forced herself to look away first. That station is disabled, she said. Her voice sounded almost normal, almost bored. She trusted boredom. Boredom was a shield people mistook for authority, Priya said. It says available. It's a display error. But the login, a display error. Marin repeated. The word error was useful because it made the impossible small. Error meant code. Error meant a ticket. Error meant a vendor contract. A patch. An apology email from systems, written in passive voice. Error meant no one had to ask why a former employee's account had signed in 3 years after removal. Marin opened the internal chat and messaged overnight IT. System anomaly on production floor. Legacy station D9 showing active profile for removed employee. Multiple script corruption events. Please advise. She deleted removed employee and replaced it with inactive profile. Then she deleted script corruption events and replaced it with possible content mismatch. The final message looked harmless enough to send. No reply came. The woman's voice had stopped for the moment. But silence did not return properly. It gathered in the corners of the room. It waited inside the pauses between customer complaints. It seemed to press its ear to every headset. Marin checked the time. Arderling-Tiefen. Only 7 minutes had passed since the first change. She stood and walked the floor. That helped. Movement gave her a role. Supervisors did not sit stunned at desks while agents watched them. Supervisors circulated. Corrected posture. Solved small problems. Kept anxiety from becoming contagious. Continue standard call handling. She said. Document anything unusual. Do not discuss this with customers. Do not read any unapproved language aloud. Devon gave a thin laugh. How do we know what's approved now? Marin looked at him until he looked back at his screen. At Priya's station. The customer was complaining about a replacement heater that had arrived cracked. The script beside the call had changed only slightly. Acknowledge. I understand the item arrived damaged. Normal. Empathize. I can see how this would be disappointing. Normal enough. Then, under restate, a new line appeared. Restate the moment Marin told Tessa not to put it in writing. Priya went very still. Marin reached over her shoulder and closed the script panel. Marin, Priya whispered. Who is writing these? No one. Marin said. It's pulling from a corrupted training library. Even as she said it, she knew how weak it sounded. Training libraries did not know break room conversations. They did not know the exact phrases people used when they were trying to keep themselves clean. She returned to her station and searched the knowledge base for old Tessa Row files. Nothing appeared. No employee profile. No disciplinary record. No call evaluations. No exit interview. The system gave the clean blankness of a name that had been carefully removed. That should have comforted her. Instead, the absence felt like someone holding a finger to their lips. Another tone sounded. This time, every active call on the floor ended at once. 6 agents stared at 6 screens as new calls entered the queue simultaneously. All had different customer names, different regions, different complaint categories. All had the same timestamp. 2 a.m. Marin checked the wall clock. Ardenschesenfen. The queue did not care. The first call routed to Callum. He hesitated, then accepted it. Thank you for calling Hale Consumer Response. This is Callum speaking. How can I help? For a moment, only hold music played. Forward this time, but slower, dragged through something thick. Then a man's voice said, "I'd like to make a statement." Callum glanced at Marin. She shook her head once. Callum swallowed. "Could you tell me what product you're calling about?" "The product is silence," the man said. "The issue is damage caused by improper use." Callum's screen refreshed. Marin saw the script from across the aisle, not because the font was large, but because every monitor now displayed the same text. Testimony script, Session 1. Question: were you present when Tessa Rowe reported the missing call? Answer: yes. Question: did you advise her not to escalate in writing? Answer: yes. Question: did you later deny knowledge of the missing call? Answer: use complete sentence. Marin felt the room tilt very slightly, as if the building had taken a breath and leaned closer to hear. "No one read that," she said. Her voice broke on the last word. The old station D9 began ringing through its abandoned headset, a tiny chirp repeating in the bright, empty row. On Marin's monitor, a final prompt appeared. Supervisor must complete answer before next call can be released. The old station at D9 rang in the empty row. It was not loud. That made it worse. A small, polite chirp repeating through a headset no one wore, as if some absent agent had stepped away only long enough to get water and would return in a moment to apologize for the delay. Marin stared at the prompt on her screen. Supervisor must complete answer before next call can be released. Behind her, every agent waited. No calls moved. No customers complained. The queue had become a row of frozen timestamps, each one marked 2 a.m., each one glowing with the same impossible patience. Callum said, "Marin, what does it want you to answer?" "Nothing," she said. The lie was automatic. She opened the admin override panel. Her password failed. She typed it again. Failed. On the third attempt, the system locked her out and displayed a security notice in a red box. User cannot verify identity while statement is incomplete. Marin's skin prickled beneath her blouse. She turned toward the supervisor's glass office. Its door stood open. She was certain she had closed it earlier to keep the heat from escaping. Inside, the desk lamp had switched on by itself, casting a yellow cone over a stack of paper evaluation forms. They did not use paper forms anymore. Marin walked toward the office, aware of the agents watching her with the helpless attention people gave. The forms were arranged in neat piles. Each sheet bore Tessa Rowe's name at the top, not printed cleanly. Typed first, then overwritten by hand, then stamped, then crossed out. Her name repeated in different weights of ink, darker each time, as if the paper had tried to keep her from being removed. Marin touched the top page. The moment her fingertip met the paper, an archived call began playing from station Q3. A customer's voice filled the room. "My mother fell because the replacement rail never arrived." Then another call started from Q8. "You told us the refund was approved." Then another from the far side of the floor. She kept saying someone would call back. The empty stations lit one by one, not just monitors. Headset indicators glowed red. Keyboards clicked. Chairs shifted backward with soft, carpeted sighs, though no one sat in them. The abandoned half of the call center woke like a sleeping office, remembering its staff. Marin stood in the supervisor's doorway and watched the room populate itself with absence. At D Neo. Tessa's monitor displayed an active call timer. Ling Xiao Shi Ling Senfen Shi Miao. The number meant something before Marin knew what. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. A memory pressed at the back of her skull. Tessa standing beside Marin's desk 3 years ago. Face pale with anger. Saying, the missing recording was 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's enough time for someone to hear her ask for help. Marin had said, don't put that in writing. The archived calls rose around her, overlapping into a chapel of complaints. Not all angry. Some frightened, some embarrassed, some trying to sound reasonable because they believed reason would be rewarded. The call center had always taught agents to sort voices by category: billing, warranty, shipping, safety, escalation risk, legal exposure. But now the voices had shed their labels. They were simply people, one after another, reaching into a building that had trained itself to answer without listening. Priya backed away from her desk. I'm leaving. The front doors clicked. Priya turned toward them anyway, walked quickly down the aisle, and pushed the metal bar. The doors did not open. She pushed again, then pulled, then struck the glass with the heel of her hand. No alarm sounded. On every monitor, a message appeared. Please remain available until the customer has been heard. Marin's chest tightened. This is not about you, she said, though no one had accused her aloud. It's a system-wide failure. It's pulling old audio from archives and corrupting live workflow. The words sounded thin inside the noise. At D Neo. The empty chair rolled backward. Only a few inches. Enough. Marin could see the headset resting on the desk. Ear cups turned upward. Waiting. The screen displayed the same question as before. Did you later deny knowledge of the missing call? Beneath it, a cursor blinked after the word answer. Callum stepped closer to her, but not too close. Marin, he said carefully. All the old calls are mentioning you. She listened. At first, she heard only fragments. Refunds, warranties, medical equipment, delivery failures. Then, under the overlapping voices, a pattern emerged. A woman saying, Supervisor Voss reviewed it. A man saying, Marin said there was no record. Another voice, broken by static. She told me not to use that name again. Marin shook her head. She had not spoken to those customers. Not directly. She had reviewed cases, closed reports, approved language, reduced liability. She had touched their lives only through fields, to notes, decisions, omission. That should have meant distance. The call center disagreed. The lights above the occupied stations began switching off, one row at a time. Darkness moved from the agents toward Marin, leaving only D9 lit at the rear. Her own monitor refreshed. Target identified, Marin Voss. Then the desk phone rang again. This time, the caller ID did not show her number. It showed Tessa Rowe's name, followed by one instruction, answer where she sat. The instruction remained on Marin's monitor after the phone stopped ringing. No one spoke. The call center had become a room of held breath, each agent trapped at a station that no longer belonged to them. The lights had narrowed around D9, leaving the rest of the floor in a gray half-darkness. Monitors glowed like aquarium glass. The old, archived voices had faded, but Marin could still hear them underneath the air conditioning, stored in the walls, waiting for another prompt. She walked toward Tessa Row's station. Every step down, row D felt longer than it should have. The carpet softened beneath her shoes, then resisted, as though the floor had absorbed years of pacing and could remember who had walked there unwillingly. Dust lay thick across most desks, but D9 was clean. Not recently cleaned. Preserved. The keyboard had no crumbs between the keys. The mouse rested at a precise angle. The headset sat open, ear cups facing upward like hands. Marin stopped beside the chair. She did not sit. The monitor displayed Tessa's login page and a single active call timer. Ling Xiaoshi, Ling Senfen Shitimiao. The timer had not moved. Behind her, Callum whispered, "Marin." She ignored him and looked at the desk. There was a blue sticky note under the keyboard, its edge barely visible. Marin pulled it free. The handwriting was Tessa's. Messy, slanted, impatient. Compliance keeps the old files. Basement room. They said deleted doesn't mean gone. Marin knew the room. Hale Consumer Response did not call it a basement because that sounded too permanent, too archival, too honest. Officially, it was lower records, a restricted compliance storage area beneath the ground floor. Most employees believed everything older than 18 months lived in cloud storage, anonymized and searchable. But certain things remained physical because lawyers preferred doors, locks, signatures, and the illusion of custody, disciplinary records, escalation packets, incident reviews, recordings flagged for legal sensitivity, the things that could hurt the company if they moved too freely. Marin folded the sticky note once, then again, though there was no reason to keep it. The front doors remained locked. The elevator, however, opened by itself. Its bell sounded wrong in the room, too bright, too cheerful, almost obscene, on every monitor. A new message appeared. Supervisor access required. Marin turned toward the elevator. Priya said, "You can't go down there alone. I'm not asking anyone to come. That's not what I mean." Marin did not answer. She crossed the floor with the sticky note in her palm. As she passed Callum, he looked as if he wanted to stop her, then thought better of touching her sleeve. The elevator doors stayed open. Inside, the panel had only one lit button, L, R, lower records. Marin stepped in. The doors closed before she pressed anything. The descent lasted too long. The call center was only one floor above lower records, but the elevator moved as if traveling through a much taller building. Past levels Hale had never rented. Past floors where she heard phones ringing faintly behind the walls. At one point, the hold music returned, distorted and far away, playing through the elevator speaker with gaps where notes had been removed. When the doors opened, the air changed. Lower records smelled of paper, dust, cold concrete, and old toner. Motion lights flickered awake in a narrow corridor lined with metal shelving. Cardboard file boxes sat behind chain link cages, each labeled by year, category, and destruction schedule. Marin had been there twice before, both times with legal staff, both times signing forms that confirmed she had not accessed anything outside the approved request. At the end of the corridor stood the compliance room. Its keypad blinked red. Marin entered her supervisor code. Denied. She tried her employee ID. Denied. Then the small speaker beside the keypad clicked. Tessa's voice came through, thin with recorded fatigue. You already know the answer. Marin's mouth went dry. She typed 6 digits she had not thought about in 3 years. Ling R.E. Chi Ling Ling, February 17, 2 a.m. The lock opened. Inside. The compliance room was smaller than she remembered and much fuller. Filing cabinets crowded the walls. Old call drives sat in plastic evidence bags. A desk stood in the center beneath a green-shaded lamp. And on that desk was a sealed investigation folder. Not archived. Not boxed. Waiting. The label read, Internal Review, Tessa Rowe, Missing Audio Incident. Beneath that, stamped in red, Authorized deletion completed. Marin stared at the stamp. Her own initials were beside it. The folder should not have existed. The deletion certification had been final. She remembered signing it in a glass room while a compliance officer told her, kindly. That closure benefited everyone. The folder's seal was unbroken, until it split by itself. Inside, on top of the records, lay an old headset wrapped in an evidence tag. The tag read, recovered from Station D9, still recording. The evidence tag was dated 3 years ago. Marin did not touch the headset at first. She read the tag twice, then a third time, as if one of the words might rearrange itself into something less precise. Recovered from Station D9, still recording. Still, not previously, not formerly, still. The compliance room was silent except for the faint electrical buzz of the green-shaded lamp. Above her, somewhere beyond concrete and wiring, the call center waited with its dark rows and frozen agents. But down here, time felt sealed. The air had the flat, papery taste of storage boxes, old decisions, and rooms designed to make human damage look administrative. Marin opened the folder. The first page was a summary report. She knew its shape immediately. She had helped create it. 3 pages, double-spaced, with the company logo in the header and the phrase, reasonable procedural conclusion in the final paragraph. The official version stated that Tessa Rowe had mishandled a safety complaint, failed to document escalation steps, and later attempted to conceal her breach by claiming a call recording had gone missing. Marin remembered the meeting where that sentence had been approved. She remembered the compliance officer, Annika Bell, tapping the page with one manicured nail. Careful wording protects everyone. Annika had said. Everyone had not included Tessa. Beneath the summary lay printed transcripts. Some were familiar. Tessa's interviews, supervisor notes, call logs with blank attachment references. Then Marin found a page clipped separately in the back. It was marked, unreviewed audio, temporary local cache. Her initials sat in the access field, M.V. Below them, a timestamp, 02:43 a.m. Marin's hands went cold. She remembered opening a file around that time. She had told herself, for years, that she had only seen a corrupted entry, a missing call stub, something with no usable audio, something that could not be verified. But the transcript was there. The caller had been a woman named Leona Cates. Not a nameless complaint, not a category. A woman caring for her older sister, who depended on a mobility lift Hale had delayed replacing after a product recall. The transcript began with Leona's voice. Please don't transfer me again. She's on the floor. She can't breathe right when she panics. I need someone to authorize emergency replacement. Tessa's reply followed. I'm here. I'm listening. Tell me exactly what happened. Marin stared at that line for a long time. She could hear Tessa saying it, not in the polished tone agents used when they were being monitored, but in her real voice, the one that got her marked down for emotional over-involvement. The transcript continued. Leona had called twice before, both times. The request had been closed as duplicate contact. Tessa found the earlier notes while speaking to her. She asked why the escalation had been downgraded. Then a supervisor joined. Marin read the next line and felt the room tilt. Supervisor Voss. Do not promise emergency action. Restate the standard window. There it was. Her voice in text. Not remembered. Not implied. Recorded. Tessa had refused. Agent Rowe, standard window doesn't apply. This is safety related. Supervisor Voss, you are not authorized to determine that. Agent Rowe, then authorize it. Marin remembered the heat in her face, the sudden awareness that Tessa had said it on a recorded line, that her challenge would exist somewhere searchable, that Marin's judgment would be attached to whatever came next. She had been up for the quality operations role then, interim only, but close enough to taste. The department had just survived one legal complaint. Another safety escalation could have buried everyone in review. The transcript ended 3 minutes and 17 seconds later. Not with resolution, with Leona saying, I can hear her hitting the wall. Please, please. Then Tessa saying, Marin, don't make me tell her no. The final line belonged to Marin. Supervisor Voss, end the call if she becomes abusive. The page blurred. Marin put one hand on the desk. Under the transcript was an audit trail. She did not want to read it. And because she did not want to, she knew it mattered. 0209A. V. Accessed temporary local cache. 0214A. Audio flagged for supervisory review. 0222A. Flag removed. 0231A. Replacement attachment uploaded. 0233A. Original marked corrupted. 0235A. Deletion request initiated by V. Replacement attachment. Marin turned the page. The safer version had been short, tidy, and damning. Tessa sounded impatient. Leona sounded angry. The safety details were gone. Marin's voice was absent. The call ended with Tessa saying, There's nothing else I can do. A sentence edited free from everything that had made it untrue. Marin stepped back from the desk. No, she said. The compliance room speaker clicked on. Not Tessa this time. Her own voice. 3 years younger. Came through the wall. Use the shorter file. It's cleaner. Marin covered her mouth. A second recording began. One she had not known existed. Tessa's voice. Raw and close. As if captured from the headset now lying in the folder. Marin, I know you heard it. Just say you heard it. Then Annika Bell's calm voice. Miss Rowe. Without evidence. This becomes an accusation. Then Tessa again. Quieter. Then ask her. The lamp flickered. The folder pages began turning by themselves until they stopped on the last document. It was not an old form. It was a current call script, printed on fresh white paper. At the top, beneath the Hale logo, it read, "Supervisor response required live testimony. Under answer." One line weighted in bold. I heard the call that would have cleared Tessa Rowe, and I removed it. The sentence waited on the page as if it had always been there. Marin stared until the words stopped looking like language and became shapes instead. Black strokes. Clean margins. Approved spacing. A confession designed with the same corporate neatness as every apology she had ever written for someone else to read. She reached for the paper. The moment her fingers touched it, every phone in lower records began to ring. There should not have been phones down there. Not active ones. Not enough to fill the room with that many bells. But the sound burst from filing cabinets, from cardboard boxes, from the walls behind the chain-link cages. Old desk phones rang under stacks of archived incident packets. Disconnected handsets rattled in drawers. The evidence-tagged headset on the folder trembled like something alive. Marin stepped back. The green lamp flickered once, and the compliance room expanded. Not physically. Not in any way she could measure. The walls remained where they were. The filing cabinets in their rows. The sealed boxes, labeled by year and destruction code. But the room acquired depth, the way a voice acquires depth when heard through a tunnel. Beyond the shelves, she saw other desks, other monitors, other people sitting in the dark with headsets on. Not agents, callers. They faced her from inside the archive. Leona Cates was there first, though Marin knew her only from the transcript. A small woman in a winter coat, one hand curled around a phone, the other clenched so tightly her knuckles shone. Beside her stood a frail older woman in a hospital gown, breathing in shallow jerks. One shoulder twisted unnaturally as if she had never fully risen from the floor. Behind them were more figures. A man with a printed refund denial folded into a square so many times the paper had softened like cloth. A young mother holding a defective monitor that still clicked with an absent heartbeat. A warehouse contractor with 3 fingers bandaged together. An elderly customer in slippers, lips blue with cold, clutching a space heater cord that ended in melted plastic. People Marin had never met, though their case numbers stirred in her with sick familiarity. They were not ghosts in the theatrical sense. They did not glow. They did not float. They looked like people who had waited too long in bad lighting. Every one of them held a phone. Every one of them was listening. Marin backed into the desk. "No," she whispered. "I didn't handle all of you." A dozen screens woke across the room. Her own notes appeared on them. Customer emotional. Maintain standard window. Do not escalate without supporting audio. Agent over-involved. Coach for boundary control. Legal exposure minimal, if phrased as delivery delay. Remove personal detail from summary. No verifiable harm documented at time of review. The sentences filled the monitors like a choir that had learned to sing in policy language. Marin had never thought of those notes as choices. They had been work. Necessary reductions. A way to move the night forward without letting every voice become an emergency. A company could not survive if every complaint was treated like a wound. But the room showed her what reduction had done. People did not vanish all at once. They were shortened first. A woman became caller emotional. A fall became mobility concern. A plea became repeat contact. A life became outside scope. Tessa became removed. The phones stopped ringing. The silence afterward was worse because it was attentive. Then the headset in the evidence bag played Marin's voice again. Use the shorter file. It's cleaner. The callers repeated it. Not together, but one by one, in their own voices. Cleaner, cleaner, cleaner. The word moved through the room until it reached Tessa. Marin had not seen her arrive. She stood behind D9's old chair, though D9 was upstairs and the compliance room was underground. The building had stopped respecting floors. Tessa looked exactly as she had during the investigation. Hair pulled back too hard. Cardigan buttoned wrong. Eyes red from holding anger in because anger had already been used against her. You thought the missing confession was mine, Tessa said. Marin could not answer. Tessa looked at the printed script on the desk. It was never mine. The page changed. Lines appeared beneath the required answer, assembling themselves from phrases Marin had spoken across 3 years of meetings. Reviews, coaching sessions, and private excuses. I did not lie. I only answered narrowly. I did not accuse her. I allowed the record to conclude. I did not hurt them. I categorized what happened. I did not choose silence. I followed procedure. The sentences rearranged, stripped themselves down, and reformed into something simpler. I knew. I waited. I let her carry it. Marin began to understand then. The script at 2A, M, was not being written by Tessa, or Leona, or some broken compliance archive. It had been writing itself for years out of every omission Marin had protected. Every passive phrase she had chosen. Every time she had made truth sound less urgent, so no one would ask who had quieted it. The calls were not complaints. They were witnesses, not calling the company, calling her. Tessa stepped closer. You keep asking what the system wants, she said. It wants the only version you never approved. Above them, through concrete and carpet and dead wiring. Every phone in the call center began to ring at once. On the page, the final instruction appeared. Return to the floor and read the full script aloud. The elevator carried Marin back up through the building. But it no longer felt like movement between floors. It felt like being returned. The doors opened onto the call center at exactly 2 a.m. Marin looked at the wall clock. The red digits had not changed. The colon blinked once, twice, with the patience of something that did not need time to pass in order to keep her there. Every phone was ringing. Not loudly, not chaotically. Each ring arrived in sequence. Desk after desk, row after row, forming a pattern almost like breathing. The 6 agents remained seated, pale and silent, their hands resting away from their keyboards. Their monitors displayed no customer accounts now, no product codes, no warranty fields. Only one sentence repeated across the floor, waiting for supervisor response. At D-Neo, Tessa Rowe's station glowed brighter than all the others. The chair had turned toward Marin. Callum stood beside his own desk, headset hanging around his neck. What happened down there? Marin had the folder under one arm. She did not remember deciding to bring it. The pages inside shifted against one another, dry and restless. I found the record, she said. The sentence changed the room. Priya covered her mouth. Devon looked down. Ruth, who had spent the night trying to appear irritated rather than afraid, closed her eyes as if she had known from the beginning that ordinary explanations would not survive. Callum asked, "What record?" Marin looked toward D9, on Tessa's monitor. The full script waited, not the tidy confession from the printed page. This one was longer, built from transcripts, notes, timestamps, and sentences Marin recognized with a sick, intimate familiarity. It did not accuse her in dramatic language. It did worse. It documented at DOI 0 a.m. on February 17. Marin Voss joined a live safety complaint involving Leona Cates and her sister, Elaine. She heard the caller request emergency authorization. She heard Agent Tessa Rowe identify a safety escalation. She instructed the agent not to promise action. She later accessed the temporary audio cache. She removed the review flag. She uploaded a shorter file. She allowed the investigation to conclude that Tessa Rowe had invented missing evidence. Beneath the script were two buttons. Read into archive. Confirm prior version. Marin understood the choice immediately. If she read it, the record would change. The archive would have her voice. The agents would hear. The company might erase her career, her promotion, her clean apartment life, the careful structure she had built from restraint and omission. If she confirmed the prior version, Tessa Rowe would remain what the company had made her, removed, discredited, procedurally closed. Marin sat at Dino. The headset was cold when she placed it over her ears. For a moment, she heard nothing but her own pulse. Then the line opened, and the call center seemed to lean toward her. Every monitor shifted from white to pale blue. Every ringing phone went quiet. A prompt appeared. Begin when ready. She was not ready. Instead, Marin placed her fingers on the keyboard and began to edit. Not much, just enough. She changed, removed the review flag to failed to preserve the review flag. She changed, uploaded a shorter file to approved use of a secondary file. She changed, allowed the investigation to conclude to, did not challenge the investigation's conclusion. The words soothed her. They did what words had always done for her. They widened guilt into process. They replaced action with atmosphere. They made the sharp thing dull enough to handle. For 3 seconds, the room accepted them. Then Marin's employee profile opened on every screen. Her name appeared first. Marin Voss, Quality Assurance Lead. The letters began disappearing. Not all at once. One field at a time. Job title, blank. Supervisor access, blank. Performance history, blank. Payroll record, blank. Emergency contact, blank. Marin stopped typing. On Callum's monitor, her staff photo faded until only the gray background remained. On Priya's, her training certifications vanished. On Ruth's, emails she had sent became unsigned. The glass office door changed. The nameplate beside it no longer said M. Voss. It said nothing. Marin, Callum said. But his voice wavered on the name, as if it had become hard to pronounce. The script restored itself. Every softened phrase sharpened again. Then a new line appeared beneath the two choices. If you will not name what you did, the record will name what you are. The agents' faces changed slowly, not into horror, into uncertainty. The kind people showed when trying to place a stranger who had spoken to them too familiarly. Priya whispered. "Who is she?" Maren turned. Callum frowned at her. Frightened now for a different reason. "I'm sorry," he said. "Do you work here?" The question struck harder than accusation. Maren looked down at the folder. Tessa's name remained on every page, but lighter now, fading from black to gray. The red deletion stamp darkened. At Dinio. The headset clicked. Tessa's voice came through one last time. Faint and exhausted. Complete sentence. Maren. The cursor blinked after answer. Maren leaned toward the microphone. Her reflection stared back from the black edge of the monitor, already less certain than before, as if the screen could not decide whether to keep her face. Then the archive began recording. For a moment, Maren heard only the soft electrical breath of the headset. Then, beneath it, another sound rose through the line. Every person in the call center breathing with her. Callum, Priya, Devon, Ruth, Sabine, Neil, the waiting callers, the empty stations, the archived voices under the floor, Tessa Rowe, somewhere behind all of them. No louder than the click before a call connects. Maren looked at the screen. Answer. The cursor blinked. Her mouth had gone dry. She had written thousands of apologies for other people to read. Each one careful, balanced, safe. She knew how to begin without admitting fault. She knew how to express regret without naming harm. She knew how to say the company understood while proving, by the shape of the sentence, that it did not. But the microphone did not want an apology. It wanted a record. Maren closed her eyes. "I heard the call that would have cleared Tessa Rowe," she said. The call center remained silent, and I removed it. The words did not echo. That was what surprised her. They entered the room plainly, almost dully, like data finally accepted into the correct field. The script advanced. Continue. Maren read. She read the date. She read the time. She read Leona Cates's name and Elaine Cates's condition. She read Tessa's request for escalation. She read her own instruction not to promise action. She read the access log. She read the flag removal. She read the replacement file. She read the shorter version into the archive so everyone could hear exactly how guilt sounded when edited well. Her voice trembled only once. When she reached Tessa's final interview, then Oscar, Maren paused. The headset tightened over her ears. Not physically, but with pressure enough to make her jaw ache. She continued. "I was asked whether I knew of any calls missing from review," she said. I answered. "Not that I can verify." I knew what they were asking. I knew what answer would protect me. I let the record take her instead. On every monitor, the deletion stamp over Tessa Rowe's file cracked. A thin black line appeared through the red ink. Then another. Then the stamp broke apart into unreadable fragments. And beneath it, Tessa's name returned in full. Tessa Rowe, agent record, restored. Someone behind Maren sobbed once. Priya. Maybe. Or Ruth. Or one of the callers. It did not matter. For the first time that night, the sound belonged to a person rather than a system. Maren waited for relief. It did not come. Instead, her own profile continued erasing. Her name vanished from the call floor directory. Her supervisor credentials dissolved into blank fields. Emails unsigned themselves. Training documents reverted to older drafts. The quality dashboard changed, removing her filters, her rules, her carefully weighted scoring categories. The office forgot her efficiently. By the time the wall clock changed from 2 to 2-1, Callum was looking at her with gentle confusion. "Are you finished with that station?" he asked, as if she were a visitor from another department. Marin tried to answer. No sound came out. The headset clicked. "Thank you for your statement." The room brightened, one by one. The agent's screens returned to ordinary complaint queues. Product issues, refund delays, warranty claims, all with current timestamps, all waiting to be answered by people who would remember the night only as a strange outage, a shared fatigue, a story no one could repeat cleanly by morning. At DNU. Tessa's monitor displayed one final message, available for review. Then it went dark. Marin stood, or thought she did. The chair moved back. The folder was no longer in her hands. Her badge, clipped to her blazer, had become a blank white card. No one stopped her when she walked to the front doors. This time they opened. Morning arrived gray and wet. Adopt, Sinxis Prezecha. Hale Consumer Response opened for day operations. The lobby lights came on. The coffee machine jammed twice. The receptionist complained that overnight staff had left the lower records elevator unlocked. An email from compliance circulated briefly, stating that a restored personnel file required executive review. By noon, everyone knew Tessa Rowe's termination had been procedurally irregular. By 3, no one could remember who had supervised that department during the relevant period. In the glass office, the nameplate was replaced before lunch. Marin Voss did not appear in payroll. Building access, archived messages, team photographs, tax forms, or memory. Her apartment lease showed a vacant unit. Her navy coat hung in no closet. Her mother's old phone number had no daughter attached to it. The next night's supervisor was a man named Simon Vale. At Unu Chinzizech Shishapdea M. Simon found a training document on Station Q17 titled Approved Apology Language. He frowned, opened it, and saw only one line. Do not say you are sorry until you know what you are admitting. At DOI 0A.M. The desk phone rang. The caller ID showed an unassigned number. Then the screen corrected itself. Marin Voss available. Simon lifted the receiver. A woman's voice, distant and careful, said, "Thank you for calling. I understand this has caused serious difficulty." Then she paused and whispered, "Please don't let me make it sound clean." This story is about the danger of language that makes harm easier to carry. Marin did not think of herself as cruel because she rarely acted directly. She edited, delayed, softened, and omitted. But silence can become a kind of action when someone else is forced to suffer the consequence. The horror of the call center is not only that it remembers. It is that it remembers in the exact language people used to forget. Maybe the most frightening confession is not the one we are forced to make, but the one we spent years carefully rewriting. Story 2. Laurel Hensley had counted the children 3 times before they left the fire circle. 12. She counted them while they sat on the split log benches, their faces orange with firelight and sticky with marshmallow. She counted them again when they stood, shrugging into hoodies, tying shoes, complaining softly about mosquitoes. She counted them a third time at the entrance to Fern Trail, where the trees leaned together so tightly the path looked less like a trail than a dark seam cut through the forest. 12 campers, ages 9 to 11. Cabin group Cormorant. Night activity approved by the director. Weather clear. Emergency radio clipped to her belt. First aid pouch in her backpack. Flashlight checked twice. Laura liked numbers because they behaved when people did not. Buddy pairs? She said. A few groans rose from the group. No groaning. Buddy pairs are the difference between a fun night walk and me filling out paperwork until breakfast. That earned a few laughs. Laurel smiled because she knew how to make rules sound like jokes. It was one of the first skills she had learned at Camp Briarwake. Back when she had been a camper herself. Back when the cabins had smelled the same: lake water, sun-baked cedar, mildew in the screen doors, and the sweet chemical bite of bug spray. Behind her, the campfire popped. Sparks rose and vanished before touching the low branches. The smallest camper, Milo Trent, lifted his hand. Are we doing the silent part? Only for 5 minutes. Laurel said. We walk without talking. We listen. Owls, frogs, wind, maybe the lake if the air is right. Bears? Someone asked. No bears near camp. That's what you'd say if there were bears. That is exactly what I'd say. Laurel agreed. And the group laughed again. She turned toward the woods before the laughter could thin into nerves. Fern Trail was an easy loop. 1 mile at most, marked with blue paint and reflective tacks. Counselors used it every summer for the lantern walk, though tonight Laurel had chosen not to bring lanterns. The children would walk by low flashlight and moonlight, learning how darkness changed ordinary things without making them dangerous. That was what she had told the parents in the weekly newsletter. She touched the whistle at her chest, felt the familiar groove along its side, and started forward. The line formed behind her in uneven pairs. Sneakers scuffed dirt. Someone's water bottle knocked rhythmically against their hip. A child whispered, "Your flashlight is touching my elbow." And another whispered back, "Flashlights don't touch." Laurel let them have that one. At the first bend, where the fire circle disappeared behind black trunks, she stopped and looked back. "Sound check," she said softly. 12, answered Priya, her junior counselor, from the rear. Laurel frowned. "I count. You confirm?" "Right. Sorry." Priya was 17, eager, and easily embarrassed. Laurel had been trying all week not to make the girl feel watched. Some counselors became careless when trusted too quickly. Others became careless when they believed no one trusted them at all. Laurel lifted her flashlight just enough to see heads. 1. Milo with his red cap. 2. Harper chewing her sleeve. 3. Theo with his untied shoe. 4. Junie looking already bored. 5. Cass. 6. Oliver. 7. Maeve. 8. Callum. 9. Brooke. 10. Silas. 11. Enya. 12. Priya at the back, taller than the children. Her pale camp sweatshirt visible between 2 pines. And then, just behind Priya, where the trail dipped into shadow, stood another child, small, still, wearing a yellow raincoat. Laurel's first thought was not fear. It was irritation. Sharp and professional, another cabin had wandered over. Someone had failed to check their group. A child had followed the wrong counselor because children did that when they were tired, excited, or determined to test the shape of adult attention. "Priya," Laurel called, keeping her voice calm. "Who's behind you?" Priya turned. The line turned with her, faces angling backward. For 1 second, Laurel saw the yellow hood clearly. It hung low, hiding the face. Raincoat plastic caught the faint light and shone wetly, though the night was dry. Then Harper said, "There's nobody." Laurel raised the flashlight higher. The end of the trail was empty. Only Priya stood there, blinking hard, with one hand on the strap of her backpack. Laurel waited for a giggle, a rustle. A child crouched behind brush. Nothing moved except the ferns, breathing in the dark. "Everyone, stay where you are," Laurel said. She walked the length of the line, counting as she passed each camper. She checked between them, behind them, beyond them. Her flashlight found pine needles, roots, moss, a crushed paper straw wrapper, and the silver beads of old dew clinging beneath leaves. No yellow raincoat. When she reached Priya, the girl whispered, "I didn't hear anyone behind me." Laurel's mouth had gone dry. "Then we keep walking." "You saw something?" "I saw a color." That sounded better. A color could be anything. A jacket left on a stump. A trick of firelight. A child's towel hanging from a branch. Laurel turned the group forward again and began the silent portion early. For 5 minutes, the children obeyed. Their footsteps softened. The forest gathered around them, full of damp earth and green rot. The close smell of wet pine needles, even though it had not rained in 11 days. At the second trail marker, Laurel counted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Priya, and behind Priya, at the very edge of the flashlight's reach, the yellow raincoat stood waiting. This time, before Laurel could speak, Milo whispered from somewhere in the middle of the line. "Counselor Laurel." Milo's whisper moved down the line more quietly than the wind. "I forgot who comes after me." No one laughed. Laurel turned her flashlight away from the yellow raincoat before the beam could settle fully on it. It was an instinct she did not like in herself. A quick refusal dressed up as leadership. Children noticed panic before adults admitted it. They noticed when a voice tightened, when a hand shook, when a rule stopped sounding like a rule and started sounding like a prayer. "Milo," she said, "you're between Harper and Theo." Milo looked left. Harper stood beside him, her sleeve still half inside her mouth. He looked right. Theo blinked back at him under a mop of brown hair. "Oh," Milo said, but he did not sound relieved. Laurel made the group continue, not because continuing made sense, but because turning around meant admitting there was something to turn away from. Campers remembered fear better than instructions. A bad night walk could become a story that lasted for years. Camp Briarwake lived on stories. Laurel knew that better than anyone. Her father had told her the first ones before she was old enough to sleep in a cabin without a nightlight. Stories about the lake being carved by a giant's thumb. Stories about the old dining hall bell that rang once by itself every August. Stories about counselors who could find the main trail blindfolded because the trees knew their names. Briarwake takes care of its own, her father used to say. Back then, Laurel had believed him completely. She had first arrived at the camp at 7, carrying a duffel bag too large for her body and wearing her last name like a secret badge. Hensley. The name was carved into a plaque in the dining hall, printed in old newsletters. Spoken warmly by elderly alumni who visited on fundraiser weekends. Her grandfather had repaired the first boathouse. Her father, Graham Hensley, had been a counselor, then head of trails, then assistant director for 3 summers, before he left and never returned except to drop Laurel at the gate. People still recognized the name. At check-in, parents softened when they heard it. Directors trusted her sooner than they trusted others. Old staff members gave her keys without making her sign them out. Even Priya, on her first day, had said, "You're one of the Hensleys." Right? With the awed tone people used for camp legends and inherited cabins. Laurel had smiled then. She always smiled. "Yes," she had said, "but I still have to clean latrines like everyone else." That was the kind of answer people liked. Humble. Funny. Safe. What she never said was that her father no longer kept camp photos in the house. What she never said was that Graham Hensley flinched at summer thunder. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just enough for his hand to tighten around whatever he was holding. What she never said was that when Laurel was 13 and asked why he stopped working at Briarwake, he had stared at the television for so long she thought he had not heard her. Then he said, "Some places ask too much of you." Nothing more. The camp had never asked too much of Laurel. That was what she told herself. It had given her a place where she understood the rules. Count before leaving. Count after stopping. Keep the weakest walker near the middle. Never let a child go back alone. Never shame homesickness. Never ignore weather. Never assume silence means safety. She had built herself out of those rules. Now, under the trees, she counted again. 12. No yellow raincoat. The forest smelled wetter than before. Ferns brushed the children's ankles with cold fingers, somewhere far off. Lake Orison knocked softly against its dock, though the lake was half a mile away and down a hill. "We're almost at the listening stump," Laurel said. That was a lie. They were not almost anywhere. Fern Trail should have curved west by now. The reflective tacks should have flashed blue-white whenever she moved the flashlight. Instead, the trees kept repeating themselves. Pine, birch, split stump, pine, birch, split stump. The same 3 shapes, again and again, like a sentence copied by a tired child. Priya came closer to her shoulder. "Should I radio Kip?" Kip was the camp director. He liked clipboards. Sunrise swims. And pretending liability was the same thing as care. "Not yet," Laurel said. Priya swallowed. "Laurel," I said, "not yet." The sharpness surprised both of them. Laurel softened her voice. "Sorry, I just don't want to scare them." But that was not completely true. She did not want to scare Kip. She did not want to be the Hensley who could not manage a 1-mile trail with 12 children and a junior counselor. She did not want that look from the older staff. The polite closing of mouths when she entered a room, as if an old conversation had been placed face down on a table. A branch cracked behind them. Every child stopped. Laurel turned slowly. At the end of the line, behind Priya. The yellow raincoat stood beneath a birch tree. The hood faced forward. Empty dark, where the face should have been. Rainwater ticked from its sleeves onto the dry pine needles. Drip, drip, drip. Then Cass, standing near the middle, lifted her hand and whispered, "Counselor Laurel?" Laurel did not take her eyes off the yellow hood. "What is it?" "Cass?" The girl's voice trembled. "I know that's my name because you just said it," she whispered. "But I don't remember it being mine." Cass kept saying her name under her breath as Laurel turned the group around. "Cass," the girl whispered. "Cass, Cass, Cass." She said it the way someone might repeat a phone number they had found written on their palm, afraid that if they stopped, the digits would scatter. Laurel did not let the children run. Running made a line break apart. Running made roots catch ankles. Running turned fear into a flock of separate bodies, each one thinking only of itself. So she walked them back in pairs, faster than before, her flashlight moving from head to head, shoulder to shoulder, shoe to shoe. Every 30 steps, she counted 12. Every time she looked behind Priya, the trail was empty. The smell of wet pine needles followed them. By the time the orange glow of the campfire appeared between the trunks, Laurel had convinced herself of several things at once. A rain poncho left on a branch, a camper from another cabin, a trick of fatigue, Cass panicking because Milo had panicked first, the forest amplifying ordinary sounds, her own mind filling in a child-shaped absence because counting children in darkness required imagination as much as responsibility. But the explanations did not touch the dripping. That was the detail she could not make ordinary. The raincoat had dripped onto dry ground. At the edge of the fire circle, Kip Marlowe, the camp director, stood with a mug of coffee in one hand and a walkie-talkie in the other. His gray Briarwake sweatshirt was tucked too neatly into his shorts, as if even casual clothes were expected to obey him. "You're early," he said. Trail felt slick. Laurel answered. Kip looked past her at the line of campers. "Hasn't rained." Leaves were damp. "In August?" Laurel held his gaze until he looked away first. The children returned to the benches with the strange relief of people pretending not to be relieved. Someone poked a fire. Sparks flared. The dining hall lights shone faintly through the trees beyond the field. From somewhere near the cabins came the distant slam of a screen door. An ordinary sound, so clean and human that Laurel almost felt foolish. Priya stood beside her, pale and silent. "Do a count," Laurel murmured. Priya counted with her lips moving. Then she frowned and counted again. 12, she said. Laurel nodded. "Good." But Cass was still whispering. Laurel crouched in front of her. "Hey, look at me." The girl's eyes were wide and wet. Firelight trembled in them. "What's your name?" Laurel asked gently. Cass opened her mouth. Nothing came out. Several campers had gone quiet around them. Laurel felt their attention pressing against her back. "It's okay," Laurel said. "Take a breath." The girl breathed in. Her lower lip shook. "I know it starts with something," she whispered. "With C," Laurel said. The girl looked startled, as if Laurel had offered a clue in a game she did not remember agreeing to play. "Cassidy Vale," Laurel said. Everyone calls you Cass. You hate raisins. You won the canoe relay yesterday. Your mom packed you too many socks. A few children gave weak smiles. Cass blinked. Cassidy, she repeated. Yes. Veiled. That's right. Color returned slowly to her face. She looked down at her hands, then at the campers beside her. Why did I forget that? Because you got scared, Kip said from behind Laurel. His voice was warm, practiced, and useless. Laurel stood. Kip stepped closer and lowered his tone. Maybe end the spooky activities for tonight. It wasn't a spooky activity. That's not what they'll tell their parents if we let it grow teeth. Laurel hated him for that, and hated herself more because some part of her agreed. Fear became larger when adults named it. A strange moment could be folded away if everyone acted calmly. Camp depended on that kind of folding. A scraped knee became a badge. Homesickness became growth. A bad storm became a story told at alumni weekends with cocoa and laughter. A missing name became nerves. Hot chocolate, Kip announced. Everyone to the benches. We'll do one song, then cabins. The promise worked. Children moved toward the fire, accepting tin cups from a cooler near the stump. Laurel watched each face, each pair of hands, each hoodie and braid and cap, counting without appearing to count. 1 through 12. Priya touched Laurel's elbow. Laurel, she whispered. At first, Laurel thought Priya had seen something in the woods again. Then she looked at the campfire circle. The benches formed a rough horseshoe around the flames. 12 campers sat with cups warming their hands. Priya stood beside Laurel. Kip stood near the cooler. And at the far left end of the last bench, where no one had been sitting a moment before, a small child in a yellow raincoat sat perfectly still. The hood was bowed toward the fire. No one moved away from it. No one looked at it. Brooke's shoulder nearly touched the slick yellow sleeve. Yet she stared into her hot chocolate as though the space beside her were empty. Laurel's throat tightened. Kip, she said quietly. Who is sitting beside Brooke? Kip glanced over. His face did not change. Not fear. Not confusion. Not even irritation. There are 12 children. Laurel. The yellow hood turned slightly toward her. From beneath it came a soft, careful voice. Then why did you count me? Laurel heard the words clearly. They did not rise above the crackle of the fire. They did not carry across the circle in the ordinary way a child's voice should. They seemed to arrive inside her ear, already whispered, soft and damp, as though spoken through a sleeve pressed to her head. No one else reacted. Brooke lifted her cup and blew across the chocolate. Kip checked his watch. Priya stared at the yellow raincoat with one hand over her mouth. So Priya saw it too. That should have comforted Laurel. Instead, it made the thing heavier. Laurel took one step toward the bench. The yellow hood lowered again, facing the fire. The raincoat's hem hung over the edge of the log seat. Water gathered on the plastic and fell in slow drops between the child's boots. Drip. The ground beneath the bench darkened. Drip. Laurel forced her face into something calm. All right, she said, too loudly. Cabin cormorant. Mugs in the bin. Single file back to bunks. A few children complained. The sound was blessedly normal. Kip touched her shoulder as the camper stood. You're pale. I'm fine. You're not fine. Laurel turned, keeping her voice low. Did you really not see anyone sitting beside Brooke? Kip glanced toward the last bench. The yellow raincoat remained there, though all the campers had stood and begun drifting toward the mug bin. Brooke passed directly in front of it without slowing. "Laurel," Kip said carefully, "I think you scared yourself on the trail." Priya saw it. Priya's eyes flicked to Kip, then to Laurel. "I saw," she began. The yellow hood tilted slightly. Priya swallowed. "I don't know what I saw." Kip's expression softened with administrative concern, the kind Laurel had seen him use on homesick campers, angry parents, and counselors about to be quietly dismissed. "We had thunder warnings last night. Heat index all week. You've been running on 5 hours of sleep. It hasn't rained," Laurel said. "What?" She pointed at the bench. The wet patch was gone. Not drying. Gone. The dirt beneath the log was pale and dusty, scattered with pine needles, undisturbed except for the ordinary scuffs of children's shoes. The yellow raincoat was gone, too. For a moment, Laurel could not move. Then Kip seed. "This is why I hate the lantern walk." It wasn't the lantern walk. Whatever we call it now, children, darkness, old camp stories. It gets into people. Old camp stories, Laurel repeated. Kip's face closed by one careful degree. Laurel saw it. The small tightening around his eyes. The same look older staff sometimes gave each other when her father's name came up too suddenly. A door shutting without a sound. "What stories?" she asked. "Nothing useful tonight." "Kip." He looked toward the cabins. "Get them settled. File a note in the activity log if you want. We'll review it tomorrow." A note in the activity log. The suggestion made the night seem smaller. Almost ridiculous. A form could hold it. A line could flatten it. Strange visual disturbance during night hike. One camper briefly disoriented. No injuries. Activity ended early. Laurel clung to that. She walked the children back to Cabin Cormorant with Priya at the rear. And neither of them spoke about the bench. The campers were subdued but not hysterical. By the time they reached the cabin, Oliver was complaining that hot chocolate tasted watery. Junie wanted to know if they could still swim before breakfast. Theo had forgotten his shoe was untied and tripped on the porch step. Ordinary chaos returned in fragments. Laurel supervised teeth brushing, flashlight storage, water bottles, bathroom turns. The nightly argument over who had stolen whose pillow. She checked Cass twice. The girl remembered her name both times, though she frowned before answering, as if reading it from somewhere far away. At lights out, the cabin settled into the uneven breathing of children pretending to sleep. Laurel sat at the counselor desk near the door and opened the attendance binder. The list was printed in clean black ink. Cormorant Cabin Week 6. Milo Trent, Harper Bell, Theo Wexler, Junie Parks, Cassidy Vale, Oliver Moon, Maeve Rusk, Callum Price, Brooke Fenn, Silas Greer, Enya Holt, Priya Dun. Junior counselor. 12 children. 1 junior counselor. Laurel let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. She took a pen from the mug beside the binder and began writing her activity note. Her hand looked steady, which helped. Night walk ended early due to camper anxiety and possible trail confusion. Return to campfire at approximately. She stopped. There was writing beneath Priya's name, not printed like the others. A 13th line had appeared in pale pencil. The letters pressed so lightly they seemed written by someone unsure whether writing was allowed. No name, just a blank line, waiting. And beside it, under cabin assignment, someone had written, "Returned from Fern Trail." No, the cabin breathed around her. 12 children shifted under blankets. A bunk creaked. Someone sniffled in sleep. Outside, the forest pressed close to the screened windows, full of cricket noise and the faint, steady hush of leaves moving without wind. Laurel touched the pencil line. The graphite smeared beneath her fingertip. Fresh. She looked toward Priya's bunk. The junior counselor lay rigid on top of her sleeping bag, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. "You wrote this," Laurel whispered. Priya turned her face toward her. "No." Laurel closed the binder. For several minutes, she did nothing. That became its own kind of decision. She listened to the cabin. She counted the shapes in the bunks. She counted again when one child rolled over. She counted a third time, slower, matching each name to each body. Milo, Harper, Theo, Junie, Cass, Oliver, Maeve, Callum, Brooke, Silas, Anya, 11. Her stomach dropped. She stood so quickly the chair scraped the floor. Priya sat up. "What?" Laurel lifted a hand for silence and counted again. Flashlight low. Beam covered partly by her palm. 12. The missing child had not returned. The missing child had never been missing. Laurel could see all of them now, tucked into sleeping bags, hair on pillows, feet sticking out, faces soft and ordinary in the dark. But for one count, one clean pass of her eyes, someone had not existed. Laurel took the binder and left the cabin. Priya followed her onto the porch without shoes. "You can't go alone," she whispered. "I'm getting Kip. You said not to scare them. I'm past that. The camp should have been simple at night. Dining hall ahead through the trees. Bathhouse to the right. Director's cabin beyond the flagpole. Lake Road sloping down behind the nurse's station. Laurel had walked those paths every summer of her life. Tonight, the porch steps led to the wrong place. She stopped at the bottom. Flashlight raised. Instead of the open dirt path between Cormorant and the bathhouse, there was a narrow trail bordered by ferns. Blue reflective tacks glimmered on pine trunks. Fan trail. Priya made a small sound behind her. Laurel turned back. Cabin Cormorant still stood there. Screen door shut. Windows dark. Roofline familiar, but no other cabins stood beside it. No raccoon. No heron. No foxglove. The rest of camp had been lifted away while she sat with the binder, leaving Cormorant alone at the edge of the woods. "No," Laurel said. The word sounded childish. From inside the cabin, someone began humming. It was not one of the camp songs exactly, but it almost was. A few notes of Briarwake Morning. Then a wrong turn. Then the tune children sang when lining up for meals. Laurel heard small voices joining and falling away, half asleep, as if the song were being pulled from them without permission. Priya gripped the porch rail. They're sleeping. Laurel looked through the nearest window. The children were still in bed, all except Brooke. Brooke sat upright on her bunk, eyes closed, mouth opened slightly, humming in a voice too low for a 10-year-old girl. Laurel ran back inside. Brooke. She shook the girl's shoulder. Wake up. Brooke's eyes opened. The humming stopped everywhere at once. The cabin went silent so completely Laurel heard water dripping under the floorboards. Brooke blinked at her. Where's my brother? Laurel frowned. Your brother isn't at camp. Brooke's face crumpled. I have a brother. Priya stood in the doorway, shaking her head. Her file says only child. Brooke began to cry, but quietly, as if grief had arrived before memory. I can see his shoes, she whispered. Red ones. He runs funny. Why can't I remember his face? Laurel backed away from the bunk. Pieces. The children were losing pieces. Names first. Then places in line. Then family. The blank line in the binder seemed to grow heavier under her arm. Laurel Hensley. Her name came from outside. Not loud. Not shouted. Spoken politely through the screen door. Every child in the cabin went still. Priya whispered, "Don't answer." But Laurel was already turning. Beyond the porch. At the start of Fern Trail. The child in the yellow raincoat stood beneath the first blue marker. The hood hung low. Water ticked from both sleeves. The figure did not move when Laurel raised the flashlight. It only lifted one small hand and pointed at the binder. Then the voice came again, careful and wet. Hensley counted wrong. The words made the cabin smaller. They did not sound angry. That was worse. Anger would have given Laurel something human to meet. The voice outside was patient, almost instructional, as if correcting a mistake on a worksheet no one had finished. Brooke began sobbing without sound. Laurel kept the flashlight on the yellow raincoat. What do you want? The hood remained low. Behind Laurel, one of the children whispered, "Don't ask it questions." She could not tell who had spoken. Priya stepped beside her, face white in the dim cabin light. "The radio," she said. Laurel unclipped it from her belt and pressed the call button. "Kip, this is Laurel. Respond." Static. She adjusted the channel. "Kip, Cormorant needs assistance." "Respond." The static shifted. For a moment. Beneath it. Laurel thought she heard children singing far away. Not loudly. Not clearly. A meal line song. Dragged through rain. Then a man's voice broke through. "Laurel?" It was Kip. Relief hit her so hard she nearly answered too quickly. "Kip, we need stay in your cabin," he said. Laurel froze. His voice was low and strained. Not sleepy. Not confused. Awake. Afraid. "What's happening?" "Stay with the children. Do not follow the trail. The trail is outside my cabin." Pause. "That isn't possible." Laurel looked through the screen door. The yellow raincoat still stood beneath the blue marker. Then, "Come see." No answer came at first. Only static. And that thin, wet singing under it. Then Kip said, "Laurel, listen to me carefully. Is there a child in yellow?" Priya shut her eyes. Laurel gripped the radio. "You knew?" "I know a story." "That isn't what I asked. It's all anyone knows anymore." The yellow raincoat lowered its pointing hand. Its head turned toward the dark path behind it. Inviting or waiting. Laurel could feel the binder under her arm. The fresh pencil line inside it. The blank space where a name should have been. Kip's voice crackled again. There's an old records cabin past the maintenance shed. Locked. Don't go there. Laurel almost laughed. Why would you tell me where it is if you don't want me to go? Another pause. When Kip answered, he sounded older, because everyone tells the story wrong the first time. The radio went dead. Laurel stood very still, outside. The raincoat stepped backward onto Fern Trail, not away. Leading, Laurel made her decision with the bitter clarity of someone realizing she had been guided toward it all night. She turned to Priya. Keep them inside. Count every 5 minutes. Out loud. Use names. No, Priya said. You can't leave us. I'm not leaving camp. Neither did it. That stopped Laurel for half a breath. Then Brooke whispered from her bunk. Find his face. Laurel looked at her. Whose face? Brooke shook her head. Crying again. I don't know. Laurel left before fear could root her there. The moment she stepped off the porch, Fern Trail was gone. The normal camp path lay ahead, pale under moonlight. Bathhouse right, dining hall left. Flagpole beyond the clearing. The sudden return of ordinary geography made her feel not safer, but mocked. She ran. Camp Briarwake at night looked abandoned even when full. Cabins sat with dark windows and folded bunks. Canoes slept upside down near the lake shed. The dining hall porch sagged under old plaques and camp banners, all of them listing names of donors, directors, families that had given enough years to become part of the walls. Hensley appeared on 3 of them. Laurel did not look long. Past the maintenance shed, where gas cans and broken paddles were stored, stood a small cedar building she had never entered. She had passed it 100 times and accepted its silence as ordinary. Its windows were painted black from the inside. A rusted sign near the door read, Archive Staff Only. The padlock was old, but not strong. Laurel found a firewood hatchet in the shed and struck until the latch split. The door opened on the smell of mildew, mouse droppings, and paper that had once been wet and never forgiven the water. Inside, metal filing cabinets leaned against one wall. Cardboard boxes sagged on shelves. Rolled banners lay in a corner like shed skins. Laurel's flashlight moved across counselor manuals, swim test forms, injury logs, weather reports, staff rosters, letters from parents thanking the camp for changing their children's lives. The air felt colder near the back. A file cabinet drawer stood open. Laurel approached it slowly. Folders inside had been arranged by year, but one had been pulled halfway out. Its tab was swollen and water-stained. The writing blurred except for 3 words in black marker. Storm, evacuation, Fern Trail. The year beneath it was 27 summers old. Laurel opened the folder. The first page was a safety report, wrinkled as dried leaves. At the bottom, under filed by trail supervisor, was a signature she knew from birthday cards, permission slips, and the last check her father ever wrote to the camp. Graham Hensley, behind her, from somewhere inside the locked archive. A child began counting. 1, 2, 3. Laurel turned so fast the folder slipped in her hands. The archive behind her was empty. Her flashlight swung over stacked boxes, warped shelves, rolled banners. A broken canoe paddle marked with peeling camp paint. No child stood among them. No yellow raincoat shone in the dark. Yet the counting continued, quiet and close, coming from the walls. from the cabinets, from the damp paper itself. 4, 5. Laurel backed against the open drawer. 6. The voice was young, but not Milo's, not Cass's, not any child asleep in Cormorant cabin. It had the careful rhythm of someone trying very hard not to make a mistake. 7, 8. Laurel looked down at the folder. The safety report lay on top. She forced herself to read. Incident date, August Pais Brezecha. Activity, night orientation, hike. Fern trail. Weather, sudden electrical storm. Campers evacuated to main lodge. All campers accounted for. No serious injury. Recommended action, no further review. Her father's signature sat beneath those lines. Firm and familiar. Graham Hensley had always written his G like a hooked branch. Laurel turned the page. Behind the official report was another document. Thinner, yellowed, and wrinkled at the edges as if it had been held too long in a wet hand. Unofficial counselor statement not filed. The handwriting was not her father's. It slanted left, cramped and uneven. We had 13 at the start because Willa came late from infirmary. Graham said the printed sheet had 12 because she was added after lunch. Rain started before the ridge turn. Everyone was crying. I told him I counted 12 at the shelter, but I meant 12 in front of me. I thought he had Willa. He said not to write that down. Laurel stopped breathing. Willa, she whispered. The counting in the walls stopped. The archive seemed to listen. She turned another page. A cabin roster. Cabin Larkspur, Week 6. Abigail North. Tessa Crane. Meredith Vale. Simon Frey. Jonah Peck. Elsie Dunn. Patrick Moon. Hannah Bale. Lucy Greer. Thomas Rusk. Caroline Holt. Nathan Price. 12 names. Below them, written in pencil so faint it nearly vanished into the paper. Willa Ardent, late transfer from infirmary. Yellow Rain Slicker. Laurel sat down on an overturned crate because her legs had become unreliable. The surnames on the old roster crawled through her mind. Vale. Dunn. Moon. Bell. Greer. Rusk. Holt. Price. Names from the cabin tonight. Cassidy Vale. Priya Doom. Oliver Moon. Harper Bell. Silas Greer. Maeve Rusk. Anya Holt. Callum Price. Not all of them. Enough. Enough to make the night feel planned before Laurel was born. She dug deeper into the folder. Newspaper clippings came next, their edges soft with age. Local camp search ends after 4 days. Missing girl, presumed, lost in storm. Camp Briar Wake cleared of negligence. There was a photograph clipped from a local paper. Counselors standing in rain ponchos near the dining hall steps. Faces grainy and pale. Laurel found her father at the edge of the image. 22 years old. Jowl set, hair plastered to his forehead. Beside him stood a girl in a yellow raincoat. Laurel leaned closer. No, not beside him. Behind him, half hidden by his shoulder. Hood low. Small hand gripping the back of his sleeve. The caption read, "Staff after evacuation. All children accounted for." Laurel's eyes burned. Another page waited beneath it. This one was a typed memo from the camp board. Subject must remain accidental. Family settlement contingent on no admission of procedural failure. Trail Supervisor Hensley confirms all counts properly completed. Remove unverified late transfer references from final file. At the bottom, in blue ink, her father had written, "I counted 12 because the sheet said 12. Laurel pressed a hand to her mouth. That sentence felt less like an explanation than a confession built to survive. A sound came from outside the archive. Children humming. Not one voice. Many. Laurel grabbed the folder and ran to the door. Camp was no longer where she had left it. Fern Trail stretched directly from the archive threshold into black trees, its blue markers shining like wet eyes. Far down the path, small figures stood in a line. 12 of them, maybe more. Their faces turned away. At the very back waited the yellow raincoat. The hood lifted slightly. From the trees came Willa Arden's voice, patient and cold. "Count again." Hensley. The command did not echo. The trees simply received it and held it there. Laurel stood in the doorway of the archive with the folder clutched to her chest. The papers inside felt damp now, though they had been dry when she found them. Her father's signature bled faintly through the top page, the ink darkening in the shape of hooked branches. On the trail ahead, the children waited, not the cormorant campers. Not exactly. The first figure wore Milo's red cap, but the shoulders were too narrow. The second had Harper's habit of chewing a sleeve, though the sleeve belonged to an old Briarwake sweatshirt Laurel had only seen in photographs. The third stood with Theo's untied shoe, but the shoe was a canvas sneaker from another decade. Past and present had been lined up together, dressed in borrowed pieces. Laurel lifted her flashlight. 1, the beam found a child's back. 2, a braid ribbon, wet and dark. 3, a trembling hand holding another child's wrist. 4, a camp shirt from the current summer. 5, a yellowed poncho from an old photograph. 6, a girl humming without opening her mouth. 7, blue marker light flashed against a cheek that had no clear features. 8, Laurel's throat tightened. The line seemed to lengthen whenever she counted it. 9, 10, 11, 12. At the rear stood the yellow raincoat. 13. But when Laurel said the number in her mind, something shifted behind her eyes. The raincoat was not added to the line. It had always been there. Every other count had been a subtraction. Her knees nearly gave. The folder slipped open in her arms, pages fluttering though no wind entered the doorway. The old roster showed 12 printed names and the faint pencil line beneath them. Willa Ardent, late transfer from infirmary. Yellow Rain Slicker. The pencil marks darkened as Laurel watched. Willa was not trying to become visible. Willa had been visible. Camp Briarwake had taught everyone not to see her. Laurel thought of all the rules she had memorized with pride. Count before leaving. Count after stopping. Trust the sheet. Match bodies to names. Never split the line. Never let a child go back alone. Trust the sheet. That was the rot at the center of it. The sheet had said 12. So her father had counted 12. The sheet had made a child into an error. The report had made the error into weather. The settlement had made the weather into tragedy. The camp had made the tragedy into folklore. Then atmosphere. Then nothing. A missing child was easier to bury if no one could keep her name in their mouth. Laurel stepped onto the trail. The moment her boot touched the dirt, rain began falling, not from the sky. The sky above the trees remained clear, scattered with stars. Rain fell inside the forest only, dropping straight through branches that did not move, soaking the old leaves, darkening the blue markers, tapping on Laurel's shoulders and hair. The line of children began walking. Laurel followed. She understood then that this was not a haunting in the way campfire stories meant it. Willa was not wandering because she did not know she was dead. She was not looking for her cabin, her mother, or the way back to the lodge. She was a correction. Every summer, when counselors led children into Fern Trail and counted them against a list, the forest reopened the old mistake. Each count measured the camp's loyalty to paper over bodies. Each denial took something small from the living children, a name, a sibling, a face, a place in line. Not punishment for them, substitution. If Willa could not be counted, someone else had to become countable in her place. That was why Cass forgot her name. That was why Brooke lost her brother's face. That was why old surnames had returned in new children. Vale, Dunn, Moon, Bell, Greer, Rusk, Holt, Price, descendants, nieces, nephews, grandchildren. Children of families who had accepted explanations because explanations let summer continue. And Hensley, at the ridge turn, the trail opened into a small clearing Laurel had never seen. A rotted wooden shelter leaned between two pines, half collapsed, its roof punched through by years of storms. Children crowded beneath it, crying without sound, their faces blurred whenever Laurel tried to focus on them. The yellow raincoat stood outside the shelter, alone. Laurel saw it as if memory had become weather. A young Graham Hensley at the shelter entrance, soaked, shouting names over thunder. Another counselor crying. There was one more, Graham looking down at the clipboard. 12 printed names. 12 frightened children under the roof. A small yellow shape farther down the trail, trying to keep up. Then lightning. Then the decision, not made all at once, made in pieces. Trust the sheet. Move the group. The storm is too dangerous. Someone else must have her. We can check at the lodge. We can fix the report. We can survive this if no one says the wrong thing. The yellow hood turned toward Laurel. For the first time, she saw beneath it. Not a skull, not rot, not a monster. A child's face, pale with rain. Eyes wide with the terrible patience of someone who had waited 27 summers for an adult to admit she had been there. Willa Ardent spoke softly. I was never the 13th. The children in the shelter turned their blurred faces toward Laurel. Willa lifted one wet hand and pointed past her, back toward Camp Briarwake. You were... Laurel looked behind her before she understood why. The trail that should have led back to Camp Briarwake had become a line of children. They stood between the trees in single file, faces turned toward her. Rain sliding down hair and cheeks and old camp shirts. Some wore modern sneakers. Some wore canvas shoes stained dark with mud. Some had names Laurel knew. Some seemed made only of almost recognition. A jawline from one child. A voice from another. A hand clutching a sleeve. At the end of the line, where Priya should have been, there was no junior counselor. There was Laurel. Not reflected. Not copied. Counted. She saw herself as a child of about 10. knees scratched, hair plastered wetly to her face, briarwake shirt hanging too large on her shoulders. The girl wore Laurel's whistle around her neck, though the whistle had not existed in that form 27 summers ago. She stared back at adult Laurel with a solemn, accusing calm. The forest began counting, not in one voice. In many, one. A child beneath the shelter vanished. 2 wait. Another blurred face thinned like breath on glass. 3. Laurel clutched the folder harder. Stop. The counting continued. 4. 5. Willa did not join it. She watched Laurel with the unbearable stillness of a child waiting for a grown-up to finally do the grown-up thing. What happens if I count you? Laurel asked. You already did. No, I mean correctly. Rain ran from Willa's hood onto her pale face. Then they remember. And if they remember, the camp changes. Laurel thought of the dining hall plaques. Her grandfather's name. Her father's name. Donor boards. Alumni letters. The camp newsletter. Tone of clean lakes and brave children. Graham Hensley's silence at the dinner table. His hand tightening during thunder. The way people closed conversations when she entered. She had always imagined truth as a locked thing someone had hidden from her. Now she understood truth could also be a thing she had benefited from not asking about. The forest counted higher. 6. 7. A sharp crackle came from Laurel's radio. Laurel? Priya's voice burst through. Then, with panic. Laurel, where are you? Brooke doesn't remember her brother anymore. Cass keeps asking who wrote her name on her bag. I counted 12. But static swallowed her. Then Kip's voice cut in. Laurel, listen. Whatever you found, bring it to me. Do not say anything to the campers. Laurel pressed the radio. You knew enough to warn me. I knew enough to keep people safe. Safe? The child is gone. Kip's voice dropped. We can't help her by ruining living people. The sentence struck Laurel with such familiarity that for a moment she thought she had heard her father say it. Maybe he had. Maybe every adult who protected the camp eventually learned the same language. Living people. As if the dead had stopped being people. The rain fell harder. The shelter roof rattled with it. Though there were stars overhead. 8. Whispered the forest. Laurel saw the child version of herself take one step closer to the end of the line. Willa looked toward camp. Someone is almost empty. Laurel knew who before the radio spoke again. Priya screamed. It was not long, but it was enough. Laurel ran. The trail did not resist her now. It pulled her forward. Trees flashing past. Blue markers streaking in rainlight. The folder beat against her ribs. The radio hissed with fragments, children crying. Priya saying names too quickly. Kip calling for staff. Someone humming the wrong camp song. When Laurel broke from the trees, Camp Briarwake was awake. Cabin lights glowed. Counselors stood in the clearing in sweatshirts and boots. Children clustered on porches. Frightened and shivering, though the air outside the trail was dry. The fire circle had been relit. Flames snapping high as if someone had fed it too much wood. Kip stood near the center with a clipboard in his hand. Of course he did. Priya knelt beside Brooke on the ground. Brooke's eyes were open, but unfocused. Her lips moved silently. Laurel dropped beside her. Brooke? The girl looked at her without recognition. Tell me your name. Brooke smiled faintly. Politely. like a visitor being introduced to herself. Kip seized Laurel's arm. Not here. Laurel pulled free. Every face turned toward her. Counselors, campers, staff, the descendants of old rosters, the beneficiaries of neat reports. Children holding blankets around their shoulders. Adults pretending confusion was leadership. Kip said, "Laurel, think about your father." She did. She thought of Graham Hensley signing a sentence that removed a child from the world. She thought of him living afterward inside that sentence, calling it survival, calling it weather, calling it something too late to change. Then she opened the folder. "My father lied," Laurel said. The clearing went silent. Kip's face hardened. "Stop." Her name was Willa Ardent. At the sound of the name, the fire bent low, as if in wind. Children gasped. Somewhere near the cabins, a girl began sobbing without knowing why. Laurel raised her voice. Willa Ardent was on Fern Trail during a storm 27 summers ago. She was left behind because the printed sheet had 12 names and no one wanted to admit the count was wrong. Graham Hensley signed the report that erased her. The old camp bell rang once from the dining hall, though no one stood near it. Brooke inhaled sharply. "My brother," she whispered. Cass touched the name tag on her duffel and began to cry. Kip stepped toward Laurel, but stopped when the children behind him began counting. "1, said Milo. 2, said Harper. 3, said Theo. The count moved around the fire circle. Child to child, voice to voice. At 12, silence fell. Then, from behind Laurel, Willa Ardent answered softly. 13. Laurel turned. The yellow raincoat stood at the edge of the firelight, but Willa was not looking at the campers anymore. She was looking at Laurel's whistle. The metal at Laurel's chest had filled with rainwater. It dripped onto her shirt, cold as creek water. Willa lifted one hand. The child version of Laurel stepped from the trees and joined the line behind her, and the forest began counting again. The forest counted Laurel as if she had always belonged to it. 1. The sound came from behind the cabins, from the black gaps between trunks. 2. It came from the old trail markers, blue-white and wet in the dark. 3. It came from the mouths of children who had stopped understanding why they were counting. Only that stopping felt dangerous. Laurel stood at the edge of the fire circle while the rainwater dripped from her whistle around her. Camp Briarwake held its breath. Counselors stared. Campers clutched blankets. Kip Marlowe's clipboard hung uselessly at his side, the paper on it softening, though no rain fell in the clearing. Only Laurel was wet. So was Willa. So was the child at Laurel's back. The smaller version of herself, who waited in the line with solemn patience. Laurel wanted to move toward Willa. She wanted to say something that would repair the shape of the night. "I'm sorry." Or "I found you." Or "You can rest now." But the words felt thin before they reached her tongue. She had not found Willa. Willa had dragged herself through 27 summers of erasure until Laurel finally stopped looking away. The count circled the fire. 4, 5, 6. Brooke whispered her brother's name into her hands. Cass pressed her own name tag so hard the pin bent. Priya stood beside Cabin Cormorant, crying without noise, counting each camper again and again, as if the right number might hold Laurel in the world. Kip stepped forward. "Laurel, listen to me. We can fix this properly. Board meeting. Family notice." Legal language. There are ways. Willa turned her hood toward him. Kip stopped speaking. For the first time that night, Laurel saw him not as a director, not as an authority, but as another caretaker of the camp's old habit, take the living fear, wrap it in procedure, and call the wrapping mercy. Laurel unclipped the whistle from around her neck. It had been given to her during staff training. Polished and practical, stamped with Camp Briarwake's initials. She had worn it all summer like proof that she could be trusted. Now it felt heavier than metal should. She held it out to Willa. "I counted wrong," Laurel said. Her voice shook, but it carried. "My father counted wrong. The camp counted wrong. Everyone after him kept counting wrong because the wrong number was easier to live with." The fire bent low again. The yellow raincoat did not move. Laurel looked at the children. "Her name is Willa Ardent." A murmur passed through the clearing. Not speech. Not wind. Recognition. Maybe. The sound a room makes when someone finally opens a window that has been painted shut for years. Then the old camp bell rang once. The line behind Laurel shifted. The child version of herself reached for the whistle. Laurel felt small fingers close around hers. Cold went through her hand, up her arm, into her chest. Not pain, not exactly. More like being remembered by something that had no kindness left to spend. Priya cried out. "Laurel." Laurel turned toward her. For one moment, Priya knew her completely. Laurel saw it in the girl's face. The night walk. The binder. The yellow raincoat. The archive. All of it. She saw Laurel not as a legend, not as a Hensley, but as a person standing at the edge of a consequence she had not created and had still inherited. Then Priya blinked. Confusion crossed her face. "Laurel?" she said again. But this time it sounded like a question about a word in another language. The cold tightened. The fire went out. Not gradually, not with smoke. One moment flames filled the clearing. The next, there was only a black circle of ash and the smell of wet pine needles. When the emergency lights came on near the dining hall, Laurel Hensley was gone. So was Willa Ardent. The children were found standing safely in the clearing. All 12 of them, wrapped in blankets and unable to explain why they had been awake. Brooke remembered her brother. Cass remembered her name. Priya remembered leading the cabin back from hot chocolate and waking later to a commotion outside. Kip Marlowe remembered a strange staff dispute about old records, though he could not recall who had brought them from the archive. By morning, the file cabinet in the records cabin was empty. The dining hall plaques remained, but a new name appeared on one of the old wooden boards near the fireplace. Carved beneath a list of memorial donors no one remembered installing. Willa Ardent. No date. No explanation. Kip tried to have it sanded off before parent pickup. The letters darkened through the varnish by lunch. By the following spring, Camp Briarwake sent out its usual brochures: canoeing, archery, friendship, confidence, nature. The website included no mention of the incident. Staff applications opened in March. Training began in June. The old records cabin was locked again, though no one could find the key and no one admitted caring enough to look. Priya did not return. Kip retired quietly before the season started. The new director hired a counselor named Naomi Voss, 23. Cheerful, careful, excellent, with nervous children. On her first week, she was assigned cabin cormorant. The campers loved her immediately. On the third night, Naomi led 12 children toward Fern Trail for a listening walk. The air smelled of cedar, sunscreen, and marshmallows. No storm was forecast. The moon was bright. The trail markers shone blue along the trees. Before leaving the fire circle, Naomi counted. 12. She counted again at the trailhead. 12. At the first bend, she stopped because the woods sounded wet, though the ground was dry. A woman stood at the back of the line. Not a child. Not old. Maybe late 20s. Her hair was dark with rain. Her camp shirt clung to her shoulders. Around her neck hung an old metal whistle stamped with the Briarwake initials. Naomi raised her flashlight. The woman looked directly at her. Then, very gently, she lifted one finger to her lips. Behind Naomi, one of the children whispered, "Counselor?" Naomi swallowed. Yes, the child's voice trembled in the dark. "Why did you count 13? Some hauntings are not born from monsters, but from paperwork, silence, and the comforting belief that a mistake becomes harmless once enough people agree to forget it." Willa Ardent was not asking to be feared. She was asking to be counted. Laurel's tragedy is that she did not create the original lie, but she still lived inside the world it built. Maybe the deepest horror is not inheriting guilt, but discovering how easily we benefit from what others erased. If remembering the truth cost you your place in the story, would you still say the name? Story 3. The first thing Elowen Hart noticed about Venn Family Dentistry was that it did not smell like a dental clinic. Not exactly. There was antiseptic, of course, and the powdery bite of latex gloves, and the faint metallic dampness that always lived near sinks where people rinsed blood from their mouths. But beneath it all was something sweeter. Not floral. Not clean. More like sugar left too long in a closed jar. The sticky ghost of candy sealed away from air. Dr. Silas Venn apologized for it before she asked. "Old building," he said, smiling as he unlocked the front door. "The wood holds on to things." He was 70, perhaps older, but he had the careful posture of a man who had never allowed age to make him untidy. His white hair was brushed straight back from a high forehead. His cuffs were buttoned. His shoes were polished. Even his smile seemed maintained by habit rather than emotion. Every tooth even and pale beneath a small gray mustache. The clinic stood at the end of Tallow Street, where the shops had painted signs instead of plastic ones, and people still looked through windows before deciding whether to enter. A bakery sat across the road. A barber pole turned slowly beside an empty chair. The town of Briar Glen had the kind of quiet that made footsteps sound personal. Elowen had arrived 20 minutes early, carrying a canvas bag with 2 pairs of scrubs, a notebook, and the small private hope that this job would last longer than the others. She had worked in clinics before. Oral surgery, pediatric dentistry, a 6-month contract at an endodontic office where the dentist shouted at assistants but whispered to patients. She knew how to lay instruments in order. She knew how to make frightened people breathe through their noses. She knew when to say, "You're doing beautifully," even when they were not doing beautifully at all. Dr. Venn gave her the tour himself. Reception first, with its low lamps and framed photographs of smiling children whose haircuts belonged to several decades. Then the waiting room, with green vinyl chairs, outdated magazines, and a fish tank containing no fish. The water in it was clear. The filter hummed. A castle sat at the bottom with its doorway facing the glass. Patience like continuity. Dr. 8, Ven said, touching the back of one chair as if greeting it. Too much change makes people nervous. The treatment rooms were narrow, each with a dental chair, a tray arm, a sink, and a ceiling light shaped like an unblinking eye. The equipment was older than Eleven expected, but polished to a near ceremonial shine. Every drawer slid open without a squeak. Every mirror was wrapped. Every burr had its place. At the end of the hall stood a locked door. Private records. Doctor, Ven said before she could ask. You won't need that room. He said it gently, almost kindly, which made the sentence feel less like instruction than a boundary she had already crossed by looking. The last stop was his office. It was warmer than the rest of the clinic. Books lined one wall. A brown leather chair sat behind a desk whose surface held nothing but a blotter, a fountain pen, and a porcelain model of an upper jaw. Beside the window stood a glass-fronted cabinet. Inside were teeth, dozens of them. Some sat alone in tiny labeled jars. Others floated in clear liquid, roots down. Crowns tilted upward as if listening. Molars with dark pits. Long yellow incisors. A child's small white tooth, no larger than a grain of corn. Each jar had a handwritten label, though Eleven could not read the names from where she stood. Doctor then followed her gaze. Pathological specimens, he said. Old teaching collection. I should have donated them years ago. Eleven nodded in the professional way people nod at things they would rather not discuss. Medical workers developed a broad tolerance for preserved pieces of other people. Gallstones, cysts, extracted roots, photographs of mouths opened wider than comfort should allow. Still, teeth were different. Teeth looked less like specimens than evidence. One jar near the center of the cabinet caught the afternoon light. The tooth inside was cracked vertically through the crown. The split was dark. Does it bother you? Doctor, Ven asked. Eleven realized she had been staring. No, she said. I've seen worse. I'm sure you have. His tone remained pleasant. But something about the answer made her feel as though she had offered him more than a workplace reassurance. The first day passed quietly. An elderly woman came in for a denture adjustment and patted Eleven's hand afterward. A boy with a loose filling cried before the needle but grinned when Dr. Ven gave him a wooden coin for the prize drawer. At 4:30, a man in a paint-splattered jacket sat through a cleaning without speaking. His hands clenched so tightly in his lap that his knuckles lost color. You have a calming presence. Dr. Ven told Eleven after the last patient left. She was removing the disposable barriers from room 2. That's useful in dentistry. More useful than skill. Sometimes, he turned off the compressor. The clinic exhaled into silence. By 6, the receptionist had gone home. The blinds were drawn, and the front door was locked. Eleven stayed to finish labeling sterilization pouches. She liked closing tasks. They had a clean order to them. Contaminated to clean. Used to prepared. Pain to routine. From Dr. Ven's office came the soft click of glass. Eleven paused, marker uncapped in her hand. At first, she thought the old dentist was still inside, moving around his collection. Then she remembered seeing him leave through the back door 10 minutes earlier. coat folded over his arm. Smile fixed in place. The click came again. Glass against glass. She walked to the office doorway. The room was dim, tinted blue by evening through the blinds. The cabinet stood beside the window. Its contents shone faintly in their little jars. Eleven told herself it was the building settling, old wood holding on to things. Then a whisper rose from behind the glass. It was thin, wet, and close to speech. Not a word at first. Only breath shaped through a mouth that was no longer there. She stepped closer before she could stop herself. One jar trembled on its shelf. The cracked tooth inside tapped once against the glass. And a voice whispered clearly, "I was still smiling when he locked the door." Eleven did not run from the office. That was the first thing she told herself later, when the memory began arranging itself into something more dramatic than the moment had felt. She had not screamed. She had not dropped the marker. She had simply stood in Dr. Ven's doorway with the smell of old sugar and disinfectant thick in her throat, staring at a cracked tooth in a jar. The whisper faded almost as soon as it came. I was still smiling when he locked the door. After that, only the cabinet remained. Glass shelves, careful labels, preserved enamel. The jar stopped trembling. The tooth settled back into its cloudy solution with the innocent stillness of something that had never moved. Eleven backed out of the room and returned to the sterilization counter. She finished labeling the pouches. She did this because finishing things was what calm people did. Calm people did not make scenes. Calm people did not accuse old dentists of keeping whispering teeth in their offices. Calm people recognized fatigue, acoustic tricks, old pipes, and the private suggestibility that came from starting a new job in a strange building. By the time she locked the front door behind her, she had nearly convinced herself that the whisper had been the fish tank filter in reception, or the compressor cooling in the back room, or her own blood shifting inside her ear. The next morning, Dr. Ven greeted her with coffee in a paper cup. "First days can be unsettling," he said. Eleven looked at him too quickly. He smiled. New routines, new drawers, new ways of doing things. "Of course," she said. He had already turned away. For the next 2 weeks, Ven family dentistry became ordinary by repetition. Ordinary did not mean comforting. It only meant predictable. The front door stuck in damp weather. The reception bell gave a delicate double chime no matter how lightly someone entered. The fluorescent light above room 3 hummed, one note flatter than the others. Dr. Ven washed his hands before and after every patient with the same exact number of motions, as though he had been taught by someone severe and never forgiven the lesson. Eleven learned where the alginate was kept, which drawer held the cotton rolls, which patients wanted silence, and which needed a hand on the shoulder before the chair lowered. Mrs. Kettle refused to remove her cardigan. Mr. Barlow gagged on bite wings unless he held his left thumb tightly in his right fist. Little Owen Price counted backward from 100 whenever the suction started, because his father had told him brave boys liked machines. Eleven was good with them. Too good. Perhaps you have a gift. Dr. Ven said after she talked a shaking woman through a crown preparation without tears. Eleven peeled off her gloves. People mostly need to know what's happening. No, he said softly. People mostly need to believe it will be over. She did not answer. That sentence followed her into the break room. where she ate crackers from a plastic container and watched rain beat on the high window. It followed her home to the rented room above a florist, where every night smelled faintly of dying lilies. It followed her into sleep. People mostly need to believe it will be over. When Eleven was 8, her mother's boyfriend, Glenn, had lived in their house for 11 months. He had smiled with one side of his mouth and called her little bird because she was quiet. When he was in a good mood, quiet was praised. When he was in a bad mood, quiet became evidence of disrespect. So Eleven learned a better expression: pleasant, open, harmless. A face that said she had not heard the breaking glass, had not seen the bruise on her mother's wrist, had not understood why certain doors closed. Once, after Glenn threw a plate hard enough to split the cupboard door, Eleven's mother knelt in front of her and whispered, "Don't make it worse." Eleven had smiled, not because she was happy, because smiling made adults less interested in what she knew. At the clinic, this old skill became useful. Patients trusted her because she never looked alarmed. She kept her voice low, her hands steady, her expression warm without being intimate. She could make fear feel embarrassing, then help people put it away. On a Thursday afternoon, a new patient arrived without an appointment. His name was Graham Lyle. He was listed in the system for a consultation the following week, but he stood at reception at 3:12 p.m. with one hand pressed to his jaw and rain shining on his coat. He was in his 40s, large-framed, with painter's tape stuck to one sleeve. His eyes kept moving toward Dr. Ven's closed office door. "I need to speak with him," Graham said. The receptionist, Marcy, glanced at the schedule. "Doctor's fully booked today. Not about my tooth." His voice was low, but Eleven heard it from the hallway. Marcy's smile tightened. "Then perhaps you should call later." Graham looked at Eleven. For one strange second, she felt he recognized her. Not her face, exactly, but something in the way she stood between rooms, neither entering nor leaving. "Please," he said, "before he sees anyone else." Dr. Ven appeared behind her so silently that Eleven felt the air change before she heard him. "Graham," he said. What a surprise. The man's mouth worked as if words were caught behind his teeth. Eleven noticed then that one of his front teeth was gray at the root. Dr. Ven placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Come through. We'll take care of that discomfort." Graham did not move. His eyes stayed on Eleven. "I wrote it down," he said. Dr. Ven's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly. Eleven saw it. She also saw Graham swallow whatever he had been about to say. In room 2, she prepared the tray while Dr. Ven spoke to him in a tone soft enough to be mistaken for mercy. No extraction was scheduled. No consent form was signed. Yet, Dr. Ven asked for forceps, gauze, elevator, suction. Graham trembled when the chair reclined. Eleven leaned near him. "You're doing fine," she said automatically. His eyes filled with panic. "No," he whispered through numb lips. "That's what he wants." The suction roared. Dr. Ven's light hummed overhead. 20 minutes later, Graham Lyle walked out through reception, smiling broadly. His lips stretched around fresh gauze, his eyes dry and empty. On the tray lay one gray-rooted tooth, and from Dr. Ven's office. Behind the closed door came the soft click of glass. The tooth should have gone into a biohazard container. That was the first clear fact Eleven held on to. Because facts, unlike feelings, could be arranged. Extracted teeth were not souvenirs. Not anymore. Not unless disinfected, documented, and given back to the patient under specific circumstances. Graham Lyle had not asked for his tooth. He had walked out smiling around gauze, his coat still damp from rain, his expression wiped clean of whatever urgency had brought him to the clinic. The gray-rooted tooth remained on the tray. Eleven stood beside it after Dr. Ven left the room, listening to the suction hose drip quietly into the trap. A smear of blood darkened the gauze beneath the tooth. The enamel was cracked near the gum line. A tiny piece of soft tissue clung to one root. She did not touch it. Instead, she removed her gloves, put on new ones, and reached for the disposal cup. Not that one. Dr. Ven's voice came from the doorway. Eleven turned. He stood with his hands folded before him. White coat, unmarked. Face mild. "I'm sorry," she said. "Mr. Lyle requested that we keep it for observation." There had been no such request. Eleven knew this with the same bodily certainty with which she knew the shape of forceps in her palm. Graham had barely been able to speak. His eyes had pleaded with her above the mask, above the light, above Dr. Ven's soft instructions. I wrote it down. That was what he had said in reception. Now the words seemed to sit inside the room like something misplaced. "Observation?" Eleven asked. "Pathology." Dr. Ven said. "Possible internal resorption. Old trauma. I keep unusual cases." His smile did not change, but the room felt smaller around it. Eleven stepped back from the tray. Of course. He collected the tooth himself, not with the disposal cup, not with a sample vial from the drawer, but with a square of clean gauze folded twice. He lifted it delicately, as if accepting something fragile from a child. The next morning, Graham Lyle's appointment disappeared. Eleven noticed while confirming the week's schedule. His consultation, originally set for Tuesday at 10:30, was no longer listed as canceled or completed. It was simply gone. There was a blank space between Mrs. Kettle's Leanh check and a new patient exam for someone named Adelaide Cross. "Marcy," Eleven called from the front desk. "Did Mr. Lyle reschedule?" Marcy looked up from the insurance forms. Her red reading glasses sat low on her nose. "Who?" "Graham Lyle. He came in yesterday. Pain in his front tooth." Marcy frowned at the screen. "I don't remember a Graham." "You spoke to him." "Did I?" The answer was light, almost amused. But Eleven saw the small confusion beneath it. Marcy clicked through the calendar, then patient search, then archived notes. Nothing came up. "Maybe you're thinking of Mr. Raid. Grafton," Marcy said. "He had a filling." "No. This man came without an appointment." "Well, that would be in the walk-in log." The walk-in log lay open beside the keyboard. 3 names from yesterday. A denture repair. A chipped molar. A child with a loose spacer. No Graham Lyle. Eleven's mouth went dry. From the hall, Dr. Ven called. "Eleven, would you mind preparing room 1? His tone was ordinary. That made it worse. The morning moved forward with the dull insistence of routine. Patients arrived, sat, opened their mouths, rinsed, paid, left. Doctor. Ven hummed under his breath during cleanings. Not a song exactly, but 3 notes repeated until they became part of the fluorescent light. Eleven assisted. She passed instruments. She changed barriers. She told a teenage girl the pressure would feel strange but not sharp. At lunch, while Marcy went out for soup and Dr. Ven shut himself in the records room. Eleven entered his office. She told herself she only wanted to check. The cabinet stood where it always had, its small jars bright in the weak noon light. The old labels were written in black ink, each in the same precise hand. Some listed dates, some had initials, some had clinical descriptions: impacted canine, fractured premolar, retained deciduous tooth. She scanned the shelves until she saw it. Graham Lyle. The label was new. The ink had not fully dried. It gleamed faintly where the final E curved downward. Inside the jar floated the gray-rooted tooth. It looked cleaner now, suspended in clear solution. The cracked enamel turned toward the glass. But at the bottom of the jar, beneath the root, a thin red thread drifted like something still unwinding. Eleven leaned closer. The tooth tapped the glass. Once, her breath stopped. The jar clouded from the inside, as if someone had exhaled into it. A voice emerged, faint and broken, not from the room, but from the wet interior of the jar. Tell them. Under the floor. Eleven gripped the edge of the cabinet. The voice scraped on, losing shape between syllables. Tell them he keeps more than. A sound came from the hallway. The soft, careful step of polished shoes. Eleven straightened too quickly, knocking one of the older jars with her sleeve. It rocked against its neighbor with a delicate click. In the jar labeled Graham Lyle, the tooth turned slowly by itself, root upward now, like a finger pointing down. Behind her, Dr. Ven said, "You shouldn't listen while they're still learning how to speak." Dr. Ven did not sound angry. That was what unsettled Eleven most. He stood in the doorway of his office with one hand resting lightly on the frame, as if he had found her admiring an antique rather than leaning toward a cabinet of teeth while one whispered from inside a jar. "You shouldn't listen while they're still learning how to speak," he had said. For a moment, the words had no place to go. Then he smiled. "A poor joke," he added. "Forgive me." Dentists develop strange humor after enough years alone with open mouths. Eleven managed something like a laugh. It came out too small. "I'm sorry. I thought I heard the pipes." Dr. Ven supplied gently. "This building carries sound in peculiar ways. Heat ducts, old plumbing, hollow walls. Sometimes a noise from the basement sounds as though it's coming from a drawer." He crossed the room and adjusted the jar labeled Graham Lyle with 2 fingers, turning the label perfectly forward again. The tooth no longer moved. "I didn't mean to pry," Eleven said. "No harm done." His eyes stayed on the cabinet. Curiosity is natural in medical work. Dangerous. Occasionally, but natural. That evening, Eleven went home, determined to become sensible again. She bought soup from the market, burned her tongue on it, and sat at the small table in her rented room above the florist while rain worried at the window. She wrote down every possible explanation in her notebook. Fatigue, new job stress, old clinic noises, suggestion caused by the specimen cabinet, Graham's anxiety affecting her own memory, Marcy's clerical mistake, a patient with a similar name, Dr. Ben's bad joke. The list looked reasonable until she read it twice. Then it looked like a person stacking furniture against a door. On Friday morning, the clinic smelled stronger than usual. The sweet undertone, thick beneath the antiseptic. Eleanor noticed it as soon as she stepped inside. Marcy was watering the reception plants, humming cheerfully beside the empty fish tank. "Long night?" Marcy asked. "Not really. You look pale." "Bad soup." Marcy made a sympathetic face and returned to the fern. The schedule showed 8 patients. Routine cleanings. 1 crown seat, 2 new exams. Eleanor checked each chart, prepared each room, and tried not to look toward Dr. Ven's office. At Noah Patruzecchi. The first impossible record appeared. Adelaide Cross. The new patient, scheduled for 10, was marked completed. Eleanor frowned at the screen. The appointment remained in its slot, but the status bar had changed from confirmed to completed in pale green letters. Under provider notes, a single line had been entered. Treatment tolerated well. Smile restored. No one had arrived yet. Eleanor clicked into the chart. No medical history completed. No x-rays. No consent form. No billing code except one she did not recognize, K17. "Marcy," she said carefully, "did you check in Adelaide Cross?" Marcy rolled her chair over. "Not yet. She called yesterday to confirm. Her appointment's marked completed." "That's odd." Marcy tapped at the keyboard. Lips pursed. Probably the system lagging. "It's ancient. Doctor refuses to replace it. Can you change it back?" "I'll try after calls." The reception bell chimed. A woman in a camel coat stepped inside, shaking rain from a black umbrella. She was perhaps 60, elegant in the way of people who had learned to keep distress expensive looking. One gloved hand hovered near her mouth. "Adelaide Cross?" Marcy asked brightly. The woman nodded. Eleanor watched the chart on the screen. For 1 second, the green completed bar flickered. Then it settled, as if relieved. Adelaide Cross did not behave like a woman arriving for a dental exam. She kept glancing over her shoulder at the street. In room 1, while Eleanor clipped the paper bib around her neck, Adelaide caught her wrist. "Is he always here?" Dr. Skade. "Ven?" The woman's fingers were cold through Eleanor's glove. "I made a mistake coming back." Eleanor lowered her voice. "Do you want to leave?" Adelaide looked toward the closed door. Her lipstick was carefully applied, but the lower edge had begun to feather into the fine lines around her mouth. "I tried to tell my sister," she whispered. "But every time I open my mouth, I forget the first word." Before Eleanor could answer, Dr. Ven entered. "Adelaide," he said with soft delight. After all these years, the woman released Eleanor's wrist. The exam lasted 12 minutes. No injection. No drilling. Only Dr. Ven's mirror, probe, and that 3-note hum beneath the light. Eleanor saw no decay severe enough to explain the way Adelaide's hands twisted in her lap. When it was over, Adelaide sat up smiling, not politely, completely. Her face had emptied around the expression. She thanked Dr. Venn, thanked Eleven, thanked Marcy at the desk, and walked into the rain without opening her umbrella. At lunch, Eleven found the new jar in the cabinet. Adelaide Cross. The tooth inside was a narrow lower incisor with a line of red at the root. The liquid around it was full of tiny bubbles. When Eleven leaned close, 3 voices whispered at once. Graham's voice, under the floor. Adelaide's voice, my sister knows the first word, and a third voice, older and thinner, breathing through the glass. Don't let him finish the smile. Behind her, in reception, the computer gave a soft notification chime. Eleven returned to the desk and looked at the afternoon schedule. Every remaining patient was already marked completed. Eleven stared at the screen until the pale green bars seemed to press forward through the glass. 4 names. 4 appointment blocks. 4 identical notes entered at times that had not happened yet. Treatment tolerated well. Smile restored. The phrase appeared beneath each chart like a stamp placed over a mouth. Marcy, Eleven said. But Marcy had gone to the supply closet, and Dr. Venn was with Adelaide Cross in the checkout area, speaking in the low, reassuring voice he used on patients after pain had been made tidy. Adelaide stood with her umbrella hanging closed from her wrist, rainwater pooling around her shoes. Her smile did not weaken. It had the glossy patience of a mask drying on skin. When she left, Eleven tasted blood. She touched her tongue to the inside of her cheek, expecting to find where she had bitten herself. There was nothing. No cut. No sore place. Only the copper taste spreading warm and intimate across her mouth. Dr. Venn looked at her from reception. Are you all right? Yes, she said too quickly. He smiled. For the rest of the afternoon, the clinic behaved as if it had already lived through everything once and was politely waiting for Eleven to catch up. The patients arrived in order. Mr. Rowan with the cracked molar, a college girl named Tessa Bell who kept checking her phone beneath the dental bib, an old retired school principal, Victor Hames, who asked 3 times whether the back door still opened onto the alley. Each chart had been marked completed before they entered. Each patient came intense, carrying some unspoken pressure behind their lips. Each left smiling, and each time one of them smiled at Eleven. The blood taste returned. With Mr. Rowan, it was faint, like biting foil. With Tessa Bell, it was stronger, threaded with something sour and medicinal. With Victor Hames, it flooded her mouth so suddenly that she had to turn away from the reception desk and swallow twice. The old man paused by the door. For a moment, his smile slipped. His eyes focused on Eleven with terrible effort. Basement, he breathed. Then his lips lifted again, obedient and bright. Marcy waved goodbye to him. See you in 6 months. Mr. Hames. No, he said pleasantly. You won't? The bell chimed as he left. By 5:30, rain had darkened the windows until the street outside looked drowned. Marcy put on her coat, complaining about the weather and the bakery closing early. Dr. Venn told Eleven she could leave as soon as she finished resetting room 3. I thought we only used rooms 1 and 2 today, Eleven said. He was at his office door, one hand on the knob. We may need 3 tomorrow. The door closed behind him. Eleven went to room 3. The fluorescent light hummed overhead. one note too low. The chair had been reclined flat. A clean bib lay clipped at the neck rest, though she knew she had removed all the bibs that morning. On the tray sat a wrapped mirror, a wrapped explorer, cotton pliers, gauze, and a small, empty specimen jar. No label. She packed everything away with hands that wanted to shake. At 6, she took her coat from the staff hook and walked toward reception. The clinic lights were off except for the narrow hallway bulbs, which cast yellow pools along the floor. The front door waited at the end, its dark glass reflecting her shape. She reached it. The key turned in the lock. The door did not open. Eleven tried again, then pulled harder. The deadbolt slid. The handle moved, but the door held fast, as if sealed from the other side. Behind her, the hallway light hummed. She turned back. The hall was longer than it had been. Not impossibly long at first, just wrong by a few yards. The door to room 2 sat farther away than it should have. Dr. Ven's office had shifted back into shadow, beyond it, where the wall should have ended in the sterilization room. Another stretch of corridor continued under dimmer, older lights. Eleven stood very still. The wallpaper there was different. Not the faded cream paint of the clinic, but green patterned paper, peeling at the seams. Framed certificates hung crookedly along it, their glass clouded with age. A wooden sign read, "Surgery." Then family dentistry had no surgery wing. She moved toward it because the front door would not open, and because fear, when cornered, sometimes disguises itself as investigation. The air grew warmer as she walked. The sweet smell thickened. Under it came ether, old blood, and something dry, like powdered bone. One treatment room stood open on the left. Inside was an older dental chair with cracked leather straps hanging from its arms. A basin sat beside it, stained brown at the drain. From Dr. Ven's office came the clicking of many jars. Eleven backed away, but the corridor behind her no longer showed reception. It led instead to another room, then another, each older than the last. Gas lamps mounted on walls, cabinets with yellow drawers, a painted sign advertising painless extractions. The clinic was stretching backward through its own history. Then the cabinet voices began. Not one whisper now. Many. They seeped through the walls, thin and wet, overlapping. Under the floor. "My sister knows. Don't let him finish." "Eleven," she froze. The voices continued clicking around her name like teeth in a cup. Then one voice rose clearer than the others. Soft. Familiar. Impossible. "Little bird." Eleven's breath broke in her chest. No one had called her that since Glenn. From the dark end of the corridor, a child began to hum Dr. Ven's 3-note tune. "Little bird." The name did not echo. It settled. Eleven stood in the stretched corridor with the old surgery rooms breathing around her. And for several seconds she was 8 years old again. Small enough to fit behind the laundry hamper. Quiet enough to hear adults decide what version of the truth would survive the night. "Little bird." The voice had not been Glenn's exactly. It had been wetter, thinner, caught in glass. But it had known the shape of the name. It had known where to put the softness, how to make it sound like affection covering a hand around the throat. The humming continued from the dark end of the corridor. 3 notes. Dr. Ven's tune. Eleanor forced herself to move. She did not go toward the humming. Some part of her, older than reason, understood that the sound wanted to be followed. Instead, she turned toward the only familiar thing left, the faint line of yellow light beneath Dr. Dollar, Ven's office door. The corridor resisted her. The floor seemed longer with every step. Doors passed on either side, showing glimpses of rooms that smelled of ether and damp cotton. In one, a metal tray held instruments too large for mouths. In another, rows of plaster casts sat on shelves, all upper jaws, all smiling without faces. At last, she reached Dr. Ven's office. The door was unlocked. Inside, the clinic looked almost normal again. Books, desk, leather chair, the glass cabinet with its teeth. But the office was colder than before, and every jar in the cabinet had turned slightly, each label facing outward as if an audience had arranged itself. Eleanor did not look closely. Behind the desk, partly hidden by a hanging anatomical chart, was the locked door he had called private records on her first day. The door she would not need. The key was in the lock. That frightened her more than if it had been bolted shut. She looked once toward the glass cabinet. Something clicked inside it, gently impatient. Then she turned the key. The door opened not into a records room, but into the sterilization room behind the office, though it was larger than it should have been, much larger. The walls were tiled in old white squares, cracked and yellowed at the grout. Steel counters ran along both sides. Autoclaves sat cold and open like little ovens. Above them hung cabinets with frosted glass fronts. The air inside was wet with antiseptic sweetness. Eleanor stepped in. The door swung shut behind her without sound. On the nearest counter lay dental molds, dozens of them. They were arranged in neat rows. Upper and lower impressions locked together by rubber bands, each tagged with a name and date. Some were recent, poured in clean white plaster. Others were old and yellow, the plaster chipped, the bite marks softened by age. Each mouth was frozen mid-clench. Eleanor read the first tag, Graham Lyle. Beside it, Adelaide Cross, then Victor Hames, then names she did not know. Names from years, decades, dates written in Dr. Ven's steady black hand. She opened the first wall cabinet. Files filled the shelves, packed too tightly, their folders swollen with age. She pulled one at random. Margaret Bell, Ichen Jobai Josha Su. Inside were dental charts, X-rays, and handwritten notes. The clinical entries were brief. Almost bored, recurrent decay. Extraction recommended. Patient anxious. But beneath them, paper clipped to the back, was another note. Patient intended to report husband for injuries to foster child. Removed left lateral incisor. Statement incomplete afterward. Smile stable. Eleanor's hands went cold. She opened another. Frank Morley. Ichen Jobai Bashachi. Threatened to expose police arrangement regarding accident on Route 6. Upper canine retained. Memory softened. Public complaint withdrawn. Another, June Patterson. Liang tried to tell daughter about brother. Lower molar. Truth contained. The room seemed to tilt around her. These were not dental records. Not only, they were inventories of interrupted confessions, maps of silences made permanent. Each extraction was paired not with infection or trauma, but with something someone had nearly said. At the far end of the sterilization room stood another cabinet. This one was not glass-fronted like the display in the office. It was metal, tall and old, with many narrow drawers. Each drawer had a label slot. Eleanh approached slowly, her shoes sticking faintly to the tile. The first drawer read, adultery. The next, fraud. Then, violence, neglect, inheritance, drowning, children. The word made her stop, not because it was the worst, but because it was too broad, too quiet. Too much could fit inside it. She pulled the drawer open. Inside were jars, smaller than the ones in the office, tightly packed. Each contained a tooth suspended in clear liquid. Each label held a patient name, a date, and a fragment of a sentence. I saw him take her into the shed. She was breathing when we left. My mother said not to tell. He kept the money after the fire. Elean's chest tightened as she read them. They were not conditions. They were beginnings. Confessions cut off before consequence could form. A jar near the back had no dust on it. She reached for it. The label read, Glenn Morick, Ichen Jobai Josaba. For a moment, the room lost all sound. Glenn, her mother's boyfriend. His surname had been Morick. Eleanh had not spoken it aloud in more than 20 years. The tooth inside was a broad molar with a dark filling. Beneath the name, in smaller writing, was a fragment. The girl saw what I did too. The sentence ended there. Eleanh gripped the jar so tightly the glass hurt her palm. Behind the drawer, hidden in the shadowed metal track, something pale caught her eye. Not another jar. A folder, folded thin and pushed far back. She pulled it free. The tab had been written in older ink. Elo and Hart was not the name on it. The file was labeled, Elsie Morick, keep quiet until she learns to smile. The file was thinner than the others. That seemed wrong to Eleanh before she understood anything else. A child's file should have been thick with forms. Notes. Consent signatures. Small records of ordinary care. Cleanings. Fillings. Fluoride treatments. Growth charts written in blue dental shorthand. This one held only 9 pages. The first was an intake form dated June 14. Ichen Jobai Joshaba. Patient name, Elsie Morick. Age, 8. Guardian, Marla Morick. Emergency contact, Glenn Morick. Eleanh stared at that old name until it no longer felt like language. Elsie had been sealed away so thoroughly that seeing it on paper felt like finding a baby tooth under skin. Her mother had changed both their names after they left Glenn, though Eleanh had never asked why she chose Hart. A simple name, a clean name, something without roots. The handwriting on the form was her mother's, uneven, pressed too hard. Under reason for visit, Marla had written, night grinding, mouth injury. Eleanh turned the page. There was an X-ray, a child's jaw, ghostly and open. Adult teeth waiting beneath small ones like secrets under floorboards. One lower molar had a dark mark near the root. Beside it, Dr. Venn had written, patient, unusually compliant. Watches adults before answering. Smiles when questioned. Elean's throat tightened. She remembered almost nothing about that appointment. That was not true. She remembered the waiting room fish tank with no fish. She remembered green chairs. She remembered her mother's hand closing around her shoulder whenever Glenn shifted in his seat. She remembered Dr. Venn kneeling in front of her, smelling faintly of peppermint and soap, saying, "Open just a little wider, Elsie." And she remembered wanting, with the whole desperate force of her small body, not to make anything worse. She turned another page. A note had been stapled to the chart. Child witnessed domestic assault. Possible knowledge of basement incident. Guardian, male, agitated. Mother unstable. Recommend containment rather than report. Community disruption likely. Elowen read the line again. Recommend containment rather than report. The room seemed to pulse with the autoclave's dead metal silence. There were more notes beneath it. Extraction performed. Lower right primary molar. No clinical necessity. Subject settled afterward. Smiling response adequate. No clinical necessity. Elowen pressed a hand over her mouth. Her tongue found the gap that was no longer there. The place where a child's tooth had once been taken and replaced by an adult one that had grown in slightly crooked. She had always thought she lost that tooth naturally. Her mother had told her she cried all night from an abscess. Glenn had brought her ice cream afterward and called her brave. No, not brave. Quiet. At the back of the file was a narrow slip of paper, older than the others, folded twice. She opened it carefully. Keep her quiet until she learns to smile. The same sentence from the folder tab, written as an instruction rather than a note. Below it, in a different hand, were 4 words. She already knows how. Elowen did not realize she was crying until one tear struck the paper and blurred the ink. A sound came from the metal cabinet. Not a click, a murmur. The drawer labeled Children had begun to move, sliding open by itself inch by inch. Inside, the jars trembled in their slots. Tiny teeth knocked gently against glass. Baby teeth, molars, canines, premolars with short unfinished roots. Some labels held names. Some held only initials. Some held fragments so small they were almost worse than full sentences. Daddy said she fell. I wasn't asleep when the priest told us. Mommy was in the trunk. Elowen backed away. But the room answered by opening more drawers. Fraud slid out. Violence. Inheritance. Neglect. Each drawer revealed rows of jars, and each jar began to whisper. The words overlapped until they became weather. He signed both names. She was breathing. Under the floor. The money was for the clinic. Don't let him finish the smile. Then, from the drawer in Elowen's hand, Glenn Morrick's molar struck its jar hard enough to crack the glass. A dark thread leaked into the clear liquid. The voice inside was thick, furious, and afraid. She saw me put him there. Elowen stopped breathing. Put who there? The file folder slipped from her hand. Paper spread across the tile like spilled teeth. Beneath the childhood chart, tucked into the back cover where she had not seen it before, was a black and white photograph. A basement floor. Wet concrete. A little girl standing at the bottom of wooden stairs in a nightgown. And behind her, half hidden by shadow, Dr. Silas Venn was holding a pair of extraction forceps in one hand and smiling directly at the camera. Dr. Silas Venn was smiling directly at the camera. Not at whoever held it. At the little girl on the stairs. At Elsie. At Elowen. She held the photograph so close that the wet shine on the basement floor blurred into one dark surface. The child in the nightgown had one hand pressed to her mouth. Her hair was tangled from sleep. Her bare feet were planted on the lowest step. Toes curled against the wood as if she had been told not to come any farther and had come anyway. Behind her, the concrete floor had been opened. Not fully, just enough. A rectangular patch had been cut near the old furnace. The edges jagged and damp. Something wrapped in a blue tarp lay beside it. The tarp was small enough to be a dog, large enough to be a child. And Eleven felt her body understand before her mind permitted the shape to mean anything. Glenn's voice scraped from the cracked jar. She saw me put him there. The room answered in whispers. Basement, under the floor. She was breathing. No, Eleven whispered. It was not a denial of the photograph. It was a denial of the part of herself that recognized it. Memory did not return as a scene. It returned as texture, cold stair wood under her feet, the smell of wet concrete and cigarette smoke, her mother crying somewhere above her. Not loudly, because loud crying had consequences. Glenn whispering, "Go back upstairs." Little bird, the blue tarp shifting once. Not much, but enough. A sound from inside it that might have been a breath. Then, Dr. Ven's hand on her shoulder. Not Glenn's. Dr. Ven's. Warm. Dry. Reassuring. You don't need to keep that, he had told her. She had thought he meant the fear. He had meant the truth. A key turned in the sterilization room door. Eleven folded the photograph against her chest as Dr. Ven entered. He looked older in the tiled light, not frail, but preserved past nature, as if age had polished him instead of wearing him down. His white coat was immaculate. His hands were bare. Eleven, he said, with the sad patience of someone finding a child with scissors. You have made yourself suffer unnecessarily. The drawers remained open around her. Teeth clicked softly in their jars. Who was in the tarp? She asked. Dr. Ven glanced at the photograph, then at her face. A boy from the neighboring house, he said. His name was Carden Vale. Glenn killed him after a dispute over stolen tools. Your mother knew. You saw enough to ruin 3 families. Eleven could not move. You knew, my dear? Everyone knew enough. The words were gentle. That made them monstrous. He walked to the counter and picked up her childhood file, straightening its pages with careful fingers. Briar Glen is a small town. Small towns survive by preventing certain truths from becoming public property. A husband's temper, a minister's habit, a banker's theft, a girl's accusation, a body under concrete. Left alone, these things spread. They infect schools, churches, marriages, businesses. One mouth opens, then another. Soon no one can live with anyone. The jars whispered louder. Predator, liar, dentist, doctor. Ven tapped one glass lid lightly, and the voices shrank. I provided a service. You took their teeth. I took the part of the story they could not stop worrying with their tongue. He looked almost tenderly toward the cabinet. People believe truth lives in the heart or mind. It doesn't. It lives in the mouth, behind the teeth, waiting for pressure. Eleven remembered every frightened patient. Graham Lyle saying he wrote it down. Adelaide Cross, forgetting the first word. Victor Hames, saying basement, before his smile returned. The town protected you, she said. The town thanked me. Doctor, Ven corrected. Some openly, most by continuing to come in for cleanings. The old drawers shivered. He stepped closer. Your mother brought you to me because she understood something you have spent your whole life pretending not to know. Silence can be mercy. Silence can be shelter. You built a life from what I gave you. Eleven wanted to reject it. But the truth struck deeper than disgust. Her calm voice, her steady hands, the way she smiled at fear until it folded itself away, the way she had watched Graham beg without helping him, the way she had told patients they were doing fine while something essential was being taken. Maybe her calmness had not survived that chair. Maybe it had been made there. Doctor, Ven held out his hand. Come with me, he said. There is no shame in learning the family practice. The fluorescent light above them began to hum his three-note tune. Eleven looked down at the photograph again. The little girl in the nightgown was no longer covering her mouth. In the picture, Elsie Morrick was smiling. Eleven knew that smile. She had worn it through school assemblies, job interviews, medical appointments, landlord conversations, men raising their voices in bars, dentists leaning over children, doctors dismissing pain, patients squeezing her wrist in panic. It was the expression people praised as composure. It was the face that had earned her work. Trust, references, safety. It had begun in Dr. Ven's chair. The realization did not break her. That surprised her. She had expected memory to return like a scream. But it arrived with a colder intimacy, as if some locked room in her body had quietly opened and revealed itself furnished. Dr. Ven's hand remained extended. Come, he said. You have always understood the work around them. The drawers whispered in fragments. The voices were weaker now under his attention, but not silent. They pressed against glass, against labels, against the neat categories he had built for crimes that were never meant to meet one another. Adultery, creed, violence, neglect, children. Every drawer was an index of someone's relief. Someone had walked out of this clinic grateful that a spouse no longer accused. A witness no longer testified. A child no longer remembered. A sister no longer found the first word. Eleven looked at Dr. Ven's hand. It was clean. That seemed important. No scars. No stains. No tremor. A hand that had touched thousands of mouths and left the town believing pain was normal so long as it ended with a smile. What happens if they speak? She asked. He softened, mistaking the question for interest. At first, confusion, distress, confessions without order, old police reports reopened by people who no longer recall why they lied, families collapsing over things the dead carried quietly, reputations ruined, children learning what protected them and what merely preserved the adults. He sighed. Truth is not medicine. Eleven, used carelessly. It poisons. And what are you, a practitioner? No. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. You're a lock. Something changed in his face then. Not anger exactly. The smile remained, but the kindness withdrew from it, leaving the structure visible beneath. A lock prevents harm. A lock also keeps people trapped. The drawers began to rattle. A tooth struck glass. Then another. The sound passed through the room like rain hardening into hail. Dr. Venn glanced toward the cabinet, and for the first time Eleven saw irritation in him. Not fear. Not yet. Annoyance. The annoyance of a man whose instruments had begun making noise without permission. Eleven, he said, do not confuse release with justice. Graham Lyle said he wrote it down. He was planning to expose his brother-in-law's accounts. A family business would have failed. Adelaide Cross? Her sister had built a life. Victor Hames? Old men confuse remorse with duty. And Carden Vale? Dr. Venn's expression stilled. The drawers rattled harder. Carden, he said, was already beyond help. The words struck something in the room. The jar holding Glenmorrick's molar cracked from lid to base. A dark line opened through the glass. Liquid slipped out over Elewen's fingers. Warm as saliva. Then the voice inside it roared. No longer thin. No longer contained. She saw him move. The room went silent. Even Dr. Venn stopped breathing. Elewen looked at the photograph. The tarp beside the opened concrete. The little girl on the stairs. The dentist behind her. Not beyond help. Moving. The truth. Once freed by a crack no wider than a hair. Entered her whole. Carden Vale had been alive when Dr. Venn arrived. Alive when Glenn panicked. Alive when the town's gentle dentist decided that one dead child was less disruptive than 3 ruined families. A trial. A scandal. A reputation for rot. You didn't just hide what happened. Elewen whispered. You chose the ending. Dr. Venn stepped toward her. She threw the jar. Not at him. At the office cabinet visible through the open sterilization door. The molar jar struck the glass-fronted display with a sharp, bright sound. For half a second, the cabinet held. Then one crack branched into many. Racing shelf to shelf. Label to label. A white fracture spreading through reflection. Dr. Venn lunged. Elewen grabbed the metal drawer labeled Children and pulled with both hands. It came free from the cabinet track. Heavier than she expected. Full of teeth and stopped sentences. She swung it against the nearest autoclave. Jars shattered. Glass burst over the tile. Clear fluid splashed her scrubs. Her throat, her face. Voices filled the room. Not whispers now. Names, dates, beginnings, endings, accusations. Some screamed. Some sobbed. Some spoke with terrible calm. The sterilization room lights flickered. Somewhere beyond the wall, reception phones began ringing all at once. The old treatment chairs groaned in their empty rooms. The fish tank filter in the waiting room choked and coughed like someone surfacing from water. Dr. Venn caught Elewen by the wrist. His grip was strong. You have no idea what you've done. For a moment, she was 8 again. Someone bigger holding her still. Someone telling her silence was survival. Then Graham Lyle's voice cried from the broken cabinet. Under the floor of room 3, Adelaide Cross. My sister's first word was basement. Victor Hames. He sealed them before they were dead. Elewen twisted free and ran into Dr. Venn's office. The display cabinet had cracked open. Jars trembling at the edge of their shelves. Teeth clicked and spun in their liquid. Labels peeled from glass. But at the center of the middle shelf stood a jar she had not seen before. It was empty, clean, waiting. The label faced outward in Dr. Tootie. Ven's perfect black handwriting. Eleven Hart calmness, professional compliance, smile incomplete. Behind her, Dr. Ven said, very softly, open wide. Dr. Ven's voice came from behind her with the softness of a bedtime command. Eleven did not turn. The empty jar stood in the cracked display cabinet, clearer than every other object in the room. Its glass had no dust, no fingerprint, no cloudy residue from preserved roots. It looked newly made, hungry. Somehow, in the way emptiness can feel more intentional than fullness. Eleven Hart, calmness, professional compliance, smile incomplete. The words fixed her in place. Not because they frightened her, because they were accurate. Behind her, Dr. Ven took one step closer. The clinic shook with voices now. Phones rang from reception. Drawers slammed open and shut in the sterilization room. Somewhere down the impossible older corridor, a child was crying, not loudly, but with the careful restraint of someone afraid of being heard. Eleven, Dr. Ven said, you have done enough damage. She picked up the porcelain model of the upper jaw from his desk. It was heavier than it looked. You can still stop this, he said. Help me collect what has been released. Help me put the town back in order. Eleven looked at the model in her hand, at its neat artificial teeth arranged in a permanent bite. Then she drove it into the cabinet. The glass gave way. Jars fell. Some shattered on the rug. Others rolled intact beneath the desk, knocking against chair legs, clicking like frantic fingernails. Liquid spread across the polished floor, teeth scattered through it. No longer specimens, no longer evidence sealed in clean display. The voices became human. For one unbearable moment, Eleven heard them all. Graham Lyle naming the ledger under his brother-in-law's paint shop. Adelaide Cross remembering the first word of the letter she had written to her sister. Victor Hames describing the floor in room 3 and the men who poured new concrete over old breathing. Children naming basements, sheds, cars, riverbanks, Sunday school rooms, locked pantries, uncles, mothers, neighbors, ministers, police officers, dentists, and beneath them, small and close, Elsie Morrick said he was alive. Dr. Ven made a sound Eleven had never heard from him before. Not pain, offense, as if the world had behaved indecently in his presence. He seized her shoulder, fingers digging into the muscle near her neck. She swung the porcelain jaw backward. It struck his cheekbone with a dull crack. He staggered, one hand rising to his face. For the first time, his smile broke, not emotionally, physically. One of his perfect front teeth loosened and slipped downward against his lower lip. The room went silent. Dr. Ven touched the tooth with 2 fingers. His eyes changed. Eleven understood then why he had preserved so many others. Not sentiment, not science, not even control alone. Fear. He had spent decades surrounded by teeth because he knew every truth had a root. He knew one of his own might someday come loose. The loose tooth dropped from his mouth into his palm. All the remaining jars turned toward him. "Doctor," Ven closed his fist. "No," he whispered. The clinic lights flared white. Elewen ran. This time, the front door opened. She burst into rain just as the reception windows flashed behind her with a soft yellow glow, warm and domestic as a lamp left on for someone coming home. Across the street, the bakery was dark. The barber pole had stopped turning. No cars passed on Tallow Street. Behind her, voices poured from the broken clinic. Then the door swung shut. The sound ended. Elewen stood on the pavement in soaked scrubs, blood and preserving fluid cooling on her skin. The photograph of the basement folded inside her pocket. In the morning, she thought, she would go to the police. She would show them room 3, the cabinet, the files, the floor, the names. She kept thinking this while she walked to the station. She kept thinking it while the officer at the front desk smiled too politely and asked if she was feeling well. She kept thinking it when she reached into her pocket and found only a blank square of photographic paper. By sunrise, Ven Family Dentistry was open. The front windows glowed with soft yellow light. The green chairs waited in reception. The fish tank filter hummed over clear water in an empty castle. A fresh sign on the desk read, "New patients, welcome. Doctor." Silas Ven stood behind the counter, one cheek faintly bruised, his smile restored. Beside him sat a new assistant. She was young, perhaps 25, with careful hands and a pleasant face trained into warmth. Her name tag read Mara Klein. She greeted each patient gently, told them the doctor would see them soon, and never once looked toward the glass case in the office. The cabinet had been repaired. Most jars sat still, but near the center, one small jar trembled whenever a patient paused before answering a question. Its label was turned slightly away from the room. Inside floated a clean white tooth with a crooked edge. And when Mara Klein leaned close at closing time, wondering why the glass had clicked, a voice whispered from inside it, "Don't smile yet. Some horror hides inside monsters. But this story is about the terror of being trained to survive by becoming quiet. Doctor, Ven's clinic is frightening because it turns silence into treatment and calls obedience a cure. Elewen's greatest fear is not only that the dentist stole something from her, but that she spent years using the same calmness on others. Maybe the most dangerous smiles are not false because they hide sadness. Maybe they are false because they teach the world that nothing needs to change. What truths have we mistaken for trouble simply because someone told us not to speak? Story 4. The book arrived at midnight, though the library had closed at 6. Marion Bellwether was still inside because the town council had sent another letter about budget realities, a phrase she had come to hate for its cowardice. It meant fewer hours, fewer staff, fewer repairs to the East Reading Room, where the ceiling had begun to blister like old skin. It meant, though no one would say it plainly, that Briar Glen Public Library was becoming an heirloom too expensive to keep. She sat alone at the circulation desk beneath the green glass lamp, writing careful notes in the margin of the council letter. Marion had always believed that neat handwriting was a kind of defense. Disorder entered the world through careless people, through missing forms, unsigned permissions, oral promises, and memories trusted more than paper. A record, properly kept, could outlive panic. Outside the tall front windows, Briar Glen's main street lay dry and silver under the June moon. The pavement had not seen rain in 11 days. The hydrangeas in the library beds had curled brown at the edges, and the old bronze statue of the town founder looked powdered with dust. So when the return box gave a heavy metal clunk near the front doors, Marian looked up sharply. For a moment, she did not move. The sound had been too stolid, the padded bottom receiving weight. People sometimes returned books late at night. Teenagers did it to avoid fines. Parents did it after remembering a stack of picture books in the back seat. But no footsteps had crossed the front walk. No headlights had swept the windows. No shadow had passed the door. Marian waited, listening. The library made its small after-hours sounds around her. Pipes settling, old wood shifting, the faint electric hum of the emergency exit sign. From the children's room, where she had turned off every light, came the dry tick of the wall clock. Then the smell reached her. Rain. Not the idea of rain. Not damp stone after sprinklers. But true rain, cold, mineral, and fresh from gutters. Marian stood slowly. The council letter slid from her lap onto the floor. She took the brass key ring from the drawer and walked to the return box. Her reflection moved beside her in the dark front windows, older than she expected, with gray hair pinned too tightly at the back of her head and a cardigan buttoned wrong at the throat. She noticed that only because she never buttoned things wrong. The return box was built into the vestibule wall. A dented steel mouth painted library blue. Marian unlocked the inner compartment and pulled it open. A book lay inside. It was soaked. Water ran from its corners and gathered in the metal tray, dripping in thin threads onto the floor. The book's cloth cover had once been red. Perhaps, though time and water had darkened it to the color of old liver. Its spine was swollen, its pages pressed outward in a warped fan. A paper date slip clung to the inside cover, softened, almost transparent. Marian stared at it, irritated first, then puzzled. People damaged books constantly in pretended innocence. They returned novels with coffee rings, gardening manuals with soil in the gutter, cookbooks smelling of onion. But this was different. The book looked as if it had been pulled from a ditch. She carried it to the desk with both hands. Water spotted the carpet behind her. The title emerged when she tilted the cover beneath the lamp. The Orchard at the Edge of the World. Marian knew most of the library's old holdings by instinct, if not by memory. And this title touched something in her like a fingertip pressed lightly to a bruise. A children's novel. Perhaps one of those strange, melancholy books from the 70s. All Lonely Girls and Impossible Gardens. She opened the front cover. The checkout pocket was still there. New barcode. No modern label. Just the old cream card pocket stamped with the Briar Glen Public Library seal. An elm tree. Above an open book. Marian had removed most of these pockets years ago during catalog conversion. But some older volumes had escaped in storage. The borrower card remained tucked inside. Her annoyance sharpened into professional curiosity. She eased it out carefully. The last stamped due date was June 14. Ichen Jobai Bashase, 42 years. Marian gave a short, humorless breath. Then she noticed the handwriting beneath the stamped date. It was small, slanted, and written in faded blue ink. Lydia Rusk. The name made the library seem to grow quieter around her. Marion had not heard it spoken in years, though Briar Glen had once been full of it. Lydia Rusk, 13 years old. Last seen near the library after summer reading club. Lydia Rusk, who had supposedly run away. Lydia Rusk, whose mother had gone door to door with a photograph until people stopped opening up. Lydia Rusk, whose name had eventually become one of those town facts no one mentioned unless they wanted the room to sour. Marion touched the card with one finger. The ink should not have survived so clearly. She opened the book farther. Several pages near the beginning had been marked in pencil, not underlined exactly, but annotated in the margins with cramped notes. The orchard moves when no one admits where the path begins. A child's thought. Marion told herself. A dramatic child. Girls wrote strange things in books all the time, especially lonely girls who wanted the world to notice their sadness. Another note appeared 3 pages later. If I am gone, check the blue drawer. She knows which one. Marion's throat tightened. There were many blue drawers in the old library. Supply drawers. Index drawers. The narrow cabinet beneath the local history desk. But the sentence did not feel general. It had the unpleasant intimacy of a hand closing over her wrist. She turned back to the borrower card, intending to place it in an evidence envelope. Though evidence for what she could not have said. The card was wet now. The blue ink had begun to bleed. Lydia Rusk's name blurred. Marion blinked, leaned closer, and watched as the letters thinned like thread pulled through cloth. The name did not wash away. It changed, stroke by stroke, curve by curve. The old handwriting rearranged itself into another name. Not Lydia Rusk, Marion Bellwether. Beneath it, in the same faded ink, someone had written, "Return too late." Marion did not touch the book again for almost 5 minutes. She stood behind the circulation desk with both hands flat on the wood, looking down at the borrower card as if discipline alone might return the letters to their proper shape. In all her years at Briar Glen Public Library, she had repaired torn pages, mediated arguments over overdue fines, calmed children who had lost their parents between shelves, and once removed a dead squirrel from the biography section with a copy paper box and the composure of a surgeon. She had never seen ink rewrite itself. At least, she decided after the first minute. She had never seen anything that could not later be explained. Water-distorted paper. Old ink moved strangely when wet. A tired mind, trapped too long under fluorescent light, could make patterns out of stains. She was 56 years old, had eaten nothing since a banana at noon, and had spent the evening calculating how many library hours could be cut before the town began calling the building underused. That was all. She took 3 paper towels from the staff sink, folded them into a square, and pressed them lightly against the checkout card. When she lifted them, the name remained. Marion Bellwether. Returned too late. The words looked less like handwriting now and more like a verdict. Marion placed the card inside an archival sleeve, then regretted doing it because archival sleeves were for preservation, and she did not want this preserved. She wanted it explained, corrected, filed under a category that did not touch her. The old book itself she wrapped in absorbent cloth and carried to the small conservation cabinet behind her office. The cabinet had a lock, though everyone on staff knew where she kept the key. There were no rare collections in Briar Glen, only old town directories, brittle newspapers, school yearbooks, and the kind of local memoirs families donated when cleaning out dead relatives' houses. Still, Marian locked the cabinet. Then she checked the lock twice. The next morning began as every morning began. Marian arrived at 7:45, 15 minutes before assistant staff, 30 before the first patrons, 45 before the mothers with strollers began pushing through the automatic doors. She unlocked the front entrance, disarmed the alarm, turned on the lamps in the reading room instead of the overhead lights because old people preferred warmth even when they complained about dimness, and collected the previous night's returns. 3 mysteries, 2 board books, 1 DVD from a series no one watched anymore, and a paperback western smelling faintly of tobacco. No soaked children's novel, no impossible card. She let herself breathe. Briar Glen Public Library had once been the pride of the town. A brick building with arched windows, oak tables, brass lamps, and a marble plaque near the entrance listing donors whose grandchildren now argued against property taxes. Marian had started there at 16 as a page. Shelving books after school for Mrs. Elspeth Vane, the former head librarian. Mrs. Vane had believed in order the way some people believed in God. People will lie to you, she used to say, sliding borrower cards into their pockets with precise fingers. Paper only lies when people teach it how. Marian had loved her for that. At home, Marian's mother forgot appointments, hid bills in cookbooks, cried over things she later denied, saying Marian's father had left early enough to become a photograph rather than a person. School felt loud and slippery, full of girls who could change alliances between lunch and algebra. But the library was different. The library had systems. If a book was removed, a card remained. If a question was asked, an answer could be located. If a child disappeared, there would be a file, a clipping, a date, a last known place, unless someone failed to keep it properly. By 10, the library filled with its usual soft weather, pages turning, chairs scraping, the printer coughing, the children's room bright with forced cheer. Marian moved through it all with her practiced calm. She corrected a misplaced atlas. She reminded a boy not to climb the radiator. She helped Mr. Alden find large print westerns even though he called her Miss Bell as if she were still 17. At 11:20, Mrs. Coralie Fitch came in with her cane and her lavender coat. Marian saw her from the desk and felt a small tightening behind her ribs. Coralie Fitch had known everyone. Worse, she remembered them. Marian, the old woman said, lowering a tote bag onto the counter. I found these in my back room. Thought the library might want them. Inside were old summer reading certificates, browned at the edges. Marian smiled automatically. How thoughtful. Coralie leaned closer. Some from '84. I think that was the year of that poor Rusk girl, wasn't it? The stamp in Marian's hand came down too hard. A red due date bled across the receipt paper. I believe so, Marian said. You were around then. I worked here after school. Coralie watched her with pale, watery eyes. You girls were about the same age. No, Marian said. Too quickly. Lydia was younger. The old woman's expression changed. Not much. Only enough to suggest she had heard something under the answer. Well, Coralie said softly. Time rearranges children after they're gone. Marion placed the certificates aside without looking at them. I'll review these when I have a chance. The day continued. Patrons came and went. The council letter waited in her office. At 5:50, Marion made the closing announcement. At 6, she locked the doors. At 6:10, she stood before the conservation cabinet with the key in her hand. She needed simply to confirm that the book was still there. The cabinet was locked. The cloth inside was damp, but empty. Marion turned around slowly. On the circulation desk, beneath the green glass lamp, lay The Orchard at the Edge of the World, open to its first page. Beside it, freshly stamped in red, was a new due date, June 14. Ichenjo by Bashise. Marion did not scream. She had never trusted screaming. Screaming belonged to people who believed sound could change a fact. Instead, she stood very still and looked at the book lying open beneath the lamp, its damp pages breathing slightly in the heated air. The new stamp on the slip was bright. Impossible red. June 14. Ichenjo by Bashise. The ink gleamed as if it had just left the pad. Marion looked toward her office, then toward the locked conservation cabinet beyond it. She could see the brass key still hanging from the cabinet lock. She could see the towel inside through the half-open door, collapsed where the book had been. There were no wet footprints on the carpet between the office and the desk. No disturbed papers. No sign that anyone had entered. She walked to the front doors and checked them. Locked. She checked the side entrance. Locked. The meeting room door. Staff door. Basement door. Emergency exit. All locked. When she returned to the circulation desk, the book had not moved. Somehow that made it worse. Marion forced herself into procedure. Procedure was a rope over deep water. She opened the incident log and wrote, "Unidentified returned item found after closing. Possible cataloging anomaly. Check source records." She did not write, "Book moved by itself." She did not write, "Name changed." She did not write, "Lydia Rusk." The library catalog was still open on the computer from earlier. Marion touched the mouse. The screen woke to the usual blue and white interface. Calm and ugly and practical. She searched the title first. The Orchard at the Edge of the World. One result. The record said the book had been withdrawn in 1997 due to water damage. Marion frowned. If that were true, it should have been discarded nearly 30 years ago. She clicked the item history. There were only 4 checkouts. May 1979. October 1981. June 1984. And then, beneath those, a new line that had not been there when she converted the catalog years ago. Borrower. Bellwether. Mariani. Checked out. June 14. Ichenjo by Bashise. Status. Not returned. Her fingers left the keyboard. The book was on the desk. It had been returned. She had held it. She had wrapped it in cloth and locked it away. But the catalog insisted it remained missing. And worse, that she was the one who had kept it. Marion opened the old local database. The one containing digitized newspaper clippings, town notices, obituaries, school records, and missing person references. She typed Lydia Rusk. No results. She typed it again with quotation marks. No results. That was wrong. Lydia Rusk had been in the archive for decades. There had been a newspaper clipping from June 1984. Another from July. A brief anniversary piece in 1994. And a scanned missing flyer with Lydia's unsmiling school photograph. Marion had seen them. She had cataloged them. She could picture the subject headings herself. Rusk. Lydia Ann, missing persons, Briar Glen. She searched Rusk. This time the database gave her 6 results. Property tax notices. A church bake sale announcement. 1 obituary. And a borrower registration card. Marion clicked it. The scanned card filled the screen. Rusk. Lydian. Library card issued. September 3. Echen Jobai Bosher. Status. Active. Active. Marion sat down slowly. The borrower history attached to the card was ordinary. Too ordinary. Picture books in childhood. Horse novels. Astronomy guides. A cookbook checked out in 1991. A gardening manual in 2003. A large print mystery in 2021. Lydia Rusk. According to the library, had lived a complete and unremarkable borrowing life. She had never disappeared. Marion printed the record. The printer began to whir behind the desk, then stopped halfway through the page. Its small screen flashed, load paper. Though the tray was full, the book's pages lifted in a faint draft. Marion turned back to it. The first chapter began with a child entering an orchard through a gap in a hedge. The printed words were ordinary enough, but the margins were crowded with handwriting. Lydia's handwriting. If Marion allowed herself to think the name, small blue notes pressed close to the text, as if the writer had feared being overheard even by paper. Marion bent over the page. The orchard is not outside. It is behind the story room, where the green carpet used to end. Her mouth went dry. There had been no story room for 30 years. The children's wing had been renovated in 1992. The old carpet torn out. The wall removed. Most patrons remembered only the bright open room with alphabet rugs and plastic bins. But Marion remembered the old room. Narrow, dim, windowless, with green carpet and low shelves that smelled of paste and dust. She turned another page. If you crawl under the puppet shelf, you can hear them in the wall. Mrs. V says not to listen. Mrs. V. Elspeth Vane. Marion felt the old name enter her like cold air. Another note waited near the bottom of the page, darker than the rest. Pressed so hard the pencil had scarred the paper. Marnie saw the blue drawer. Marnie knows I didn't run. No one had called Marion Marnie since she was 16. No one living. Anyway, from the children's room, where every light was off, came the soft scrape of a drawer opening. The sound came again, a slow wooden scrape from the dark children's room, followed by a small knock, as if a drawer had reached the end of its track. Marion stood behind the circulation desk with the open book beneath her hands and listened until the silence became humiliating. She was not a frightened child. She was the head librarian of Briar Glen Public Library. She was a woman who had managed leaking ceilings, budget meetings, patron complaints, unattended children, and town officials who spoke of community spaces while refusing to fund them. A drawer opening in an old building did not mean anything. Wood swelled. Metal runners loosened. The children's room had an entire wall of low cabinets, any one of which might have shifted after the heat of the day. She closed the book. The cover was still damp. Moisture, she said aloud. The words sounded thin in the empty library, but it helped. Moisture could explain warped pages. Warped pages could lift in drafts. Old ink could blur. Software could corrupt. Catalogs migrated poorly when towns underpaid contractors. Memory exaggerated. Stress shaped coincidence. By the time Marion crossed into the children's room, she had built almost enough explanation to stand on. The room waited under moonlight from the high windows. Animal posters smiled from the walls. Plastic chairs sat upside down on tables. The puppet shelf stood in the corner, though it was not the old puppet shelf Lydia's note had mentioned. That one had been heavier. Wooden, painted yellow, with a red curtain that always smelled faintly of dust. The cabinet beneath the craft supplies was open. Only one drawer. The blue one. Marion stared at it for several seconds before pushing it shut with her foot. In the morning, she arrived early and called the catalog vendor before removing her coat. A young technician named Alec listened politely while she described duplicate records, corrupted borrower histories, and missing local archive results. Sounds like an indexing issue, he said. Can indexing issues create circulation history? There was a pause. Usually no, ma'am. Can they remove missing person files? Another pause. From your local database? We don't manage that side. Of course, Marion said. She hated how relieved she felt when Alex suggested a mold problem. Old buildings, old books, moisture exposure, he said. Mold can cause visual distortion, headaches too. If you've been working late down there, maybe get the HVAC checked. After hanging up, Marion wrote HVAC mold inspection on a yellow legal pad and underlined it twice. The underlining steadied her. Then Mr. Alden arrived before opening, tapping on the glass with his library card until she let him in. You moved the westerns, he accused. I did not. They were farther back yesterday. The shelves have not moved. He squinted past her, toward the circulation desk. Lydia in yet? Marion's hand tightened around the key ring. Who? Lydia Rusk. He said the name casually, impatient with her slowness. She usually comes Thursdays. Gets the large print mysteries before I can. Marion looked at him, at his white eyebrows, his liver-spotted hands, his raincoat despite the dry heat. Mr. Alden, she said carefully. Lydia Rusk disappeared in 1984. His face wrinkled in irritation. Don't be morbid. She was in here last week asking after the orchard book. What did she look like? Old, he said. Same as the rest of us. At 10:30, Mrs. Fitch returned for her tote bag. Marion had placed the summer reading certificates in an acid-free folder, though she had not yet examined them. The folder sat on the desk between them like something sleeping. Corley, Marion said, surprising herself with the woman's first name. Do you remember Lydia Rusk? Mrs. Fitch's eyes sharpened. Everyone remembers Lydia. Do you remember what happened to her? The old woman lowered one gloved hand to the counter. That depends which record you're asking. I'm asking you. I remember her mother crying in my kitchen, Coralie said. I remember men from the town office pretending concern. I remember Mrs. Vane telling people not to spread panic in a place for children. Marion felt the words Mrs. Vane settle around her shoulders. Then Coralie tilted her head. But I also remember something else now. What? I remember a bellwether girl on the missing posters. Marion did not move. Coralie's voice softened. Small face. Dark hair. Serious mouth. The sort of child who looked older than she was. That's not possible. No, Coralie said. It shouldn't be. After she left, Marion went to the archive. The archive occupied the rear basement room, cool and narrow, with metal shelves, map cabinets, old town ledgers, and the original borrower drawers rescued from the pre-digital era. Marion had always found comfort there. Every card in its place. Every name alphabetized. Every life reduced to dates and titles and the democratic privacy of borrowing. She opened the R drawer. The cards whispered against one another. Rusk. Lydia Ann was there. The ink on the card was moving. Marion watched, unable to breathe, as titles appeared line by line in careful blue handwriting. Books Lydia had supposedly borrowed after 1984. Books from years when she should have been gone. Gardening, taxes, grief, arthritis, travel, widowhood. A complete life writing itself backward. Then, from the B drawer behind her, came the dry flutter of cards shifting on their own. Marion turned. One card had slid halfway out. Bellwether. Marion. Leanh. Beneath her name, in fresh blue ink. A new line wrote itself while she watched. Last scene, children's room. June 14. Ich enjoy Bashase. The card finished writing Marion's disappearance in a hand she almost recognized. Not Lydia's. Not Mrs. Vane's. Not her own exactly. But something made from all three. The careful slant of a schoolgirl trying to be neat. The severe pressure of an old librarian's pen. The small, disciplined letters Marion used when she wanted no one to see her shaking. Last scene, children's room. June 14. Iten Jobai Basha Se. The archive lights hummed overhead. Marion reached for the card, then stopped. Touching it felt dangerous in a way she could not explain. As if the card were not recording a fact but waiting for her to agree with one. She stepped back instead and struck her hip against the metal drawer behind her. Cards shivered softly in their rows. For a moment, she smelled rain, then mildew, then the faint, waxy sweetness of children's crayons. She left the archive without turning off the light. Upstairs. The library had changed. Not dramatically. That would have been easier. There were no floating books. No bleeding walls. No ghostly child standing between the stacks. But the main reading room had become subtly mismeasured. The distance from the basement door to the circulation desk was longer than it should have been. Marion knew every inch of that walk. She had crossed it for 40 years with carts. Boxes. Armloads of returns. And once a fainting patron. It was 24 steps if she walked briskly. That night it took 37. She counted because counting was something to hold. At step 18, she passed the reference shelves. At step 24, she should have reached the desk. Instead, she was still beside the genealogy section, where old town histories leaned in cracked plastic covers. At step 31, the overhead lights dimmed. and the brass reading lamp seemed farther away. Little green islands in a room made suddenly too wide. The carpet gave a damp sound beneath her shoes. Marian looked down. A trail of wet footprints crossed the aisle ahead of her. Small ones, child-sized. They led from the direction of the children's room toward the circulation desk, then vanished at the exact place where the returned book lay open beneath the lamp. Marian's first thought was absurdly practical. The carpet would stain. Her second thought came colder. The footprints were not arriving. They were leaving. She checked the time on the wall clock above the front doors. The hands did not show an hour. The minute hand pointed to June. The hour hand pointed to 14. Marian blinked. And for 1 second, the clock face was not a clock at all, but a round rubber date stamp. Its bands set in red ink. She took out her phone. Sidem, 12:00. M. She looked back at the clock. June 14. The library's other clocks answered from around the building. One by one. The children's room clock. The staff room clock. The little brass clock in the local history display. Each gave a soft, mechanical click. Each rearranged itself into a date. Not a time. June 14. June 14. June 14. Marian forced herself to walk to the desk. The book's pages were turning slowly, though there was no draft. The wet paper rasped against itself, stopping near the middle. More notes filled the margins now, crowding the printed story until the novel itself seemed incidental. A thin excuse for the handwriting that had invaded it. She said, "Records are doors." She said, "If a door closes cleanly, no one asks who is on the other side." Marnie cried, but still gave her the card. Marian shut the cover so hard the lamp flickered. "I did not," she said. The library gave no answer. Her phone buzzed in her hand. A calendar notification appeared. Summer Reading Club, 3 p.m. June 14. Ichen Jobai Bashasu. Marian had not created it. There was no reason for an event from 42 years ago to live in a phone she had bought last winter. She tried to delete it. The screen froze. Behind her, somewhere between fiction and biography, a girl whispered, "You're late." Marian turned. No one stood there. But the shelves had shifted. The aisle that should have led to the front doors now led deeper into the stacks. Fiction continued past the windows where the windows should have been. Row after row of books disappearing into a dimness that smelled of soaked paper. The exit sign glowed at the far end, impossibly distant, its red letters blurred by a mist that had begun to gather near the ceiling. Marian walked toward it. After a dozen steps, she reached the poetry section. The exit was farther away. She turned left, intending to cut through periodicals, but found herself before children's biographies. She turned right and came upon local history. Every aisle returned her to something older, something more personal. The building was not merely expanding. It was choosing. At last she stopped running and listened. A rubber stamp struck paper somewhere ahead. Once, twice. Again, Marian followed the sound through the damp, lengthening stacks until she reached the old card catalog cabinet in the center of the reading room. Its blue drawer stood open. Inside lay a single borrower card. The name at the top was no longer Lydia's. It was Marian's. And beneath it, in wet blue ink, the catalog had added one more line: replacement borrower accepted. The words did not look newly written anymore. They looked settled. as if they had always been waiting on the card and Marion had only now become the sort of person who could read them. She backed away from the catalog cabinet. The library around her breathed damply. Water threaded down the inside of the front windows, though the night outside remained dry. The long reading tables had drifted from their usual lines, angled like pews toward the children's room. The green glass lamps glowed with a weak underwater light. Somewhere in the stacks, the rubber stamp struck paper again and again. Slower now, patient as a pulse. Marion tried the front doors. The brass handles were cold enough to hurt. Beyond the glass, Main Street lay visible and ordinary. Parked cars, dark storefronts, the moon on the courthouse roof. She could see the real world no more than 6 inches beyond her hands. But when she pulled, the doors did not move. A slip of paper had been taped to the inside of the glass. She had not noticed it before. It was one of the library's old closure notices, typed on cream paper with the Briar Glen seal at the top. Children's room closed due to plumbing leak. Local history materials temporarily relocated. June 15. Ichen Jobai Bashasu. Marion remembered the sign. She remembered standing beside Mrs. Vane while the older woman taped it up. Remembered the smell of wet carpet and bleach. Remembered being told not to ask questions in front of patrons. Leaks invite rumors. Mrs. Vane had said. Marion had accepted that. At 16, she had accepted most things said by adults who knew where records belonged. The old local history room had been under the stairs then, before the renovation. A cramped room with file cabinets, town maps, school photographs, and newspapers bound in green volumes. It had been sealed after the leak, supposedly because mold made it unsafe. Later, when the new archive was built downstairs, the old room disappeared behind drywall and a display case of donated quilts. Marion had not thought of it in years. Now the quilt display stood a few feet away from the main staircase, its glass front filmed with condensation. Behind the hanging squares of faded calico, something knocked softly from inside the wall. Once, then again, not loud, not pleading, cataloging itself. Marion moved toward it with the feeling that she had been walking there all night, perhaps all her life, passing every other door because she was not yet desperate enough to open the correct one. The display case was locked, but the key was on her ring. Of course it was. The lock resisted, then turned with a wet click. She slid the glass aside. The quilts smelled of dust and cedar, but beneath them came the stronger odor of old water trapped where sunlight never reached. She lifted the center quilt. Behind it, the wall had a door, a narrow wooden one, painted the same beige as the plaster. No knob showed, only a recessed brass pull tarnished nearly black. Around its edges, the paint had cracked in a clean rectangle. Marion touched the pull. For an instant she saw her own hand smaller, younger, unspotted by age, with a bitten thumbnail and a blue ink smear on the side of the palm. Then she was herself again. She opened the door. Cold, damp air came out, carrying the smell of mildew, paste, soaked wool, and something faintly sweet underneath. Like flowers left too long in a vase. The room beyond was not large. It should not have been large. Yet the beam of Marion's phone light reached farther than it should have, crossing rows of filing cabinets, stacked ledger books, metal shelves, and boxes labeled in Mrs. Vane's precise black marker. The ceiling sloped low beneath the stairs. Pipes ran overhead, furred with corrosion. Water dripped steadily into a metal wastebasket placed at the center of the floor. A child's wooden chair sat beside it. Marian knew that chair. It had belonged in the old story room, one of 6 painted chairs shaped like animals. This one had a rabbit cut into the backrest. Children had loved it because one ear was chipped, making it look as if the rabbit had survived something. The chair was wet, not damp with basement moisture. Wet, as if someone had just come in from rain and sat there long enough to leave the seat shining. On the nearest table lay old newspaper clippings in careful stacks. Local girl missing after library program. Search continues. For Lydia Rusk. Police find no evidence of foul play. The headlines blurred as Marian's breath shortened. Beside them sat borrower ledgers from 1984. Their covers swollen, their pages warped. One ledger lay open to June. Several entries had been crossed out so heavily the paper was almost torn. Marian leaned closer. The crossed-out name was Lydia Rusk. Above it, in blue ink, another name had been written. Marian Bellwether. No, she whispered. But the room did not care for spoken corrections. At the back wall stood a card catalog cabinet she did not remember, smaller than the one upstairs. Dark blue. Its drawers were labeled by status instead of alphabet. Checked out. Returned. Damaged. Lost. Withdrawn. The bottom drawer bore a label typed in red. Unreturned. Marian's hand went numb around the drawer pull. Inside was a single card. She knew what it would say before she lifted it. Bellwether. Marianne. Leanh. Item borrowed. The orchard at the edge of the world. Due date. June 14. Ichenjo by Basha C. Status. Unreturned. At the bottom, in Lydia's small blue handwriting, someone had added, "She is still in the library." For several seconds, Marian understood the sentence only as a threat. Then the room around her seemed to fold inward, and she understood it as a correction. Not Lydia, Marian. The old local history room held its breath beneath the stairs. Water ticked into the metal wastebasket. The rabbit-backed chair shone in her phone light, its wet seat reflecting a broken little moon. The walls seemed too close now. The cabinets too tall. The stacks of paper arranged with an attention that felt less like preservation than accusation. Marian set the unreturned card on the table beside the clippings and opened the nearest ledger. The paper resisted her fingers, swollen from old damp. Names ran down the page in Mrs. Vane's severe black ink. Children who had attended summer reading club. Books issued. Permission slips received. The dates were ordinary until June 14. When ordinary things began crossing themselves out. Lydia Rusk, the orchard at the edge of the world. A hard black line had been drawn through Lydia's name. Above it, in younger, thinner handwriting, someone had written, Marian Bellwether. Marian knew that handwriting, at 16. She had still dotted her I's too carefully, her mouth filled with a metallic taste. No, she said, but softly now, because denial had started to feel childish in a room full of records. She turned the ledger page. A folded envelope had been pressed between the sheets. The glue had failed long ago. Inside were strips of paper torn from the margins of the book, each covered in Lydia's cramped blue writing. Mr. Harrow keeps the checks in the blue drawer. Mrs. V says children misunderstand adult business. If something happens to me, ask why the town pays for books that never arrive. Ask why the scholarship list changed after Mr. Bike. Harrow came downstairs. Marian's hands began to shake. Harrow. She had not thought of him in years. Silas Harrow. Town treasurer. Library board chairman. Donor. Father of 2 girls who wore velvet headbands and never spoke to Marian except to ask where the bathroom was. He had smiled in photographs with one hand on Mrs. Vane's shoulder. He had signed the check that saved the summer reading program the year Marian needed a college recommendation. The blue drawer. Marian saw it then, not fully. Not as memory at first, but as a color. Dark blue paint chipped near the handle. A drawer in Mrs. Vane's office. Lydia standing at it with wet hair stuck to her cheeks, though the day had been dry. Lydia whispering too quickly. Receipts. Checks. Names. Men who came after closing. A list of families whose fines disappeared. Whose donations became influence. Whose children received prizes already decided before essays were read. And underneath those papers, Lydia had found photographs, not of bodies, not anything so simple. Children seated in the old story room, smiling stiffly beside men from the library board, town office, school committee. Children whose complaints had become discipline notes. Children whose parents owed money, favors. Silence. Marian gripped the edge of the table until the wood hurt her palms. Lydia had not understood all of it, but she had understood enough to be afraid. Another folder lay beneath the clippings. Its tab read, Rusk. Lydia Ann incident materials. Do not circulate. Inside were police notes, interview summaries, newspaper drafts with entire paragraphs crossed out. Marian read them with growing coldness. Lydia had come to the library after hours on June 14. Ichenjo by Basha C. She had asked for Marian, not Mrs. Vane. Marian. Because Marian was almost her age. Because Marian was kind enough in the way quiet girls could be kind when adults were not watching. Because Marian had once shown her how to find old town budgets in local history. Because Lydia believed that knowing where records lived meant knowing what to do with them. There was a statement clipped to the folder. Marian recognized the paper before she read it. Her own witness statement. I did not see Lydia Rusk after the afternoon program. She returned her book before leaving. She seemed normal. At the bottom was Marian's teenage signature. Small, careful, obedient. But another sheet lay beneath it. Older looking, though. It should have been the same age. A draft, maybe. Or the first statement before Mrs. Vane taught her what useful truth sounded like. Lydia came back at 5:40. She was upset. She had papers from the blue drawer and notes in her book. She said Mr. Harrow would hurt her mother if she told. Mrs. Vane told me to take the borrower card and change it because no one would believe a girl who stole library property. I put Lydia's notes in the local history room. I heard her crying in the children's room after Mrs. Vane locked the door. The rest had been scratched out until the paper tore. Marian could not breathe around the shape of it. Not forgotten, buried. She remembered Mrs. Vane's hand on her shoulder, firm and almost tender. You are a good girl. Marnie. Good girls understand the difference between truth and damage. She remembered thinking of the scholarship letter waiting to be mailed. of leaving Briar Glen, of not becoming her mother. Trapped in a small house with unpaid bills and nervous apologies, she remembered Lydia's book in her hands, the borrower card sliding out, Lydia's name clear in blue ink. She remembered writing her own name above it because Mrs. Vane said temporary corrections were not lies. The room gave a soft creak. The rabbit chair had turned toward her. On its wet seat lay the orchard at the edge of the world. Open to a page near the end, a final strip of Lydia's handwriting filled the margin. Darker than all the others. Marnie, if you read this, please don't let them make me into a missing girl. I am right here, behind Marion. The sealed door clicked shut. The door clicked shut behind Marion with the soft certainty of a period at the end of a sentence. She turned at once and pulled the recessed brass handle. The door did not open. There was no lock on this side. No bolt. No visible latch. Only the same beige-painted wood she had entered through. Her phone light shook across it, catching old brush strokes, beads of moisture. One splinter shaped like a raised finger. Open, Marion said. The room answered with water. Drip, drip, drip. The sound struck the wastebasket at the center of the room. But now, each drop seemed to carry more than water. With every small metallic note, paper shifted on the shelves. Ledgers swelled open. File folders breathed apart. Cards stirred in their drawers like sleeping things disturbed by a name spoken too late. The library was not attacking her. That was the first clear thought Marion had. It was retrieving. For 42 years, this room had not rotted in darkness. It had kept itself. Mold had not eaten Lydia's notes. Damp had not dissolved the ink. Silverfish had not reduced the clippings to lace. The local history room had waited under the stairs while the public library above it modernized, repainted, digitized, and told patrons that certain materials had been lost to water damage. Lost. Marion almost laughed. Nothing here had been lost. Everything had been held. The borrower ledgers lay open on the table, their pages turning without wind. Each page showed a different version of June 14. Ichenjo by Bashasi, in one. Lydia borrowed the book and never returned it. In another. Marion borrowed it. In another. The line was blank. In another. Both girls' names overlapped until the ink became a dark bruise. Then the pages stopped. A sentence wrote itself across the ledger in the blue hand Marion had been trying not to recognize. A record is not the truth. A record is where someone put it. Marion sank into the chair nearest the table. Not the rabbit chair. Never that, though it faced her now with its chipped ear and shining seat. She understood suddenly why the library had changed so carefully. Why it had not simply shown her Lydia's ghost in a doorway or screamed the truth from the walls. That would have let Marion remain a witness. The library wanted her to understand that she had never been a witness. She had been a borrower, not of the book. Not only that, of Lydia's silence. Mrs. Vane had given it to her like a loan with no due date. Take this quiet. Marnie, keep it safe. Use it to leave town. Use it to become respectable. Use it to become the sort of woman people trust with keys. Children, archives, and public memory. And Marion had used it. She had gone to college on the recommendation, Mrs. Vane wrote. She had returned years later with a degree and a calm voice and a belief that institutions survived because some people knew how to keep disorder out. She had accepted the assistant librarian position, then the director position. She had stood before town council meetings and defended the library as a place of truth, learning, and public good. All while Lydia remained filed under missing. All while the book remained unreturned. The room darkened. At first, Marian thought her phone was dying, but the light still burned. The darkness came from the shelves, from between files, from old card drawers sliding open one by one. Names appeared on the exposed cards. Children from summer programs, parents who withdrew complaints, staff members who resigned quietly, donors whose generosity had been another form of locking doors. Not every story was Lydia's, but Lydia's story sat at the center like a wet stone dropped into paper, rippling outward through decades. The library had remembered all of them, not kindly, accurately. The book on the rabbit chair opened by itself. Marian looked. The printed story had vanished from the pages. Only Lydia's handwriting remained now, line after line, filling both margins and center, as if the book had finally stopped pretending to be anything else. I came back because Marnie knew where records lived. Mrs. Vane said I was making trouble. Mr. Harrow said my mother would lose the house. Marnie said wait here. Marian pressed a hand to her mouth. She remembered the children's room after closing, green carpet, puppet shelf, the smell of rain, though it had been dry. Lydia sitting in the rabbit chair with her knees together, clutching the book against her chest. Marian telling her she would get help. Marian taking the notes. Marian walking to Mrs. Vane's office because adults handled adult things. Marian remembered the moment she chose. Not when Mrs. Vane spoke. Before that, in the hallway, with Lydia crying behind her and the scholarship letter visible on Mrs. Vane's desk through the half-open door. She had already decided what kind of girl she wanted to be. The room's walls trembled. Somewhere above, in the present library, the return box opened and shut. Once, a voice came from inside the book, small, close, and terribly patient. You brought me back wrong. Marian lifted her eyes. The rabbit chair was empty now. Wet footprints led from it to the table, stopping beside her own shoes. The book's final blank page waited under the lamp. At the top, in red ink, a title appeared. Statement of Marian Elaine Bellwether. The title sat at the top of the blank page in red ink, clean and official, as if the book had become a form waiting for her signature. Marian did not pick up the pen beside it. There had not been a pen there a moment ago. It lay parallel to the book's spine, black, uncapped, its nib wet with blue ink. Mrs. Vane had used fountain pens. She claimed ballpoints made people careless because they did not demand pressure, attention, or consequence. Marian stared at the pen and felt something old move inside her. Not guilt yet. Guilt would have been too generous, too clean. What rose in her first was resentment, a haughty, ugly resentment that after 42 years of careful living, after serving the town, after keeping the library alive through neglect and budget cuts and the slow public abandonment of books, she was being asked to become one mistake, one frightened choice, one teenage failure. I was 16, she whispered. The wet footprints beside her did not move. I didn't know what they would do. The pages of the book remained blank beneath the red title. Marian heard Mrs. Vane's voice as clearly as if the old woman stood at her shoulder. Truth without order is just damage. There were other truths. Marion had learned them well. That Lydia's mother had been poor and unstable. That the town had already decided what kind of family the Rusks were. That Silas Harrow and the board would have crushed anything Lydia said. That Marion's statement had not killed Lydia. That silence was sometimes survival. That a library could not help anyone if scandal destroyed it. She reached for the pen. Her fingers touched it. The room brightened. For one moment she saw the public library as it might become if she wrote everything. Police cars outside beneath flashing lights. Reporters on the steps. Council members pretending shock. Old patrons seeing their family names dragged through files. Donors withdrawing money. Children pointing at her photograph online. Marion Bellwether. Respected librarian. Exposed as the woman who helped erase a missing girl. No, not woman. Girl. She had been a girl too. Her hand withdrew from the pen. The book's pages rippled. Disappointed. Marion stood so quickly the chair scraped backward. No, she said. Louder this time. No one gets to return after 40 years and demand a life. The sealed room trembled. She gathered the borrower cards first. Lydia's. Pairs. The cards from the open drawers. The ones bearing names she did not want to read. They fluttered against her chest like trapped moths. She snatched the old witness statement. The draft with her true words. The strips torn from the book. The scholarship list. The clippings naming Harrow and Vane and all the careful men who had hidden behind civic duty. If records had made this, records could unmake it. She found a metal trash can beside the file cabinets, half rusted, filled with brittle envelopes. Her lighter was in her cardigan pocket. She kept it for candles at memorial displays. Not because she smoked. Marion Bellwether did not smoke. Did not drink at lunch. Did not gossip. Did not lose forms. Did not let children leave without checking the sign-out sheet. She struck the lighter once. It failed. She struck it again. A small flame appeared. The first borrower card blackened at the corner. For an instant, relief flooded her so strongly that she nearly sobbed. Paper was only paper after all. Ink was only ink. A record was only where someone put the truth. And she could still choose where not to put it. Then rain fell from the ceiling. Not drops from a pipe. Not leakage. Rain. It came all at once. Cold and heavy. Hammering the sealed room. Striking ledgers. Soaking clippings. Running down Marion's face and neck. The flame vanished with a hiss. The cards in her hands did not dissolve. Instead, the blue ink grew darker, fresher, more alive. Above her, the library groaned. The sealed door blew open. Marion stumbled out beneath the staircase and into the main room, carrying wet evidence against her chest. The library had become a storm contained in brick. Rain fell from the rafters, from light fixtures, from the painted ceiling medallions. It streamed down the shelves and ran along the aisles in shallow currents. Books opened under the downpour without swelling, their pages turning to reveal margins crowded with blue handwriting. The circulation desk glowed ahead. The old date stamp sat beside the computer. The printer woke. Marion froze. It began to print with the steady confidence of a machine receiving instructions from far away. One slip emerged, then another, then a third, each curling into the tray like a tongue. She walked toward it because the room wanted her there, because every aisle had shifted to point at the desk, because the rain pushed against her back like hands. The top slip read, Briar Glen Public Library Final Checkout Notice. Below that, Borrower, Bellwether. Marion Elaine. Item, The Orchard at the Edge of the World. Checked out, June 14. Ichenjo by Basha C. June 14. Ichenjo by Basha C. Status, missing. The printer clicked again. A second slip emerged. This one was different. Missing, child report, local archive copy. Name, Marion Elaine Bellwether. Age, Sexton. Last seen, Briar Glen Public Library Children's Room. Date, June 14. Ichenjo by Basha Su. Marion reached for the paper, but the ink was already changing beneath her fingers. From somewhere in the rain-filled stacks, a girl's voice said, very softly, "Now they can look for you." The rain stopped before morning. It left no water on the floor. At 7:45, when the new head librarian arrived, Briar Glen Public Library smelled faintly of lemon polish, dust, and old paper warming under June light. The hydrangeas outside the front windows drooped brown at the edges. The bronze founder still stood dry on his pedestal. Main Street looked exactly as it had the day before, which was how Briar Glen preferred its disasters, invisible unless one knew where to look. The new head librarian was named Evelyn March. She was 43. Practical, efficient, and universally considered to have been the library's steady hand for years. Patrons liked the way she remembered their reading habits without making them feel watched. The town council trusted her because she used phrases like community engagement and measurable outcomes. Children liked her because she could do different voices for rabbits, foxes, and witches during story hour. No one found it strange when she unlocked the front doors. No one asked why the nameplate on the office door read Evelyn March, head librarian. No one remembered it had ever said anything else. Evelyn began the morning as mornings began. She disarmed the alarm, turned on the lamps in the reading room, collected the overnight returns, and placed them in careful stacks. Fiction, children's, media, damaged. One book gave her pause, not because it was wet or old or impossible, but because it had no barcode. It was a red cloth-bound children's novel called The Orchard at the Edge of the World. The cover was dry. The pages were dry, inside the front cover. However, a date slip remained in an old paper pocket, a relic from a system Evelyn had never personally used but still found charming in a sad way. The last stamped due date read, June 14, Ichenjo by Basha C. Beneath it, in faded blue ink, was a name, Marion Bellwether. Evelyn frowned. There was something familiar about the name, though not personally familiar. A local name, perhaps. One of those names attached to old roads. Endowments, or tragedies. People stopped explaining because everyone was supposed to know. She carried the book to the computer and searched the catalog. One record appeared. The Orchard at the Edge of the World. Withdrawn. Ichenjo by Josha Chi. Water damage. Then the screen flickered. The withdrawal note vanished. A new status appeared. Returned. Evelyn leaned back in her chair, annoyed. The catalog software had been unstable since the last update. She made a note to call support. then searched Marion Bellwether in the local archive. The results loaded slowly. A missing person file opened first. Bellwether. Marion. Elaine. Age. Sexton. Last seen June Neliatoista. Iten Jobai Bashisa. At Briar Glen Public Library, after assisting with the summer reading program. Witnesses stated she may have returned a library book shortly before disappearing. Evelyn stared at the school photograph attached to the file. The girl in the picture had dark hair, a serious mouth, and eyes that looked older than 16. She wore a blouse buttoned to the throat. One corner of the image had water damage, blurring the background into a gray stain. Evelyn clicked through the remaining documents. Search notices, newspaper clippings, a mother pleading for information, a quote from the former head librarian, Elspeth Vane, describing Marion as a responsible girl who loved books and would never have left without telling someone. There was also a brief mention of another girl, Lydia Rusk, who had reportedly helped with the search. Lydia Rusk had grown up. According to the archive, she had attended community college, married, divorced, worked for the county clerk, and later become one of the library's most loyal patrons. Her borrower history was long, ordinary, and complete. At 10:30, an elderly woman in a lavender coat entered with a tote bag. "Morning, Evelyn," she said. "Good morning. Mrs. Fitch?" Coralie Fitch placed the tote on the counter and looked at the red book beside the computer. For a moment, her face changed. Not with recognition exactly, but with the effort of resisting one. "My," she said softly. "That one again." Evelyn looked up. "You know it? I suppose I must." Coralie touched the counter but not the book, though whenever I try to remember why, my mind gives me someone else. "Someone else?" The old woman's eyes moved toward the children's room. "There used to be a girl," she said. "No. 2 girls. No." Her mouth tightened. "That's the trouble with this town. It never forgets. It only changes who paid the fine." Evelyn smiled politely because old patrons often spoke in riddles when lonely. By noon, the book had been cataloged for repair. By 3, it was gone from the repair cart. Evelyn found it later in the children's room, on a small wooden chair painted with a rabbit on the back. She did not remember owning such a chair. It was too old for the current furniture, too low, its chipped ear worn smooth by small hands. The book lay open on the seat. All its pages were blank except one. In the center, written in careful blue ink, was a single sentence. "A record is not the truth. A record is where someone put it." Evelyn closed the book and carried it to the conservation cabinet. She locked it inside, then checked the lock twice without knowing why. That night, at midnight, the return box opened by itself. The sound was soft but heavy, a wet thump in the dark. And from inside the locked cabinet, something began to drip. This story is about the terrible power of records. Who gets preserved? Who gets erased? And who benefits when the official version becomes more important than the human truth? Marion was not a monster in the obvious sense. She was something quieter and more familiar, a person who accepted one useful lie, then built an entire respectable life on top of it. Maybe the library was never haunted by Lydia alone. Maybe it was haunted by every truth that had been filed away under the wrong name. If Memory could rewrite one life to restore another. Whose record would you trust? Story 5. The first wrong thing about Route 19 was not the fog, though Gareth Lorne would remember the fog later. It came low over the streets before sunrise, pressing against the windshield in a soft gray sheet, turning every porch light into a blurred coin. Suburban fog always looked harmless from a distance. It softened fences, softened lawns, softened the dark windows of houses where no one had bothered to wake yet. But from the driver's seat of a school bus, fog was not beautiful. Fog was distance being taken away from you 1 yard at a time. Gareth drove with both hands on the wheel. The bus was older than the others in the depot, though not old enough to complain about. Its yellow paint had been polished into a dull shine, and its black lettering looked recently touched up. The number on the side read 19, clean and square beneath the driver's window. Inside, the seats smelled faintly of vinyl, pencil shavings, and something colder underneath, like wet leaves trapped under rubber mats. He had been told the route was simple, quiet neighborhood, the dispatcher had said, handing him the laminated sheet. Mostly transfers, a few pickups near Brookmere, then over toward St. Olven Elementary. Nothing complicated. Gareth had nodded, because nodding was easier than asking why they needed a substitute for a simple route in the middle of October. He had learned, over the years, that transportation offices disliked questions that sounded like worry. Worry made supervisors look at your file. Worry reminded them that you were temporary. So he took the sheet, checked the keys, walked around the bus with his flashlight, and told himself what he always told himself before a morning run. Follow the route, keep time, bring them in safe. At Chasse Patruzeciuno, he made the first turn into Holloway Crescent. The neighborhood looked as if it had been built for families that had quietly moved on without taking their silence with them. Ranch houses sat low behind wide lawns silvered with dew. Basketball hoops leaned over empty driveways. Newspapers darkened at the ends of walks. Several houses had curtains drawn so tightly they seemed sealed from inside. The first stop was marked beside a split-level house with blue shutters. No children waited there. Gareth slowed anyway, checked the mirror, and let the bus side to a stop beside the curb. The red lights flashed, painting the fog behind him in brief. Bloody pulses. He glanced down at the roster clipped beside his seat. 643, 118. Holloway Crescent, Pritchard, Owen. The house was dark. The porch was empty. No movement behind the front windows. Gareth reached for the radio, then stopped. A boy was standing at the curb. He had not come from the house. Gareth was certain of that. One moment the curb had been empty. The next, the boy stood there with a small brown lunchbox held in both hands. His hair combed flat and wet-looking, his face pale in the flashing red light. Gareth opened the door. The folding panels snapped apart with a breathy rubber sound. The boy climbed aboard without looking at him. He did not say good morning. He did not show a pass. He walked down the aisle with careful, quiet steps and sat in the fourth row on the right, lunchbox on his knees. Eyes turned toward the window. Gareth looked at the roster again. "Owen?" he called. The boy did not answer. Gareth waited another second, then closed the door. Children were strange in the morning. Some were shy. Some had parents who taught manners badly or not at all. Some carried the whole weather of their homes onto the bus and wore it like a coat. He pulled away from the curb. At the second stop, in front of a white colonial with peeling columns and a for sale sign half sunk in the grass, 2 children were waiting. That bothered him more. The house was empty. Not just asleep empty, but abandoned empty. The upstairs window had a starburst crack in the glass. Dead vines climbed the mailbox. The front walk was buried under brown leaves that had not been cleared in weeks. Still, 2 children stood side by side at the curb, a girl in a yellow raincoat and a smaller boy with one mitten. Their shoes were dark with moisture. Their faces were turned toward the bus before Gareth had fully stopped. He checked the roster. No pickup was listed at that address. The girl lifted one hand. Not a wave. A request. Gareth should have radioed dispatch then. He knew that. Unlisted students were not supposed to board. Not without authorization. Not without the school confirming their names. Procedures existed because the world became dangerous the moment adults decided a small exception did not matter. But the fog thickened behind them. The red lights blinked. Somewhere far off. A dog barked once and went silent. They were children. And the morning was cold. Gareth opened the door. They boarded without speaking. The girl's raincoat brushed his sleeve as she passed, and he felt dampness through the fabric of his jacket. Not rainwater, river-cold water. He looked toward the house. No parent stood in the doorway. No car warmed in the drive. No face watched from behind the glass. Names? He asked gently. Neither child turned. They sat behind the first boy, 1 row apart, all of them facing forward with their lunchboxes held neatly in their laps. By the 4th stop, Gareth had 5 children aboard and only 2 names checked on the list. By the 6th, he had 8. None of them spoke. None of them coughed, whispered, kicked the seats, unzipped backpacks, asked about friends, complained about breakfast, or made the small, restless noises that usually filled a school bus before sunrise. They sat as if listening to instructions Gareth could not hear. The route led him toward the edge of Brookmere, where the houses thinned and the road dipped under old trees. The fog was heavier there. It gathered between trunks and lay across the asphalt in slow drifts. Gareth turned on the defroster, but the windshield kept clouding at the edges. In the rearview mirror, every child had turned to look out the right side windows. All at once, Gareth followed their gaze. Beyond the trees, barely visible through the fog, stood the iron railings of an old bridge. A yellow road sign leaned near its entrance, streaked with rust. Bridge closed. Local access only. His route sheet told him to continue straight. So Gareth continued straight. The bus rolled past the bridge entrance, and as it did, the air inside changed. The smell under the vinyl rose sharply: mud, cold weeds, river stones disturbed after years in the dark. Something tapped once beneath the floor. Gareth tightened his hands on the wheel. In the mirror, the children were still watching the bridge, except for one. At the very back of the bus sat a child Gareth had not seen board. Small, motionless, soaked dark from collar to shoes. The child sat beneath the emergency exit, in a narrow space where Gareth was certain there had never been a seat. And above the child's head, fixed to the metal wall in clean black numbers, was a seat label that read, Leanh. The label 0 stayed in Gareth's mind long after the bus doors opened at St. Olwen Elementary and the living children began making ordinary noise around him. That was how he thought of them without meaning to. The living children. They pushed past one another with backpacks swinging, voices rising, shoes squeaking against the rubber steps. One boy shouted that he had forgotten his recorder. A girl in a purple coat asked if he would be driving tomorrow. Someone dropped a mitten near the front seat and came back for it with a shy, embarrassed smile. Normal children left evidence. Crumbs, scuffed floors, warm breath on the glass, the smell of cereal, toothpaste, damp wool, cheap shampoo. The others left almost nothing. By the time the bus emptied, Gareth had turned fully in his seat, expecting to see the silent children still sitting there, hands folded around their lunchboxes. But the rows were empty. Seat 4 on the right was dry. The girl's yellow raincoat had left no mark on the aisle. At the back, beneath the emergency exit, there was no narrow extra seat, no metal label, no soaked child watching the bridge recede behind them. There were only 2 bolts in the floor where a seat had once been mounted long ago. Gareth stood in the aisle for almost a minute, one hand on the seat back, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. He had driven buses for 23 years in one form or another. School routes, condenses, senior excursions, church groups, airport shuttles, charter trips to casinos where passengers came back quieter than they had boarded. He knew how vehicles sounded when something was wrong. He knew how children behaved when they were hiding trouble. He knew how fog could alter distance and how an anxious mind could turn a coat on a fence into a waiting person. He also knew that bolts did not imagine themselves. At the depot, he completed his post-trip inspection twice. He checked beneath every seat. He tested the rear emergency exit. He wiped his fingers along the back wall where the label had been and found only dust and a pale rectangular patch where some old sticker had been removed. He opened the trash bin near the driver's seat and found 3 juice boxes, a pencil without an eraser, and 1 folded permission slip signed by a parent he could actually account for. No brown lunchbox, no one-mitten boy, no river water soaking into the floor. Inside the transportation office, the fluorescent lights hummed with a comfortless steadiness. Gareth handed in his route sheet to Marla Kitt, the dispatcher, who wore reading glasses on a chain and kept a mug warmer plugged in beside her keyboard. "Anything to report?" she asked. Gareth looked at the sheet. Beside the listed names, he had made small pencil marks where the extra children had boarded. Not names, just dots. 8 of them. He imagined saying it aloud. Children got on at abandoned houses. There was a seat numbered 0. Something wet was sitting in the back of the bus. Instead, he said, "A few addresses may need updating." Marla did not look up. They always do. There were pickups not on the roster. That happens with transfers. They didn't give names. Now she looked at him, but only for a second. Then don't let them on. The words were simple. Proper, correct. Gareth nodded because correct words had always had a way of making him smaller. Rules were easy when spoken under office lights. They became harder at the curb, in the cold, with a child looking at you as if the door was the difference between mercy and abandonment. "Right," he said. "Of course." He went home after the afternoon run to his rented duplex on Wren Lane, where all his furniture looked temporary, though he had lived there 7 months. 1 plate, 1 mug, 2 chairs, one of them still holding a stack of unopened mail. His work shirts hung in identical order in the narrow closet. Washed every Sunday. Pressed every Monday. Each one with his name badge clipped to the pocket before dawn. Stability, he believed, was something a man could build by repetition. Put the keys in the blue dish. Fold the root sheet once. Set the alarm for 4:55. Sleep on the left side of the bed because the right side had never belonged to anyone and therefore could not be missed. On the refrigerator, held by a magnet from a transport safety seminar, was a letter from Ashwell Charter Services. He had not thrown it away because throwing it away would make it feel more official. Employment terminated following failure to comply with incident review procedures. That was how they had phrased it. Not because he had hurt anyone. Not because he had crashed. Not because the old woman on the casino trip had fallen while stepping down in the rain and broken her hip before anyone could reach her. Because after it happened, Gareth had said the handrail had been loose. Because he had said it more than once. Because the maintenance supervisor had told him, quietly, that the rail had passed inspection. And the company did not need a driver creating liability out of nerves. For 3 weeks, Gareth had tried to insist. Then the review board asked why he had driven the coach that morning if he believed the rail was unsafe. He had no answer that did not condemn him too. So he signed the revised statement. Weather conditions. Passenger misstep. No known defect. The woman's family settled. Gareth lost his job anyway. Since then, he had lived by one rule. Never say more than the paper could support. The next morning, fog lay over Holloway Crescent again. Ad chasse, patruzet chitré. The bus stopped before the dark house with blue shutters. The roster showed only Owen Pritchard. The curb was empty. Gareth exhaled slowly, relieved by the ordinary absence. Then the folding door opened by itself. Cold air climbed the steps. The pale boy with the brown lunchbox was already standing in the aisle, facing Gareth, his wet hair combed flat against his forehead. Behind him, one by one, the silent children filled the seats Gareth had left empty. And this time, on the roster beside names that had not been there yesterday, someone had written in faint pencil, "Follow the list." The words on the roster were not in Gareth's handwriting. He knew his own pencil marks. Small, hesitant dots placed lightly enough that he could erase them if someone asked why they were there. The new words were darker, pressed hard into the paper until the letters left shallow grooves. Follow the list. Gareth stared at the line while the bus idled at the curb. Door still open. Fog breathing up the steps. The pale boy with the brown lunchbox stood in the aisle as if waiting to be acknowledged. Behind him, the other children had taken their places without sound. The girl in the yellow raincoat sat in the 5th row today instead of the 3rd. The one mitten boy sat behind her, his bare hand folded tightly inside his sleeved arm. 2 older boys in stiff-collared shirts sat across from each other without meeting anyone's eyes. At the back, beneath the emergency exit, the narrow place where no seat should have been was empty. For the moment, Gareth looked again at the roster. There were names below Owen Pritchard now. Mallory, June, Keene, Thomas, Endos Vale, Elsie, Briggs, Carter, Hollis, Marion. The names were written in the same faint pencil, each beside an address on Holloway Crescent or one of the adjoining streets. But none of those addresses had been listed yesterday. None of them had appeared on the laminated district copy Marla had handed him. The paper looked older around the new writing. as if the additions had aged the fibers where they touched. "Owen?" Gareth said again. Softer this time. The pale boy turned his head. Not all the way. Just enough for Gareth to see one gray eye beneath the wet fringe of hair. "You're Owen Pritchard?" The boy's lips parted. For 1 second, Gareth thought he would speak. Instead, the boy lifted his brown lunchbox slightly, as though presenting proof. It was metal, not plastic. Brown paint chipped at the corners. A faded cartoon dog smiled on one side. The kind Gareth remembered from childhood cupboards and thrift store shelves. Its latch was dark with rust. Gareth glanced at the other children's lunches. The girl's lunchbox was yellow with white daisies. One older boy held a red tartan thermos, strapped with a leather band. Another had a paper sack folded twice at the top. But the paper had gone limp and soft at the edges, stained in a spreading oval. Nothing about them was impossible. That made it worse. They looked not like ghosts from a story, but like children from old photographs no one had labeled. Gareth closed the door because the cold was crawling into the bus, because traffic might come behind him, because rules had never prepared him for a child who might not exist but still had knees and shoes and a lunch packed by someone. The route continued. At each stop, the same thing happened. Houses that should have been empty produced waiting children. A ranch house with plywood over the garage windows. A brick bungalow with weeds grown high enough to swallow the path. A gray house with a collapsed porch swing moving gently in the windless morning. The children boarded one by one. No voices. No greetings. No hesitation. Gareth tried not to look at them too long in the mirror. But details forced themselves on him. A boy's wool coat had wooden toggles instead of a zipper. A girl wore a corduroy jumper over a blouse with a rounded collar. Several had shoes polished black but cracked white across the toes. Their backpacks were canvas. Square. Faded by years of handling that should have happened before many of them were born. At Shapta, Opt. He pulled into the circular drive at St. Olvan Elementary. The school was bright with motion. Parents leaned from car windows. Children ran crookedly under the weight of their bags. A crossing guard lifted one orange-gloved hand at Gareth and smiled. Normal life pressed against the bus from outside. Inside, the silent children remained still until the door opened. Then they rose together. Gareth watched carefully as they passed him. He counted them under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. The girl in the yellow raincoat paused beside his seat. For the first time, she looked at him directly. Her eyes were not empty. That would have been easier. They were patient and tired, like someone waiting for an adult to remember a promise. Her small hand rested on the top of the seat nearest the door. "Your name," Gareth whispered. "Tell me your name." She did not answer. She stepped down after the others. When the last of the regular students had gone, Gareth stood and moved to the seat she had touched. 5 wet fingerprints shone on the brown vinyl. He touched one. Cold water clung to his skin. Not condensation. Not melted fog. River water carried a smell with it. A mineral rot of silt and old leaves and things hidden below the surface. Gareth knew the smell from bridges, from drainage ditches, from summer storms that made roads disappear under brown current. He wiped the fingerprints with a paper towel. The towel came away gray. In the office, Marla was not at her desk. So Gareth used the small driver computer near the coffee machine. He searched the student database, one name at a time. Owen Pritchard, no active student, June Mallory. No active student. Thomas Keene. Elsie Vale. Carter Briggs. Marion Hollis. No active student. No active student. No active student. No active student. He tried district archives. Then transportation assignments. Nothing. The names sat in his mind like pebbles in a shoe. A printer stirred behind him. Gareth turned. The old root log printer beside Marla's desk. A machine no one had used since he started. Clicked awake. Paper fed through with a dry insect sound. One line printed, then another. Gareth walked toward it slowly. The sheet was headed. Route 19, morning stop record. Beneath it, in neat columns, were times, addresses, and student counts. Today's date appeared at the top, but the first stop time made Gareth's stomach tighten. 6043 A.M. 118, Holloway Crescent, the 17th of October 2009. The printer clicked once more and added a final line by itself. Delay recorded at bridge. 7:16 A.M. Gareth tore the printed log from the machine and folded it into his jacket pocket before Marla came back with her coffee. He did it quickly, almost guiltily, though he had no clear idea what he was stealing. A mistake, he told himself. A printer error. Some old file caught in the system and spat out by bad wiring. Transportation departments were full of obsolete machines that remembered things no one needed anymore. The date meant nothing. Arlingling Jonyen, Shiyue Shichiru. The bridge delay meant nothing. 7:16 A.M. Numbers could survive long after meaning had left them. Gareth knew that better than most men. A report could say passenger misstep and leave out the loose handrail. A checklist could say cleared for service and leave out the way a man hesitated before signing. Paper did not preserve truth. Paper preserved whatever people could bear to write down. Still, he kept touching the folded log in his pocket as he drove the afternoon route. By then, the silent children were gone. Alwyn released only ordinary students into the bus loop. Noisy and warm and impatient to be elsewhere. Gareth watched each one board, checked each name, and felt a brief, foolish gratitude every time someone complained about homework or asked whether the window could be lowered. On the ride home, no one stared toward the bridge. No one sat beneath the emergency exit. No one smelled of river mud. By evening, Gareth had nearly convinced himself the morning had been a collision of stress and coincidence. He had slept poorly. He was still new to the district. The roster was clearly unreliable. Fog did strange things to sight and judgment. Children sometimes played jokes, and old neighborhoods had more unofficial arrangements than the office liked to admit. That was the version he chose because it allowed him to make dinner. He heated soup on the stove, ate standing at the counter, and unfolded the printed log under the kitchen light. The paper had dried stiffly, as if it had once been wet. When he smoothed it flat, a faint brown crescent marked the lower corner. Mud, perhaps. Printer toner, perhaps. His thumb rubbed over the date until the skin shone. He did not call Marla. He did not search the internet for the route. He did not drive out to the bridge after dark, though the thought came and stayed. Instead, he placed the log in the blue dish with his keys and told himself that disciplined men did not feed fear after sunset. The next morning, Holloway Crescent looked different, not dramatically, not in a way another driver would notice. But Gareth noticed. The lawns at the empty houses seemed recently pressed down by footsteps. Curtains hung behind cracked windows where yesterday there had been only darkness. On one porch, a rusted tricycle sat upright beside the door. Its front wheel turned toward the street. The for sale sign outside the white colonial had fallen flat overnight, face down in wet grass. At chasse, patruzech shit, tray. The boy with the brown lunchbox was waiting at the curb. Not appearing this time. Waiting. Gareth stopped. His hand hovered over the door lever. Not without a name, he said aloud. The boy looked up at him through the glass. The red lights flashed across his pale face. Behind him, in the dark window of the blue-shuttered house, Gareth thought he saw a woman's silhouette standing very still. He blinked. The window was empty. The door lever moved beneath his hand. The bus opened. Owen climbed aboard. At the second house, the girl in the yellow raincoat and the one-mitten boy stood side by side, water dripping steadily from their cuffs, though no rain had fallen. At the third, two older children waited beneath a porch roof that sagged like a tired mouth. At the fourth, a little girl with plaited hair held a lunch sack against her chest and watched Gareth as if she recognized him. Each stop felt less accidental than the last. The houses did not look abandoned anymore. They looked paused, expectant, as if breakfast sounds had stopped just before Gareth arrived, as if parents had stepped away from windows a second too late, as if the neighborhood itself was holding its breath until the bus doors opened. Gareth checked the roster at every stop. The names were there now, penciled faintly beneath the official print. Owen Pritchard, June Mallory, Thomas Keene, Elsie Vale, Carter Briggs, Marion Hollis. More had appeared overnight. Nora Whitcomb, Adam Rusk, Lucifen. He told himself he should refuse. He opened the door each time. By the time Route 19 left Brookmere, 12 silent children sat behind him, their lunchboxes lined like small locked rooms on their knees. The fog thickened near the old trees. Gareth turned the defroster higher. Warm air hissed over the windshield, but the side windows clouded from inside, each pane slowly silvering until the children became pale shapes in the mirror. Then the bridge appeared. The closed road split away to the right. Iron railings dim beyond the trunks. The rusted sign leaned exactly as before. Bridge closed. Local access only. Gareth kept the bus straight. As they passed, every child turned toward the river, not gradually. Not because one had moved and the rest had followed. All at the same instant, 12 heads turned right, their faces blank in profile, their hands still folded over their lunchboxes. The bus slowed. Gareth had not touched the brake. A red glow washed across the fog ahead. For a moment, he thought another vehicle had stopped in front of him. Then he looked in the mirror and saw the brake lights shining from inside the bus, reflected in every fogged window, though his foot was still on the gas. At the back, beneath the emergency exit, the soaked child had returned. This time, the child raised one dripping hand and pointed toward the bridge. The soaked child's finger remained pointed toward the bridge until the trees closed behind it. Gareth did not stop. That was what he told himself afterward while standing in the depot wash bay with a stiff bristled brush in one hand and his sleeves rolled to the elbow. He had not turned the wheel. He had not followed the closed road. He had kept Route 19 on its printed course. delivered the children to St. Olvan, and parked exactly within the yellow lines at 7:31. A man could still trust facts like that. The problem was the floor. River mud had dried in thin crescents beneath the rear seats. Not enough to prove anything, but enough to darken the grooves of the rubber mat. It clung, especially around the 2 bolts beneath the emergency exit, where the impossible seat appeared only when the child sat there. Gareth scrubbed until his shoulders ached. Dirty water ran toward the drain in gray ribbons. When he stood, breathing hard, the smell remained. Mud, cold weeds, old river stones. "You hauling fish now?" Gareth turned. Lennox Pike, one of the senior drivers, stood at the wash bay entrance with a cigarette tucked unlit behind one ear. He was in his 60s, narrow-shouldered, with the permanent squint of a man who had spent too many dawns checking mirrors. "Just cleaning up," Gareth said. Lennox sniffed. His expression changed, but only slightly. "Which bus is that?" 19. Lennox looked at the number on the side. Didn't know they put that one back out. Gareth lowered the brush. Back out? But Lennox had already glanced toward the office windows. Whatever he had almost said folded itself away. "Old buses get old smells," he muttered. "Don't chase everyone." By noon, Gareth had decided to call the parents. It was the sensible thing, the procedural thing. If unlisted children were boarding, then guardians needed confirmation. If the roster was corrupt, the office needed to fix it. He sat in the driver break room with the route sheet flat before him and used the district contact system. Owen Pritchard's address had no active household. June Mallory's address belonged to a retired couple named Winslow. Thomas Keene's house had been vacant for foreclosure. Elsie Vale's number connected to a woman who listened to Gareth's explanation in silence before saying, "I don't have children." "I'm sorry," Gareth said. "The roster must be, 'I don't have children,'" she repeated, and hung up. At the next number, an older man answered from the white Colonial with the fallen "For Sale" sign. Gareth asked, as carefully as he could, whether a girl in a yellow raincoat lived there. The man laughed once, not pleasantly. "That house hasn't had a child in it since before we bought it." "You live there?" "We own it. Nobody lives there. Place has been empty for months." Gareth stared at the penciled name on his sheet. June Mallory. Did someone by that name ever... "Listen," the man said, voice tightening. "I don't know what this is, but don't call here again about Brookmere kids." The line clicked dead. Brookmere kids. Gareth heard the phrase long after he placed the phone down. At St. Olvan. He went into the front office before the afternoon run. The secretary, Mrs. Bell, was arranging late slips in a tray. She had soft gray hair, careful lipstick, and the weary alertness of someone who had spent years between worried parents and underfunded systems. "I need to ask about Route 19, Gareth said. Her hand stopped above the tray, only for a moment. "What about it? I've been picking up children not in the active database." Mrs. Bell looked past him toward the hallway, where students' artwork hung in cheerful rows. Paper suns, crooked houses, a blue river cut from construction paper. "We don't have a Route 19, she said. Gareth almost smiled, because the statement was so plainly absurd that it seemed to offer relief. "I'm driving it." "No," she said. We have 12, 14, 18, 23. Route 19 was discontinued. When? Her eyes returned to his face. Before my time. That can't be right. I'm telling you what the system says. The depot assigned it to me. Then ask the depot. She turned away, but Gareth saw her fingertips press hard against the edge of the desk, whitening at the nails. That afternoon, the bus behaved normally. No silent children boarded. No river smell intensified. No impossible seat appeared. Gareth dropped students at ordinary curbs, watched real parents wave from porches, and felt his mind trying to seize the normal day as proof that the morning had been distortion. Then, at Patru, Dois Prezece, the route sheet slid from the dashboard onto the floor. When he picked it up, the printed map had changed. Not entirely. The school, Depot, and main roads remain. But the Brookmere section had expanded into a web of thin gray streets he did not recognize. Streets with names like Aldercut, Mercy Lane, Harker Bend. Roads that did not appear on his phone. Roads that should have run through a grocery store. A retention pond. And a fenced construction site. At the bottom, beneath the official district logo, a new instruction had appeared. Complete all stops before crossing. Gareth braked beside the curb. The bus doors opened. Outside stood no child. Only an empty house with dark windows and a porch light swinging in the windless dusk. From somewhere behind him came the soft metallic click of 12 lunchboxes opening at once. The lunchboxes opened behind Gareth without hands. One click became 12. Each latch releasing in perfect order from front to back. The sound was small, almost polite. But it filled the bus more completely than screaming would have. Gareth sat rigid in the driver's seat. One foot on the brake. Both hands locked around the wheel while dusk pressed blue against the windshield. He did not turn around at first. Outside, the empty house waited at the curb. Porch light swinging, though no wind moved the trees. The route sheet lay open on his lap. Thin gray streets crossed and recrossed the paper in a pattern that made his eyes ache, as if the map had been drawn by someone remembering roads from underwater. Complete all stops before crossing. A smell rose through the aisle. Not mud this time. Food. Old sandwiches wrapped in wax paper. Apples gone soft. Milk souring in tiny cartons. Peanut butter. Damp bread. Orange peels. The intimate, ordinary smell of packed lunches left uneaten for too long. Gareth made himself look in the mirror. The seats were empty. The lunchboxes sat where the children usually sat. One per row, balanced neatly on invisible knees. Their lids stood open. Inside each was a darkness too deep for the bus interior. A blackness that seemed to hold the reflection of dim water. Then something knocked from inside the brown lunchbox in the fourth row. Once, twice, like a child tapping on glass. Gareth slammed the door lever closed, shifted into gear, and drove. He did not follow the altered map. He did not complete the stops. He drove straight back to the depot with the bus shuddering around him and the lunchboxes clicking shut one by one in the dark behind his shoulders. By the time he reached the yard, the seats were empty again. No lunchboxes, no children, no smell of spoiled milk. Only the route sheet remained changed. Gareth parked bus 19 at the far end of the lot, killed the engine, and sat until the depot lights flickered on across the asphalt. Drivers came and went. Engines coughed. Marla's office window glowed yellow. Everything looked solid enough to forgive him for doubting it. But Gareth did not go home. He waited until the last afternoon driver left, until Marla locked the front office, until the wash bay lights shut off in pairs. Then he took the ring of spare keys he had seen hanging beside the time clock and let himself back inside through the side entrance. The transportation building changed after hours. During the day, it was ugly in ordinary ways. Burnt coffee, copia toner, laminated safety posters, the faint rubber smell of wet tires. At night, stripped of voices and phones, it became a place built entirely out of records. File cabinets lined the back hallway. Old schedules curled on cork boards. A wall map showed routes in colored lines that looked like veins beneath plastic. Gareth had asked Marla once where old files went. Archive room, she had said. Basement. Don't bother. Half of it should have been thrown away before I got here. The basement door was behind the driver lockers. It opened reluctantly, as if swollen by damp. A narrow stairwell descended into cold air. Gareth used his phone light, though the beam seemed weaker with each step. At the bottom stood a metal door marked Transportation Records, Authorized Personnel, Only, the spare key fit. Inside, the air smelled of cardboard, dust, and river water. Rows of filing shelves filled the room from wall to wall. Banker boxes stood, labeled by year and route number. Some were neat, printed, and recent. Others sagged beneath warped lids. Their marker ink faded to ghosts of words. A dehumidifier sat silent in one corner, its collection tank full of black water. Gareth moved down the rows. Routes 11 through 18. Field trips. Maintenance. Incident reviews. Canceled stops. Parent complaints. Then he found the shelf for Route 19. It had been cleared almost completely. Only 3 boxes remained, pushed far back where the overhead light did not reach. Their labels were handwritten. Arnitten Brookmere Revision. R19 Bridge Detour. R19. Incident closed. His hand hesitated over the 3rd box. Then he pulled it down. The lid resisted, stuck by age or damp. When it came loose, the cardboard exhaled a smell so sharp, Gareth gagged. Wet vinyl, diesel, mud, and something metallic beneath. Inside were folders bound with brittle rubber bands, canceled route sheets, parent letters, copies of permission forms, a map showing Holloway Crescent and the old bridge before the closure. Red pencil circled the crossing in hard, angry strokes. He opened the maintenance folder first. Bus 19, brake response complaints. Driver reported pulling right on wet descent. Recommended. Removed from service pending inspection. The next page was stamped. Cleared for temporary morning use. Gareth read that line 3 times. His mouth had gone dry. Beneath it was an accident diagram, a black line for the road, a rectangle for the bus, a broken guardrail drawn at the bridge's midpoint. Arrows showed the vehicle leaving the lane, striking the rail, and dropping nose first into the river. At the bottom, someone had written, "Delay at bridge, 716A. M. Recovery incomplete due to current." The room seemed to tilt. Gareth gripped the edge of the shelf until the metal bit into his palm. At the bottom of the box lay a sealed envelope, water-stained and marked in red. Do not release. Litigation. Hold. He tore it open. A photograph slid out and landed face up on the floor. It showed a yellow school bus being lifted from brown river water by a crane. Its windows were shattered. Its roof was crushed. Mud poured from the emergency exit. On the side, beneath the driver's window, the black number was clear. Shoujo. Gareth bent closer, though every part of him wanted not to. The license plate was the same as the one bolted to the bus he had driven that morning. And in the photograph, behind the cracked rear glass, a small wet hand was pressed against the inside. The small wet hand in the photograph was pressed flat against the rear glass. Fingers spread as if the child inside had been trying to push the river away. Gareth dropped the picture. It landed among the folders with a soft slap, face up, still showing the bus suspended from the crane, still showing the number 19 on its ruined side. For several seconds he could not make himself move. The archive room seemed to have grown smaller around him, shelves leaning inward, boxes breathing dust into the cold air. He told himself it was a different plate. It had to be. Districts reused numbers. Buses were repaired, reassigned, renumbered. A photograph could make one license look like another, especially through cracked glass, mud, and old print grain. But he had checked that plate every morning. He saw it now in memory. Black letters on white metal beneath the left taillight. The same small dent near the lower screw. The same scraped corner where yellow paint had hardened like a scab. Gareth picked up the photograph again. Slower this time. Behind the rear glass, the child's hand remained. No face. No body. Only the hand and the suggestion of something small trapped beyond the broken reflection of trees. He set it on top of the box and opened the next folder. The first pages were official. Accident summaries, insurance forms, water recovery reports, communications between district administrators and lawyers. The language was clean, careful, and bloodless. Vehicle failed to negotiate bridge approach under adverse surface conditions. Visibility and moisture likely contributed. Driver deceased at scene. Passenger recovery complicated by current and structural instability. There were no screams in the report. No cold water. No lunch boxes rising against the ceiling of a sinking bus. No children beating their hands against windows while the river took all the air. Paper preserved what people could bear to write. Gareth turned the page. A missing passenger list had been clipped to the back. His eyes found the names before his mind accepted them. Owen Pritchard. Age Ada. June Mallory. Age Knee. Thomas Keene. Age Elevy. Elsie Vale. Age Sieve. Carter Briggs. Age Ty. Marion Hollis. Age Oda. Nora Whitcomb. Age Sex. Adam Rusk. Age Nye. Lucy Fenn. Age Siu. More names followed. Each one had appeared on Gareth's roster in faint pencil. Each one had boarded from an empty house. He read until the letters blurred. 16 children. 1 driver. 3 bodies recovered the first day. Several more found downstream over the next week. 4 listed as unrecovered because the river had been high from days of rain and the bus had torn open against submerged stone. Gareth thought of the seat labeled 0. Not a passenger count. A place for whoever had not been brought back. He pressed both hands against his mouth and breathed through his fingers. The archive room smelled of wet cardboard and old diesel. Somewhere overhead, a pipe knocked once. The sound moved along the ceiling like a footstep. He should have left then. Instead, he opened the maintenance file again. The brake complaints were older than the accident by months. Drivers had reported delayed response after rain. Uneven pulling. A soft pedal on downhill roads. The bridge approach into Brookmere was mentioned 3 separate times. The recommendation to remove Bus 19 from service had been typed, signed, copied, and apparently ignored. Then Gareth found the morning checklist. It was not in a folder. It had been folded into quarters and tucked behind the accident diagram, as if someone had hidden it badly on purpose. Pre-trip safety clearance, temporary use authorization, date, zich, Shaptisperzice, Doa Minoa, vehicle, Bus 19, route, Brookmere, Staint, Olven, brake response, acceptable, emergency exits, functional, tires, lights, mirrors, cleared, authorized for 1 morning run, pending full inspection. At the bottom were 2 signatures. The first belonged to a supervisor named Harold Vetch. The second made Gareth's knees weaken. Gareth Lorne. Not a similar name. Not a coincidence. His full signature. Narrow and slightly slanted. The G looped too tightly the way it always was when he wrote in a hurry. He backed into the shelf, knocking a box sideways. "No," he whispered. His voice sounded obscene in the records room. He had never driven children in 2009. He had not worked for this district then. He had been with Ashwell Charter. He remembered that clearly. He remembered casino runs, airport transfers, wedding parties, vomiting into plastic bags, school sports teams, only occasionally when another company subcontracted overflow. Not this district, not this bus, not these children. He searched the folder with shaking hands until he found a staff assignment sheet from that year. There it was again. Gareth Lorne, temporary maintenance aide, relief driver candidate. A photograph badge was stapled beside the line. His own younger face looked back at him. Thinner, darker hair, less careful around the eyes. Gareth could not breathe. The memory did not arrive. Not fully. Only pieces pressed against the inside of him. Rain striking a depot roof. A supervisor's voice saying they were short on vehicles. A brake pedal sinking lower than it should. His hand holding a clipboard. Someone laughing that school kids weighed less than casino passengers anyway. He shut the folder. Across the room, another file drawer slid open by itself. The sound was slow and metallic. Inside, in a hanging folder marked Recovery Personal Effects, something began to drip steadily onto the floor. Gareth turned his phone light toward it. A brown metal lunchbox sat inside the drawer, rusted at the corners, its faded cartoon dog smiling through a skin of river mud. The boy's voice came from inside the brown lunchbox, small and muffled, as if spoken through water. "Are we cleared to go now?" Gareth did not answer. His phone light shook in his hand. The beam jumped across the open drawer. The wet folder tabs, the rusted latch of the lunchbox. Water dripped from its corners onto the concrete floor in slow, heavy drops, and each drop seemed too loud for the basement room. He knew that voice, not the boy himself, not Owen Pritchard as a living child. Gareth had never known him alive. had never seen him run across a schoolyard or fall asleep over homework or complain about crusts on sandwiches. But he knew the question. It had been asked before. Not by a child, by Harold Vetch. The memory opened inside Gareth so suddenly that he made a sound like a man struck in the chest. Rain on the depot roof. That was the first piece. Not fog. Rain. Hard October rain drumming on metal. Running in silver sheets down the windshield of Bus 19 while it sat idling in Bay 3. The old depot had smelled of diesel, wet wool, burnt coffee, and brake fluid. Gareth was 29, wearing a borrowed district jacket because his own coat had soaked through during the morning inspection. He had not been a driver then, not officially. He had been a temporary maintenance aide, though aide was a generous word for a man who swept bays, moved buses, checked lights, topped fluids, and signed whatever someone put in front of him if the supervisor was too busy to climb under a chassis himself. He remembered Harold Vetch's hands most clearly. Large hands, grease in the knuckles, a wedding ring worn thin. Those hands had held the clipboard out to him while the rain hammered overhead. Make the paperwork work, Harold had said. Gareth had laughed, because he thought that was what the moment required. Bus 19 had been in the shop twice that month. Brake lag, pulling right on wet descent, soft pedal after sitting overnight. Gareth remembered kneeling near the front wheel and seeing fluid darken the inner rim. He remembered telling Harold, "This one shouldn't go over Brookmere." Harold had looked toward the office windows. "We got 16 kids in one open bus. Then send 2 smaller ones. Both out. You want to explain to parents why their kids are standing in the rain? You want to explain to the superintendent why we canceled school pickups because a temp got nervous?" Gareth remembered the word temp landing where Harold intended. He had been living then in a room behind a laundromat. Behind on rent. Behind on everything. Ashwell had not hired him yet. The district job was supposed to become permanent if he kept his head down and proved useful. Harold tapped the clipboard. One morning run, full inspection after. Driver knows to take it slow. Brake response isn't acceptable. Then write acceptable for temporary use. That's what it is. Gareth had looked through the rain-streaked windshield of Bus 19. In the mirror, he could see the rows of empty seats waiting in the dim interior. He had imagined children filling them, but only as weight, as schedule, as obligation, not as bodies with names, not as Owen, June, Elsie, Carter, Marion, not as children with lunches packed by sleepy parents and mittens mismatched in kitchen drawers. He signed, not because he believed the bus was safe, because Harold was watching, because the rain was loud, because losing work felt immediate and 16 unknown children felt distant behind a layer of procedure. The memory shifted. The radio at 7:16. Static breaking open in the office. A driver's voice cut short by a crash of sound. Then shouting. Someone saying the bridge. Someone else saying the rail gave way. Harold standing frozen near the dispatch counter with his coffee spilling over his hand. Gareth staring at the clipboard. His signature still wet enough to shine. By noon, the district lawyer had arrived. By evening, Gareth's name had disappeared from the copy placed in the official incident packet. "You were never here today," Harold told him. Gareth had not argued. That was the truth. Not that he had forgotten by accident. He had accepted forgetting as payment. The archive room returned around him in pieces. The open drawer. The dripping lunchbox. The photograph of Bus 19 lifted from the river. Gareth sank into a chair stacked with old route maps, though he did not remember moving toward it. The brown lunchbox clicked. Inside, the boy's voice said, "He said it was safe." Gareth pressed his palms over his ears. But the children did not speak through sound alone. Their silence had been speaking from the first morning. The empty houses, the outdated clothes, the names written where the roster had refused them, the bridge sign leaning in the fog, the seat numbered 0. They were not asking why he had crashed. He had not been behind the wheel. They were asking why he had opened the road before the bus ever moved. The lights above him flickered. When they steadied, the archive shelves had become the inside of Bus 19. Rows of brown vinyl seats stretched into darkness. Wet windows reflected Gareth's older face. The children sat in their places, lunchboxes on their knees. Eyes turned toward him at last. At the rear, beneath the emergency exit, the soaked child sat in seat 0. Gareth knew then what the route wanted. Not his fear, not his death. His hand returned to the clipboard, the one that had cleared them to go. The clipboard lay across Gareth's knees. He was no longer in the archive room, though part of him understood that his body might still be sitting there beneath the transportation office, among warped boxes and old files. The place around him had become the bus completely. Not a memory of it, not a dream of it, but Bus 19 as it existed in the only place where the children had never stopped riding. The windows were filmed with gray light. Outside, Holloway Crescent waited in the fog. Gareth sat behind the wheel in his district jacket, but his hands were younger. The knuckles were not yet swollen from years of gripping steering wheels too tightly. The skin was smoother, the nails rimmed faintly with grease. On the clipboard, beside brake response, acceptable, his signature waited like a wound that had learned how to spell. He tried to drop the pen. His fingers would not open. The radio crackled above the windshield. "Route Dift," Marla's voice said, though it was not Marla's voice underneath. It was older, flattened by static and rain. "Proceed when ready." The children sat behind him, 16 of them now, no longer scattered through empty rows, no longer half hidden in reflection. Owen Pritchard in the 4th row with his brown lunchbox. June Mallory in the yellow raincoat. Thomas Keene sitting straight-backed in his stiff-collared shirt. Elsie Vale swinging shoes that dripped onto the floor. Carter Briggs holding his red tartan thermos. Marion Hollis with plaited hair and a paper sack folded in her lap. Nora Whitcomb. Adam Rusk. Lucy Fenn. And the others whose names Gareth had read too late. At the very back, the soaked child in seat 0 watched him without blinking. The bus doors closed. Gareth felt the vehicle move. He had not pressed the accelerator. The first stop passed, then the second. Empty houses slid by. But they were not empty now. Porch lights burned. Curtains trembled. Shadows stood in doorways with their hands raised, not waving goodbye, but trying to warn the bus away. Gareth saw a woman run down a front walk in slippers, mouth open in a scream. The glass would not let through. The children did not look at their homes. They looked at Gareth. For days they had turned toward the river as if drawn by memory. Now every face was angled toward the driver's seat, pale and patient and unbearably present. The radio crackled again. Running late. 19. Rain began to strike the windshield. Not the soft fog of the present morning, but hard October rain. The rain Gareth had buried for 17 years. It hammered the roof, blurred the road, chased silver veins down the glass. The wipers swept back and forth with frantic uselessness. Ahead, the road dipped under old trees. The bridge sign appeared. Bridge closed. Local access only. But it was not closed in this version of the morning. The barrier was gone. The iron railings stretched ahead, black and slick. Over a river swollen brown beneath the fog, the bus accelerated. Gareth pressed the brake. The pedal sank too far. A soft, sickening drop under his foot. The steering wheel pulled right. He fought it with both hands. Arms rigid, teeth clenched. The bus shuddering beneath him as if something enormous had taken hold of its frame. "Stop," he whispered. The children watched. He pressed harder. The brake groaned but did not catch. The bridge mouth widened in the windshield. The railings seemed to bend inward, waiting. Then the clipboard slid from his lap. It struck the floor beside his left boot and opened to the old clearance form. The pen rolled after it. Gareth understood the choice. Not to survive. Not to undo the crash. The river had already taken what it had taken. No confession would lift the bus from the water before it fell. No truth would return packed lunches to kitchens, or dry mittens by radiators, or erase the last terrified seconds behind sealed windows. The choice was whether the lie would drive them across again. The radio hung above him, black and square, its cord swaying. Gareth grabbed the microphone. Static burst so violently that several children flinched. The first ordinary childlike movement he had seen in them. "This is Gareth Lorne," he said. His voice cracked. The bridge rushed closer. I signed a clearance. The bus lurched right. Tires screamed over wet pavement. I was told to make the paperwork work. I knew the brakes were wrong. I knew bus 19 should not go out that morning. The radio spat static. Rain, and underneath it the faint sound of office phones ringing from long ago. Gareth held the microphone with both hands now. Steering forgotten. I let them send the children because I was afraid of losing my job. The children did not turn away. June Mallory's wet fingers tightened around her yellow lunchbox. Owen's lips parted slightly. I lied afterward. Gareth said. I let them remove my name. I let the driver take the blame alone. I let families bury weather and bad luck because the truth had my signature on it. The bridge filled the windshield. The right front tire struck the edge line. Gareth could smell the river opening below. I cleared them to go. He whispered into the radio. They were not safe. For one impossible second, everything stopped. Rain hung in the air like glass beads. The wipers froze mid-sweep. The river below held its brown current still. The children sat motionless in the gray light. All 16 faces turned toward him. Then the soaked child in seat 0 stood. Water poured from its sleeves. It walked down the aisle slowly, past every row, past every child whose name Gareth had learned only from records. When it reached the front, it looked up at him. For the first time, Gareth saw its face clearly. Not one child. All of them. A small face shifting beneath water. Features changing with each breath. Owen's gray eye. June's tired patience. Elsie's round cheeks. Thomas's solemn mouth. Children recovered and unrecovered. named and misnamed, all held together by the seat. No one had left for them. It placed one wet hand on the clipboard. The ink of Gareth's signature began to run. Behind him, the children finally spoke together, not loudly, not angrily, but with the calm of passengers asking whether the route had ended. Then, stop the bus. Gareth put both feet on the brake. The pedal did not sink this time. It held. The bus stopped before the bridge. Not gently. The whole vehicle shuddered as if it had struck something solid beneath the road. Gareth was thrown forward against the wheel. The microphone slipped from his hand and swung by its cord, tapping once against the dashboard, then hanging still. Outside, the rain continued to hang in the air. Inside, the children watched the windshield. The front tires rested inches from the bridge approach. Beyond the railings, the river lay swollen and brown, held in an impossible stillness. Gareth could see where the road dipped, where the curve pulled right, where the guardrail waited with its old wound not yet made. His foot remained pressed hard against the brake. The pedal held. For the first time since the route had begun, Bus 19 made no sound at all. No engine idle. No hiss of air. No settling metal. It was as if the machine had been waiting 17 years for a driver to choose stillness and did not know what to do with it. Then, one by one, the children stood. Owen Pritchard came first. Brown lunchbox held against his chest. June Mallory followed, yellow raincoat dripping onto the aisle. Thomas Keene, Elsie Vale, Carter Briggs, Marion Hollis, Nora Whitcomb, Adam Rusk, Lucy Fenn, and all the others rose from their seats without hurry. Gareth tried to speak, but his throat closed around the words. He wanted to say he was sorry. He wanted to say their names. He wanted to ask whether stopping now meant anything at all. But apologies, he understood, were not bridges. They could not carry the dead back to the morning before the rain. The bus doors opened. Cold river air entered. The children walked past Gareth without touching him. None of them looked angry. That was almost worse. Anger would have allowed him to imagine punishment. Their silence allowed only truth. At the steps, June Mallory paused. She turned toward him and placed 5 wet fingers on the metal rail. "You should have stopped us before," she said. Her voice was soft, ordinary, and terribly young. Then she stepped down into the suspended rain. The others followed. Outside the bus, they did not walk toward the bridge. They walked toward the houses that had been waiting in the fog, toward porch lights and open doors and silhouettes that reached for them from years too late. The soaked child from seat 0 was last. It stood beside Gareth for a moment, its shifting face calm beneath running water. Then it touched the clipboard on the floor with one small hand. Gareth's signature dissolved completely. The rain fell, all at once. Sound crashed back into the world. Water on the roof. River beneath the bridge. His own breathing. The brakes hissing as Bus 19 settled on the road. Gareth blinked against the sudden motion of everything. The bridge ahead was closed again. A rusted barrier stood across the approach. The children were gone. The radio crackled. His own voice came through, thin and damaged by static. "I signed the clearance. I knew the brakes were wrong. I let them send the children because I was afraid of losing my job." Gareth sat there until the recording ended. Then he picked up the microphone and said the whole thing again. By morning, they found Bus 19 parked before the old bridge with its lights still flashing red into the fog. Gareth Lorne was in the driver's seat. Alive. Soaked to the skin. Both feet still pressed against the brake. He did not resist when the police came. He did not ask for coffee. He did not ask whether anyone believed him. The district searched its archives. They found the radio recording first. Stored on an obsolete drive no one had opened in years. They found old maintenance complaints, partial accident diagrams, and a damaged copy of the temporary clearance form. Gareth's signature was missing from the official file, but faint pressure marks remained where a second name had once been written. The newspapers called it a troubling irregularity. The school board called it a renewed investigation. The families called it what it was. For a few weeks, flowers appeared near the bridge again. Old photographs were printed in the paper. Names were spoken carefully. Men who had retired years before stopped answering their phones. Harold Vetch's house went dark before anyone could ask him much of anything. Gareth confessed formally. Then again. Each time, he gave the same account, except for the children boarding from empty houses. That part never entered the official record. It was considered distress, guilt, perhaps a breakdown brought on by rediscovered evidence. Bus 19 was removed from service. Route 19 was deleted from the system. The bridge remained closed. Years passed. Brookmere changed in the small. Dishonest ways neighborhoods change. Empty houses were repainted. New families moved in. The old bridge vanished behind warning signs. Weeds and local habit. Children learned other routes to school. Parents forgot which streets to avoid in fog. At the transportation depot, new software replaced old logs. New drivers signed digital checklists with their fingers on clean glass screens. One October morning, a substitute driver named Elise Harrow arrived before sunrise. Marla Kitt was long retired. The dispatcher on duty yawned, handed Elise a tablet, and apologized for the fog. Quiet route, he said. Mostly transfers. Nothing complicated. Elise checked the assignment. Route days, neuf. The bus waiting in the yard had fresh paint, clean mirrors, and no history that anyone had bothered to mention. Its number was different. Its license plate was new. At Chasse, Patruzec, Chitré. Elise stopped before a dark house with blue shutters. No children waited at the curb. She looked down at the tablet. No name appeared beside the address. Then the bus doors opened by themselves. Cold air climbed the steps. From the empty aisle behind her came the soft sound of a metal lunchbox latch clicking shut. Some ghost stories are not really about the dead refusing to leave. They are about the living refusing to look back. Gareth did not drive the bus into the river, but he helped place it on the road, then let paperwork turn his fear into someone else's tragedy. The horror of Route 19 is not only that the children return, it is that systems can hide a human choice so neatly that even the person who made it learns how to forget. And maybe that is why the route begins again. Because every generation is handed a list, a schedule, and a chance to stop before the bridge. Story 6. The first thing Dr. Imogen Vale noticed about the snow was that it did not fall. It pressed. By midnight, the windows of Alder Summit Hospital had turned white from edge to edge. Every pane sealed beneath wind-driven snow, so thick it looked less like weather than something packed against the glass from outside. The building gave its usual winter groans, pipes ticking in the walls. Old vents breathing warm metallic air. The elevator cables shivering somewhere above the surgical floor. But behind those sounds, the storm kept pushing. Imogen stood at the nurse's station on the 3rd floor with a cooling cup of coffee in one hand and a discharge summary open on the screen in front of her. The coffee had gone bitter. The summary had frozen halfway through saving. The clock above the medication room said 12:17, though the computer said 12:09. And the old cardiac monitor at bed 314 kept making a soft double beep even after the nurse had unplugged it. "Storms messing with everything," said Carla Mendez, the charge nurse, without looking up from her charting. Imogen nodded because that was the expected answer. Alder Summit Hospital sat 3 miles above the nearest town and 37 miles from the nearest major trauma center. On clear days, it was a modest rural facility with a good emergency department, a small ICU, 1 surgical suite, and mountain views that visiting specialists pretended not to find depressing. During snowstorms, it became an island. Roads closed, helicopters grounded. Ambulances took an hour to crawl up from the valley, if they came at all. Tonight, the storm had arrived early and hard, burying the switchbacks before evening rounds were finished. Half the day staff had stayed. Half the night staff had failed to arrive. Everyone moved with the tense economy of people pretending they were not counting supplies. Imogen had been an intern for 6 months, long enough to stop looking lost in the corridors. Not long enough to stop feeling a small internal drop whenever someone called her doctor in a frightened voice. She was entering an order for fluids when the admission board flickered. For 1 second, every patient name vanished. Then the board returned. Almost room 312, which had been empty since dinner, now showed an occupied bed. Hollis, Marion female, 68, admitted 241. Imogen frowned. "Carla," she said, "did we get a direct admit?" "No. There's someone in 312. Carla glanced at the board. "No, there isn't." The name was gone. Imogen blinked, then leaned closer, as if proximity might make the screen confess. Room 312 displayed its usual blank gray box. Available. Clean. No orders pending. "You okay?" Carla asked. "Yes," Imogen said too quickly. The board glitched. Carla gave a tired laugh. "Everything's glitching." That should have been enough. Imogen had learned very early in training that hospitals were full of false alarms. Machines shrieked when leads slipped. Lab values appeared under the wrong patient. Doors opened because of pressure changes. Old buildings made noises with no witness. Fatigue placed shapes in peripheral vision and names where names did not belong. There were explanations for things. Good doctors looked for explanations before they looked afraid. She finished the fluid order, printed a medication reconciliation, and carried it toward the east stairwell. The 3rd floor was unusually quiet. The overhead lights had been dimmed for the night, turning the hallway into a long strip of pale yellow reflection. Behind each patient door came the small private weather of illness, oxygen hissing, blankets rustling, someone coughing in their sleep. At the end of the hall, beside radiology, Imogen stopped. There was a corridor where no corridor belonged. It opened between the locked film archive and the staff restroom. narrow and unmarked, lit by a row of old fluorescent tubes that hummed faintly blue. The floor changed at its threshold. Alder Summit's corridors had beige vinyl with green specks. This one had white tile. Small square pieces with dark grout. The kind Imogen associated with older hospitals and photographs from another decade. Cold air touched her face. Not the ordinary draft of a bad window seal. This cold carried the dry. Clean smell of snow, and something beneath it, antiseptic. Ironed linen. And the faint mineral scent of oxygen from a tank. Imogen looked over her shoulder. The real hallway remained behind her. Nurses' station lights. Medication. Cart. Carla's laugh from far away. When she looked back, the corridor was still there, halfway down it. A curtain moved. White fabric. Hospital curtain. Drawn around a bed she could not see. Imogen's mouth had gone dry. She told herself it was renovation space. Storage. An old wing closed before her rotation began. Rural hospitals grew in strange pieces. Additions stitched onto older buildings by grant money and necessity. There were always locked doors, always unused rooms. But this corridor had no door, and on the wall beside its entrance, where there should have been a fire evacuation map, hung a patient census board made of metal and sliding black letters. Only one line was filled. Ward 5C, Snow Protocol. Below it, in a slot meant for the attending physician's name, someone had placed a white card. Imogen stepped close enough to read it. The handwriting was neat, narrow, and unmistakably hers. Dr. Imogen Vale expected 316. Imogen did not step into the corridor. For almost 10 seconds, she stood with one hand curled around the medication reconciliation form until the paper bent in the middle and left a sharp white crease. The card with her name remained in its slot. The fluorescent tubes above the white-tiled passage hummed with a sound too steady for the rest of the hospital, where every light flickered under the strain of the storm. Then she did what she had trained herself to do whenever fear presented itself as fact. She checked the evidence. There was no corridor on the evacuation map outside radiology. No Ward 5C listed on the hospital directory. Alder Summit had 4 floors, 2 basement levels, and no 5th ward of any kind. She knew that because she had memorized the layout during orientation after an attending had joked that interns were only useful if they could find blood products and bathrooms. Imogen backed away. The cold released her face when she turned again from the nurse's station. The space beside radiology was normal. Film archive, staff restroom, beige wall, a framed poster reminding employees to wash their hands for 20 full seconds. Her name was gone. Dr. Vale, Carla called. You taking that med rec somewhere? Imogen looked down and realized she had never delivered it. Yes, she said. Sorry. She hated the word as soon as she heard it from her own mouth. Sorry belonged to people who had already failed in some small, soft way. People who arrived late. People who misread labels. People who missed things right in front of them and then tried to cover the gap with politeness. She walked the form to bed 318. Confirmed 2 allergies. Checked the wristband twice. And signed only after comparing the name, date of birth, and medical record number. Then she checked again. The patient, an old man with a bruised arm and a voice like paper, watched her over the rim of his oxygen cannula. You're careful, he said. Imogen smiled without looking up. That's the idea. My daughter says doctors don't listen anymore. Some do. Do you? The question landed too directly. Imogen capped her pen. I try. It was the safest, honest answer she knew. Afterward, she moved through the ward with a kind of controlled urgency that people often mistook for confidence. She corrected a potassium order before it went to pharmacy. She chased a missing troponin result. She caught herself rewriting a note because the phrase "patient appears stable" felt too imprecise. Appears was a coward's word. Stable was temporary. She changed it to "no acute distress observed at 042" and still disliked it. Medicine, she had learned, was mostly a record of what could later be blamed. That thought had first come to her when she was 13 years old. Sitting beside her mother's hospital bed in a city facility 3 hours south of Alder Summit, her mother, Elspeth Vale, had been a school librarian who remembered every child's favorite book and forgot. For nearly 6 months. That pain was not supposed to become part of breakfast. The first doctor had called it indigestion. The second had suggested stress. The third ordered imaging after Elspeth turned yellow around the eyes. By then, words became careful, advanced, unfortunate. We'll do everything we can. Imogen remembered the soft squeak of the doctor's shoes as he entered the room. She remembered how he pulled the curtain halfway, as if fabric could make bad news private. She remembered his hand touching the chart before he spoke. Not her mother's hand. The chart, years later, in medical school. Imogen understood that he had not caused the cancer. She understood delays happened for reasons more complicated than cruelty. Systems failed. Symptoms hid. Bodies lied. But understanding did not erase the image of her mother looking toward the door each morning, still believing someone precise and kind would arrive in time. So Imogen became precise because kindness without precision was just performance. At UNU, OPT, the emergency department called. Possible hypothermia coming in, said Dr. Lennox from downstairs. His voice crackled through the phone beneath a layer of static. Snowplow found her off County Road 6. Elderly female. No ID yet. ETA 15 if the ambulance makes the grade. Imogen wrote it down. Elderly female. Hypothermia. No ID. ETA uncertain. Need me in the ED. Not yet. Keep beds open. And tell your floor nobody dies dramatically for the next hour. He hung up before she could answer. Carla looked over. Incoming. Maybe. Storm always brings somebody. The windows gave a low thump. Everyone at the station paused. It was not loud enough to be an impact. More like a heavy palm pressed flat against glass. Carla glanced toward the sealed white panes. Wind. Imogen nodded. Wind was acceptable. Wind required no charting. But then the admission board flickered again. Room 312 filled. Hollies. Marian female. 68. Admitted 241. This time the name stayed. Carla stood slowly. That's not right. Before Imogen could speak, a call bell lit above room 312. A room that was empty. A room that had not yet received a patient. The bell rang once. Stopped. Then rang again with a wet, muffled tone, as if sounding from behind a curtain. Imogen turned toward radiology. The corridor had returned. The corridor did not look longer than it had before, but it felt farther away. Imogen stood at the nurse's station with Carla beside her. both of them staring past the medication cart toward the place where the hospital had changed. The white-tiled passage opened cleanly between the film archive and the restroom, as if it had always been there and everyone else had simply agreed not to mention it. The call bell above room 312 went dark. Then it rang again. Carla whispered something in Spanish under her breath and reached for the phone. "Who are you calling?" Imogen asked. "Maintenance first, then security, then maybe my priest. There's no patient in 312. I know that." The way Carla said it made Imogen look at her. Not frightened, not confused, careful, like someone standing very still near a dog that had bitten before. "You've seen this?" Imogen asked. Carla did not answer quickly enough. The phone at the desk crackled before Carla could dial. A line lit up by itself, internal extension. No number displayed. The receiver gave a faint, rhythmic hiss. Not static exactly. More like breathing through gauze. Carla picked it up but did not speak. Imogen heard a woman's voice from the receiver. "Doctor," Carla's face changed. She set the phone down as gently as if it were a sleeping infant. "That was for you," she said. Imogen did not touch it. The receiver lay in its cradle, silent now. From the impossible corridor came the scrape of curtain rings moving along a metal track. A practical part of Imogen's mind. The part that had survived anatomy lab, overnight codes, and being shouted at by surgical fellows. Began arranging possibilities. Carbon monoxide exposure. Shared hallucination from fatigue. A hidden hallway revealed by renovations. A prank. An old hospital intercom cross-connected with another floor. A patient board malfunction tied to a storm surge. Each possibility rose, offered its clean white face, and collapsed under the weight of Carla's expression. "You said maintenance," Imogen said. "So call." Carla kept looking at the corridor. "They won't come during heavy snow. They're in the building. They won't come to that." Imogen turned to her fully. "What is that?" Carla's eyes flicked to the admission board, where Marion Hollis remained listed in room 312 with an admission time that had not yet happened. Sometimes old parts of this place open when the roads close. "That's not an answer." "No," Carla said. "It's what I have." The elevator chimed behind them. Both women turned. No one came out. The doors remained closed. Above them, the floor indicator flashed 5, then C, then went dark. Imogen's pager vibrated against her hip. She looked down. Ward 5C. Chart ready for review. No callback number. Her hand felt stiff as she unclipped the pager. Cold had crept through her fingers. Though she stood beneath a heating vent, the storm pressed against the windows again. A long, soft wait that made the glass whiten further. For a moment, she could not see her reflection in it. Only the room behind her. And beyond that, in the reflected depth, the impossible corridor. A white curtain moved again. "Don't go alone," Carla said. The warning should have made Imogen stop. Instead, it embarrassed her. She was aware, suddenly and sharply, of the old man in 318 calling her careful, of her mother's chart, of the doctor touching paper before flesh, of every mistake she had promised herself she would never make because she would never look away from what required looking. "I'm not going into a hallucination with witnesses standing here." Morgan said. "That sounds exactly like something a doctor would say before doing it." But Carla followed, They crossed toward radiology together, neither speaking. The air changed 3 steps before the threshold. Hospital warmth fell behind them. The corridor breathed cold over their shoes, and Imogen saw that the white tile was damp along the grout lines, as though snow had melted there and been poorly mopped. At the entrance, the census board still read, Ward 5C. Snow protocol. The card below it no longer said, expected 316. It said, Dr. Imogen Vale, reviewing physician. A metal chart rack had appeared beneath the board. Only one chart rested inside. Imogen recognized the old kind immediately. Thick paper folder, metal fastener, color-coded tab. The sort of physical record most hospitals had abandoned years ago but still kept in basements because no one could bear the liability of throwing anything away. The name on the tab was printed in block letters. Holeless. Marion. The date of birth matched a woman in her late 60s. The admission date did not. Admitted 06 June. Arden Sishiifan. Tomorrow. Imogen opened the chart. The first page was a standard intake form. Temperature unreadable. Blood pressure falling. Exposure injury. Possible head trauma. Found off County Road 6 after vehicle left the road during whiteout conditions. The handwriting beneath the assessment section was hers. Not similar. Not forged. Hers. That narrow slant. The compressed capitals. The impatient line beneath unclear values. Even the small hook she made when writing the letter G, because her anatomy professor once told her doctors died in court over illegible notes. Carla leaned closer, then stepped back. No, Imogen read anyway. Patient requires transfer for neurosurgical evaluation. Roads closed. Helicopter grounded. 1 ICU bed remaining. Family unavailable. Prognosis uncertain. Below that, in her own handwriting, was a sentence she had not written, beside a time that had not arrived. At Trey, 16. I chose not to call the transfer center because I believed the delay would be defensible. The page trembled. Only then did Imogen understand that the cold was not making her hands shake. It was the word defensible. She turned the page. A second note waited beneath it, dated 3 hours later. At Shas, Doazet Shidoi. I documented that all options had been exhausted. This was not true. Imogen closed the chart so quickly the metal fastener snapped against the folder. The sound carried down the white corridor and came back thinner, as if something farther inside had repeated it with smaller hands. This is impossible, she said. Carla did not disagree. That frightened Imogen more than argument would have. The chart rack beneath the census board looked ordinary. That was the worst part. Its wheels were scuffed. One label holder was cracked. A strip of old tape had yellowed along the side where someone had once written something and peeled it away. It belonged in any forgotten records room, any basement hallway where hospitals stored the physical remains of decisions no one wanted to digitize. Imogen forced herself to breathe through her nose. Cold air. Antiseptic. Linen. Snow. Someone put this here, she said. Someone copied my handwriting. Who? I don't know. Why? I don't know that either. Carla looked at the closed folder. That's a lot not to know. Imogen hated that too. In medicine, not knowing was acceptable only when spoken with authority and followed by a plan. Uncertainty had to be contained quickly, rounded off into differentials. Orders, consults, Repeat labs. You did not stand in front of a corridor that should not exist and admit the building had presented you with tomorrow. The storm is interfering with the system, Imogen said. The board pulled a bad timestamp. The pager message came from some test account. This chart is old paper from medical records. Maybe there was a Marion Hollis years ago. With your note inside? With forged handwriting. By who? Imogen turned away from the chart rack. We need to verify. That word steadied her. Verify meant returning to rules. Names. Dates. Records. Witnesses. The corridor could stay strange. She would make the facts behave. They went back to the nurse's station. The warmth of the hospital struck Imogen's face so suddenly her eyes watered. Behind them, she expected the corridor to vanish, but it stayed open at the edge of her vision, pale and patient. Carla searched the current electronic medical record. No Marion Hollis. Imogen searched archived admissions. No Marion Hollis. She widened the spelling. Hollis with one L. Hollis as first name. Marion instead of Marion. She searched the state patient index. Then the transfer database. Then the emergency department inbound log. Nothing. There, Imogen said, too sharply. When the last search returned, blank. No patient. Carla did not look relieved. Then who's in 312? The call bell over room 312 remained dark. Imogen walked to the room herself, turned on the light, and found it empty. Clean sheets, bed low and locked, curtains open, no belongings, no chart, no oxygen tubing, no warmth left in the pillow. She checked the bathroom. Empty. She checked the closet. Empty. She checked beneath the bed, embarrassed by her own thoroughness. When she stepped out, the admission board changed. Room 312 was blank again, but room 307 now showed a name. Park. Thomas, male. 44 admitted. 410. Thomas Park is Dr. Park, Carla said quietly. Imogen knew Dr. Thomas Park. Everyone did. He was the senior hospitalist on call, asleep in the physician's room until needed, famous for correcting grammar and discharge summaries and never ordering a test without being able to defend it in writing. The corridor's chart rack gave a small metallic click. A second folder had appeared beside Marion Hollis. Imogen did not want to go back. That was new. Not fear exactly, but reluctance so deep it felt physical, like her body had identified a cliff edge before her mind finished drawing the map. Still, she went. The new charts tab read, Park. Thomas. Inside was not a patient intake form, but a physician incident review. Event date, 06 June. Sidenscherfen. The narrative section was written in a careful block print unlike Imogen's hand. Patient with septic shock deteriorated during transfer delay. Dr. Park was informed of positive blood cultures at 1:52. Documentation later states notification occurred at 3:40. Carla whispered, "That can't be right." Imogen turned the page. A second note waited beneath it. At Patru, Zecha. Dr. Park altered the notification time because he believed the original record would make the death legally indefensible. The word appeared again. Defensible. Imogen shut the chart and stepped back. The chart rack clicked twice more. 2 more folders slid into place, though no hand touched them. Lennox. Graham, Merton, Alice, Doctor. Graham Lennox was downstairs in the emergency department. Alice Merton was the respiratory therapist who covered nights. Both were alive. Both were working. Both had names printed neatly on charts that smelled faintly of freezer air and old paper. Imogen opened Lennox's chart first. A young man with internal bleeding. One operating room. Another patient already on the table. A choice about who would be called unstable enough to justify the delay. Merton's chart described a ventilator shortage that had not yet happened. A note about settings changed after the fact. A family told the machine had failed before anyone admitted it had been reassigned. These are accusations. Imogen said. No. Carla answered. They're choices. They haven't happened. Maybe that's the point. Imogen wanted to say that nurses believed in patterns because the work trained them to see ghosts in behavior. Doctors believed in data because anything else was superstition wearing a clean uniform. But the corridor lights flickered before she could speak. At the far end, beyond the first curtain, something began to beep. Slowly, a heart monitor, one pulse, a pause, another pulse. Then every folder in the rack shifted forward at once, as if being offered for rounds. The folders did not fall. They slid forward in the rack and stopped in a neat line. Each tab visible. Each name offered with the calm efficiency of a hospital that had already decided what needed reviewing. The heart monitor continued to beep from beyond the white curtain at the far end of the corridor. One pulse, a pause, another pulse. Imogen reached for the nearest folder, then stopped herself. No, she said. Carla looked at her. No what? No more of this until we wake Dr. Park. The sentence sounded reasonable enough to stand on. A senior physician, a witness, someone with authority greater than fear, greater than weirdness. Greater than the stubborn humiliation of being an intern standing before impossible paperwork. They left the corridor together. Behind them, the monitor kept beeping. The third floor looked almost normal when they returned. The overhead lights had warmed back to yellow. The admission board showed only real patients again. Somewhere down the hall, someone coughed, followed by the hiss of oxygen and the soft squeak of Carla's shoes on vinyl. Imogen told herself this was the proof. The ordinary world was still larger than the wrong one. The impossible corridor was localized, contained, like an infection behind a sealed door. Then the elevator opened. Not on the third floor, inside the elevator. Where the rear wall should have been, stretched another hallway. White tile, blue fluorescent light, dark grout wet with melted snow. A curtain track ran along the ceiling inside the elevator car, bending away into distance. Carla stopped walking. The elevator remained open. Its buttons were unlit. Its floor was dusted with snow. A single hospital bracelet lay on the threshold. Imogen crouched before she could think better of it. The bracelet was stiff with cold. Meltwater shone on the printed label. Vale. Elspeth. Dub. 70 November 78. Status. Delayed diagnosis review. Imogen's fingers closed around the bracelet so hard the plastic edge cut into her thumb. The elevator doors slid shut. For a moment. The seam between them reflected her face. Pale. Sharp-eyed. Young, in a way she never felt while wearing a white coat. Then the floor indicator lit. Woo. C. Dark. Carla did not touch her, which Imogen appreciated and resented at once. "Who is Elspeth?" Carla asked softly. "My mother." The storm struck the windows again. Harder this time, down the corridor. Several patient doors rattled in their frames. A monitor alarm began screaming from room 319. High and urgent. Imogen ran. The patient in 319 was asleep. No leads attached. No monitor plugged in. No alarm source. Yet the sound filled the room, coming from the blank black screen beside the bed. The waveform crawled across it in green light, slow and irregular, though no cable connected the machine to any body. Carla reached behind it and pulled the power cord from the wall. The screen stayed on. The waveform dipped. A flat tone began. The sleeping patient turned over and muttered, annoyed by the noise but not frightened, as if impossible alarms were merely another irritation of hospitalization. Then words appeared across the monitor in blocky green letters. Time of death, pending. Imogen backed out of the room. More alarms began. One from the empty treatment room. One from the linen alcove. One from the locked medication room. The third floor filled with cardiac rhythms belonging to no patients at all. Rapid beeps, warning tones. Soft, irregular pulses from behind closed doors. Every screen she passed showed a different line, a different body absent from the bed it should have monitored. At the nurse's station, the admission board flashed through names too quickly to read. Then it stopped. Every room showed the same patient. 8. Imogen, female. 27, admitted 316, Carla whispered. Don't look at it. But Imogen was already looking. Her name filled every bed. Her name occupied isolation rooms, recovery bays, ICU slots, hallway overflow spaces. Her name appeared in the maternity wing, the surgical suite, the staff lounge. Her name spread across the board until there were no blanks left, no available rooms, no place in the hospital that was not somehow prepared for her. The lights flickered. Snow began falling from the ceiling. At first it was only a few flakes, drifting down through the warm air above the nurse's station and vanishing on contact with the floor. Then more came, soft and silent, gathering on the counter beside the phones, on the keyboard, on the stack of lab labels Imogen had printed earlier. A flake landed on the back of her hand and did not melt. It stayed there, perfect and six-pointed, colder than ice. Her pager vibrated. She did not want to read it. She read it. Ward 5C, family history attached. Carla's expression tightened. Imogen. But Imogen was no longer seeing the third floor. She was 13 again, watching a doctor pull a curtain halfway around her mother's bed. She was hearing the careful voice say they had done everything possible. She was remembering the way the man had not looked at her when he said it. The corridor had not chosen her because she was a doctor. It had chosen her because she already knew what a clean record could hide. At the end of the hall, the impossible corridor opened wider. Inside, beyond the first moving curtain, someone spoke in her mother's voice. "Doctor," it said, "you're late." Carla said her name once more, but Imogen had already begun walking. She did not remember deciding to move. One moment she stood beneath the admission board, watching her name occupy every bed in the hospital. And the next she was crossing the third floor toward the corridor as snow fell soundlessly around her shoulders. It gathered in the creases of her white coat. It clung to her hair. None of it melted. Behind her, Carla followed only as far as the threshold. "Don't go where I can't see you," she said. Imogen stopped at the entrance and looked back. The third floor seemed strangely distant now, as if she were viewing it through thick glass, the nurse's station blurred by snow. The yellow hallway lights dim and warm. Carla's face drawn with fear she was trying not to show. Beyond her, patient monitors continued their impossible chorus, beeping from empty rooms and dark screens. "I have to know what it is," Imogen said. "No," Carla answered. "You want to know what it says about you. That's different." The words should have stopped her. Instead, they followed her in. The moment Imogen stepped fully into the corridor, the hospital behind her went quiet, not faded, cut off. The alarms vanished. The wind vanished. Even Carla's breathing disappeared. Though when Imogen turned, the charge nurse still stood at the entrance. Mouth moving around words no sound could carry. The corridor's cold entered her lungs. It was not merely lower temperature. It was old cold. Institutional cold. The kind preserved in unused stairwells. Morgue drawers. Storage rooms where linen sat, folded for patients who would never wake to use it. The white tiles beneath her shoes were wet, but no footprints marked them except her own. She walked. The corridor should have ended quickly. From the nurse's station, it had looked perhaps 30 feet long. Inside, it stretched beyond the logic of the building. Doors appeared along both sides, each one fitted with a small wired glass window and a metal placard too tarnished to read. Behind some windows, she saw only darkness. Behind others, white curtains shifted as if someone had passed them from within. At the far end, a sign hung crooked from the ceiling. Ward 5C. Beneath it, in smaller letters, Snow Protocol. Admission by decision only. Imogen's mouth tightened. "Decision," she whispered, and her voice sounded flat in the corridor, absorbed by tile and curtain. The ward beyond the sign opened into a long room lined with beds. It was older than Alder Summit as Imogen knew it. The ceiling was high. The lights were fluorescent but dimmer. Blue air, buzzing inside metal cages. Steam radiators crouched beneath windows sealed entirely with snow. White curtains hung between beds, every curtain drawn halfway, never enough to show the whole person behind it. There were patients in the beds, dozens. They lay motionless beneath white blankets pulled to their chests. Some were old, some young. One had a child's thin wrist visible above the sheet, a hospital bracelet loose around the bones. Another had a bandaged head. Another wore an oxygen mask clouded from the inside, though Imogen could not see the chest rise beneath the blanket. Every bed had a monitor. Every monitor showed a rhythm. None of the patients moved. At the foot of each bed hung a chart. Imogen approached the nearest patient, Hollis. Marion. Admission date, 06 June. Arden Sishayifen. Primary decision. Transfer delay. Documented rationale. Weather restriction. Resource limitation. Undocumented factor. Fear of blame. Her throat constricted. Behind the curtain, Marion Hollis lay with gray hair damp against her temples. Lips parted slightly. Face turned toward the ceiling. She looked neither dead nor asleep. Waiting was the only word Imogen could find, and it was not a clinical condition. The next bed belonged to Thomas Park's future patient, not Thomas himself. Imogen realized the chart did not hold the doctor's body. It held the person around whom the doctor's lie would form. Primary decision, altered notification time, undocumented factor, preservation of authority. At another bed, a young man with blood-dark bruising beneath his ribs lay under a warming blanket. Primary decision, operating room priority, undocumented factor, patient social value assumption. At another, an elderly woman attached to a ventilator, skin waxen under the blue light. Primary decision, ventilator reallocation, documented rationale, equipment failure, undocumented factor, fear of family confrontation. Imogen moved from bed to bed, reading faster despite herself. Every chart contained the same structure: a patient, an emergency, a decision that might be defensible, and beneath it, the quieter human reason no one would write: fear, pride, fatigue, resentment, convenience, ambition, not murder, not cruelty, at least not always. Most of the choices were smaller than that. A delayed call, a softened note, a family told too little, a colleague protected, an uncertainty documented as certainty because certainty looked cleaner in the morning. That was what made it unbearable. The ward was not filled with monsters. It was filled with margins. At the center of the room stood a nurse's desk, its surface covered with snow that had blown in from no open window. On it lay one chart apart from the others. Imogen knew before she touched it. The tab read, Aid, Imoging. Inside was not a future patient. Inside was her mother's old admission photograph. Elspeth Vale stared up from the page with tired eyes and yellowed skin. One hand caught in motion as if reaching toward whoever held the camera. Beneath the photograph, in Imogen's handwriting, was a note dated tonight. You learned the wrong lesson. A curtain behind her slid open by itself. The curtain opened without sound. Behind it was not a bed. Imogen had braced herself for a body, for her mother's face under hospital light, for some preserved version of Elspeth Vale waiting beneath a blanket. Instead, the curtain revealed a records alcove recessed into the ward wall, narrow and windowless, lined from floor to ceiling with metal file cabinets. Each drawer had a brass label holder. Some labels were typed, some were handwritten. Some had yellowed so badly the names looked less like ink than old bruises. Snow lay across the floor in a thin white sheet. There were footprints in it, not hers. They led from the alcove to the nurse's desk, then back again. Hundreds of overlapping tracks worn into the snow as if people had paced there for decades without ever melting it. Imogen stood with her mother's chart open in her hands. You learned the wrong lesson. The sentence stared up at her from the page. She wanted to reject it. Wanted to shut the chart and say the ward had found the easiest wound, the obvious one. The dead mother every hospital could use against a daughter. But the words did not accuse her of grief. They accused her of interpretation. She had made her mother's death into a rule. Perfect documentation meant safety. Precision meant innocence. Procedure meant goodness. The ward seemed to be asking whether that had ever been true. A file drawer slid open. The sound was soft and deliberate. Imogen looked toward the alcove. The drawer label read, Snowstorms, 1,913, 1,000, 949. Inside were paper records tied with black ribbon. She did not decide to enter the alcove. She simply found herself there, kneeling in the snow, untying the first bundle with fingers that had gone numb. The top record belonged to a physician named Dr. Edith Harrow, dated February 1913, when Alder Summit had been a miner's infirmary rather than a hospital. A photograph clipped to the page showed a stern woman in a high-collared dress, standing beside 3 iron beds. The accompanying statement was written in fountain pen. During the blizzard of 1913, Dr. Harrow entered the closed fever room after hearing bells from beds without patients. She reported seeing admission cards for men not yet injured in the mine collapse. One card bore the name of her brother. Imogen turned the page. Outcome: Dr. Harrow ordered evacuation of the east shaft against company instruction. 32 survived. 4 perished. She later testified publicly that the company had ignored structural warnings. Her license was challenged. Her position was terminated. At the bottom, a final line had been stamped in blue. Confessed. Removed from ward. Imogen's breath clouded the air. She reached for another file. Dr. Walter Saye, Ichenjo by Saint-Germain. A snowbound pneumonia outbreak. 1 oxygen tent. 2 children. His chart showed both future names. The record said he gave the tent to the mine owner's son and wrote that the other child had been too far gone on arrival. A later note, written by an unknown reviewer, stated, witness accounts contradict timeline. Patient cried for mother after documented time of death. The stamp at the bottom read, concealed. Advanced to chief physician. Imogen sat back on her heels. The words did not feel like punishment. They felt administrative. She opened more drawers. The ward had been called different things through the decades. The fever room, the snow annex, the white ward, closed recovery. Ward 5C appeared in records only after the hospital expanded in the 1970s. Each name came with a storm, a doctor, a patient, and a choice. Some records ended with confession. A surgeon in 1962 admitted he had delayed operating because the patient was drunk and combative, and he did not want to be blamed for a bad outcome. His career ended. The patient survived with disability. The surgeon's final note, handwritten years later, said, I slept after telling it. Not well. But honestly, some records ended with concealment. A respected pediatrician in 1981 altered a medication time after a child seized. She became department chair. Her photograph, clipped from a hospital anniversary brochure, showed her smiling beside a plaque for excellence in compassionate care. Beneath the photograph, a later annotation read, returned during storms. Refused to enter ward after 3rd appearance. Final years marked by insomnia, compulsive chart review, and inability to speak during snow. Imogen turned page after page. The same pattern repeated. Before catastrophe, the ward appeared. Before the official story hardened, the ward offered the unofficial one. It did not prevent harm. Not exactly. Sometimes it warned. Sometimes it showed. Sometimes it merely waited with a chart already prepared. As if the moral injury had occurred not when the patient died, but when the physician decided which version of events could survive morning rounds. In a lower drawer, Imogen found names she recognized from plaques in the main lobby. Dr. Leonel, founder of the modern emergency wing. Concealed. Donor relations preserved. Dr. June Abernathy, whose portrait hung outside the ICU. Concealed. Appointed medical director. Dr. Malcolm Greer, the first physician after whom the hospital named a scholarship. Confessed. Resigned. Records sealed by board. The hospital had honored some of them, buried others. The ward had kept both. At the back of the alcove, one cabinet stood apart from the rest. Its label was blank except for a strip of white tape, newer than the others. Imogen wiped snow from the drawer handle. The metal burned her palm with cold. Inside was a single folder. Veil. Elspeth, diagnostic delay review. For several seconds, Imogen could not open it. Her mother's death had always existed in her mind as a wound shaped by absence. No answer. No accountability. No clean villain. Just a woman who trusted doctors until trust became too heavy to carry. The file contained photocopied clinic notes. Lab results. Imaging requests denied and reordered. Phone messages transcribed in clipped language. Then she saw the name of the doctor who had pulled the curtain around her mother's bed. Dr. Adrian Kest. Beside his final note was a ward annotation. Ward appeared during storm. 14 February. Physician reviewed probable missed diagnosis. Physician chose not to amend record. The outcome stamp was dark, almost black, concealed, promoted, taught risk management. Imogen's vision narrowed. At the very back of the folder was a photograph from a hospital banquet years later. Dr. Kest stood at a podium, older, silver-haired, smiling politely over a microphone. Behind him hung a banner, Alder Summit Ethics Lecture Series. Imogen touched the photograph with one shaking finger. On the wall of the records alcove, behind the file cabinet, something clicked. A narrow panel opened. Inside hung a white coat. Her white coat, still damp with snow. On the breast pocket, beneath her embroidered name, someone had pinned a badge she had never seen before. Ward, 5C, attending physician. Imogen stared at the white coat hanging in the panel. It was hers in every visible way. Same cut. Same hospital laundry tag stitched inside the collar. Same faint ink mark near the left cuff where a pen had leaked during her first week on nights. But it looked older than the one she wore. Not worn out exactly. Settled, as if it had already spent years absorbing the smell of disinfectant, coffee, fear, and warm skin beneath fluorescent lights. The badge pinned to the pocket caught the blue ward light. Ward 5C, attending physician. Imogen reached toward it, then stopped. Behind her, from the beds beyond the records alcove, the monitors began to synchronize, one beat at a time. The rhythms aligned until the ward pulsed like a single enormous heart. The sound moved through the floor tiles into her knees, into the bones of her hands. "You are not my future," she said. The ward did not answer. A drawer opened behind her. Then another. Then another. Every cabinet in the alcove slid out at once. Slowly. Smoothly. Without the metallic crash they should have made. Files rose from the drawers like cards being dealt by invisible hands. Harrow, Saya, Abernathy, Voss, Greer, Kest, Park, Lennox, Merton, Val. The names circled her in the cold air. She backed out of the alcove and into Ward 5C. The curtains had all opened. Every patient lay exposed beneath white blankets. Marion Hollis with damp gray hair. The septic patient whose blood cultures would be documented too late. The young man waiting for the operating room. The ventilated woman whose machine might be called failed after being given elsewhere. Dozens of others from other years. Other storms. Other decisions. Their bodies arranged not like the dead, but like examples in a lecture hall. At the nurse's desk, her mother's photograph waited on top of Imogen's chart. Beside it lay a pen. Not a hospital pen. Hers. Black plastic. Fine tip. Cap chewed at the end from an old habit she denied having. The chart was open to a blank progress note. At the top, printed neatly, for sin preparation. Imogen's stomach turned. No, she whispered. The word echoed differently this time. It came back from the curtains, the monitors, the snow-packed windows, not as refusal. As recognition, a voice spoke from bed one, not her mother's voice. Dr. Edith Harrows. If a century could speak through paper and frost, calm, tired, female, near and far at once. The first time, they tell you there was no choice. From another bed, a man's voice answered. The second time, you tell yourself the same thing before anyone else can. More voices joined, not in chorus, but in sequence. Each one carrying the flat intimacy of confession overheard through a hospital curtain. You learn which words survive review. You learn what families cannot prove. You learn that uncertainty can be shaped. You learn that late is not late if no one writes the earlier time. You learn that a record is not memory. You learn that memory is not evidence. Imogen pressed her hands over her ears. The voices continued inside them. The ward was not accusing her of killing her mother. It was not punishing Dr. Kest. It had not dragged generations of doctors into snow merely to frighten them with what they had done. Punishment would have been cleaner. Punishment would have meant the world still cared enough to balance harm with consequence. This was worse. Ward 5C was training. It appeared before the first lie became habit. Before the first altered note taught the hand how easily ink could obey fear. Before the first defensible phrase hardened into professional instinct. It did not create the sin. It prepared the sinner to survive it. Imogen looked at the charts hanging from the beds. Each one contained two stories. The documented rationale, the undocumented factor, the version that would be spoken at morning sign-out, and the version the body would remember. The ward did not demand that doctors do the right thing. It asked them to choose what kind of wrong they could carry. Confession and ruin. Concealment and advancement. Truth and exposure. Lie and preservation. Not good and evil. That would have been too simple for a hospital. Hospitals did not run on good and evil. They ran on triage, liability, exhaustion, scarce beds, weather, hierarchy, and the endless human talent for making necessity sound moral after the fact. The pen rolled toward her across the desk. The blank note filled line by line in her handwriting. A tray, Shaish Brezeche. Dr. Imogen Vale entered Ward 5C and reviewed future decision pathways. She understood the patient, Marion Hollis, could still be transferred if the attempt was made immediately. She also understood that the attempt might fail. consumed staff time. Anger the transfer center. Expose institutional unpreparedness. And leave her responsible for a death that could otherwise be attributed to weather. The last line appeared more slowly. She will now decide which version of herself is easier to defend. Behind Imogen. One curtain remained closed. She had not noticed it before because it stood at the very back of the ward. Beyond the last bed, in a place where the room should have ended, the curtain was whiter than the others. No shadow showed behind it. No monitor beeped. A chart hung from its rail. Physician, veil, Imogen, status, not yet admitted. The curtain moved. From behind it, her own voice said, very softly, "You already know how to write it." Imogen stepped toward the final curtain. The voice behind it was hers, but not the voice she heard when she spoke. It was lower, calmer, stripped of all the small hesitations that made a person human. It sounded like a dictation played back after editing. Clean, defensible, ready for review. "You already know how to write it," the voice said again. Imogen's hand rose toward the curtain. Before she touched it, every monitor in Ward 5C went flat. The sound was unbearable, not because it was loud, but because it was familiar. The long, steady tone filled the ward with the certainty all doctors recognized before anyone said the word death. It came from every bedside, every patient, every year of the hospital at once. Then, the hospital behind her returned. Sound crashed in. Alarms, wind, running feet, Carla shouting her name, the overhead page system crackling through static. Doctor, veil to emergency. Doctor, veil to emergency immediately. The ward lights flickered. The white curtain at the back stopped moving. Imogen looked down. The pen from the ward desk was in her hand. She did not remember taking it. The chart before her had changed. Hollis. Marion arrived 2:41. Below it, in fresh black ink, decision now active. The corridor snapped shorter around her. One blink, and Imogen was standing again at its entrance beside radiology, with snow melting from her coat onto the beige vinyl floor. Carla stood a few feet away, face bloodless. One hand braced against the wall. "You were gone," Carla said. "You were gone for almost 40 minutes. That's not possible. Nothing about tonight is possible." The pager sounded again. Ed Bay 2. Hypothermia. Head trauma. ID. Imogen ran. The emergency department was a bright, crowded wound in the lower level of the hospital. Wind shoved through the ambulance doors each time they opened, carrying snow, exhaust, and the bitter smell of wet wool. "Doctor." Lennox stood at bay, 2 inches rolled up sleeves, calling orders over the noise. On the gurney lay Marion Hollis. Imogen knew her before anyone said the name that no one downstairs had yet learned. Gray hair wet against her temples, lips parted, skin waxy with cold. A thin line of blood had dried near one ear, found in a ditch off County 6. Lennox said, "Core temp, 29 Celsius, GCS 6. Pupils unequal. We need CT. Warming. Blood. EQ. And a miracle." Imogen looked at the monitor. Slow pulse. Falling pressure. A nurse cut away Marion's soaked coat. Another placed warm packs near her neck and groin. Someone called radiology. Someone else said the CT scanner had been unstable since the storm surge. The transfer phone rang without answer. Then rang again. Everything from the chart began arranging itself around her. Road status? Lennox asked. Closed below mile marker 9. Someone answered. Air? Grounded. Transfer center? Lines are jammed. Lennox swore softly. Call again. Imogen moved to the bedside. Marion's hand hung uncovered near the rail, blue-white and stiff-looking. Without thinking, Imogen touched her fingers. They were colder than the snow from Ward 5C. Marion's eyes opened. Not fully. Just enough to show a pale strip beneath the lids. Doctor, she whispered. The room did not hear. Imogen did. Doctor! Park arrived half awake. Hair flattened on one side. Glasses crooked. Alice Merton followed with ventilator tubing over one arm. Carla entered behind them. And when her eyes met Imogen's, both women understood that everyone named in the ward's charts had now gathered around the first bed. CT first. Park said, transfer first. Imogen said, Lennox looked over. We need imaging. She needs neurosurgery. She needs a diagnosis we can defend. The words struck the room differently for Imogen. No one else seemed to notice. Lennox continued. We cannot transfer a hypothermic head injury patient blind in a blizzard with no accepting facility. The chart said we could still attempt it. Imogen said. Silence opened around her. Park's eyes sharpened. What chart? Imogen looked at him. Then at Lennox. Then at Alice Merton. All of them were tired. All of them were capable. All of them stood at the beginning of something they would later remember differently if given the chance. Carla said quietly, Imogen. The transfer phone rang once, then stopped. On the counter beside it lay a blank progress note. Imogen had not seen anyone put it there. Her pen sat across the top. Lennox's voice lowered. Dr. Vale. What chart? Imogen could still choose the easy version. Stress. System glitch. Confusion. No, record. She could say nothing of Ward 5C. Nothing of future notes. Nothing of the fact that the patient's name had appeared upstairs before she arrived. She could let the storm become the explanation. Weather had broad shoulders. Weather could carry nearly any failure. Marion's hand twitched under hers. From the corner of Bay 2 came a soft metallic sound. Curtain rings sliding along a track. Imogen turned. There was no old ward there. Only the emergency bay curtain, half drawn for privacy. But on the other side of it, a monitor began to beep with the slow rhythm she had heard in Ward 5C. One pulse. A pause. Another pulse. Imogen picked up the pen. Then she set it down. Call the transfer center again, she said. Her voice shook, but it carried. Document the exact time of every attempt. Document that the patient needs neurosurgical care we cannot provide. Document that the roads are closed, but that transfer was still pursued. Park stared at her. You're making yourself responsible for an impossible outcome. No, Imogen said. She looked at Marion Hollis. Then at the blank note. Then at the curtain trembling, though no one touched it. I'm refusing to make the outcome cleaner than it is. The emergency doors burst open behind them. A paramedic stumbled in through the snow, shouting that a second ambulance had gone off the road below the hospital entrance. Multiple casualties. One of them was a child. One ICU bed remained. The blank progress note slid across the counter by itself and stopped in front of Imogen. At the top, words appeared in her handwriting. Second decision, active. For one brief moment, nobody moved. The emergency department seemed to hold its breath around the new words on the progress note. Snow blew in through the ambulance entrance behind the paramedic. White flakes spinning beneath the fluorescent lights before vanishing on the wet floor. The smell of cold air, diesel, blood, and antiseptic folded together until Imogen could not tell which belonged to the storm and which belonged to the hospital. Second decision, active. The letters sat in her handwriting, black and narrow and calm. Then the child arrived. A paramedic carried him in, wrapped in a silver thermal blanket. His face gray-blue beneath a smear of blood from his hairline. He looked 7, maybe 8. One boot was missing. His lips moved without sound as they transferred him onto the second bay. Behind him came another adult from the crashed ambulance. Then one of the EMTs with a broken wrist. Then a driver shouting about black ice. Blocked access. No way down. No way up. The hospital became a living thing under strain. Voices overlapped. Orders broke apart and reformed. Alice Merton prepared airway equipment with shaking hands. Dr. Park called the ICU and got the same answer everyone already knew. One bed. One ventilator. One nurse available. Marion Hollis lay in Bay 2 with a head injury the hospital could not fix. The child lay in Bay 3 with a dropping pressure and lungs beginning to fail from cold and trauma. Both could be stabilized badly. Neither could be saved cleanly. The storm had removed every elegant answer. Dr. Lennox looked at Imogen, not because she was in charge, because the night had somehow placed the pen in her hand. "We need to decide," he said. The emergency bay curtain moved, though no one touched it. On the other side, she heard Ward 5C waiting. Imogen thought of Dr. Kest at a podium, teaching ethics after hiding the note that might have explained her mother's death. She thought of the doctors who confessed and disappeared from plaques, the ones who concealed and became portraits. She thought of her own lie, the one she had built into a life. That procedure made a person innocent. But procedure did not choose. People did. She looked at Marion Hollis, then at the child, then at the blank parts of the chart where the hospital would later ask for clean reasons. Use the ICU bed for the child, Imogen said. Park closed his eyes. Lennox exhaled once. And Hollis, we keep calling transfer. We warm her. We document everything. We don't write that weather made the decision for us. Carla looked at her from across the bay, and there was no comfort in her face, only recognition. The work that followed had no dramatic music, no single heroic moment. It was hands, numbers, calls, refusals, signatures, blood pressure cuffs, warming blankets, oxygen masks, wet sleeves, and voices growing hoarse. Imogen called the transfer center herself 8 times. She documented each attempt. She wrote that the neurosurgical transfer was indicated and unavailable. She wrote that the ICU resource was allocated to the pediatric patient after multi-physician discussion. She wrote Marion Hollis's name every time her hand wanted to turn her into the adult patient. At Chasse, Dowazech, Shudoi. Marion died. At Chasse, Patruzet Shiwunu. The child's blood pressure stabilized enough for the room to notice. By then, the snow had stopped. Dawn came slowly to Alder Summit Hospital. Not as sunlight, but as a thinning of the white pressed against the windows. The storm withdrew from the glass. Shapes returned outside. The buried ambulance bay. The pine trees bent under snow. The road beyond the entrance lost beneath drifts. The hospital looked smaller in daylight. Older, tired. Ward 5C was gone. Beside radiology, there was only the film archive, the staff restroom, and a beige wall with a hand hygiene poster peeling at one corner. No white tile, no census board, no chart rack, no proof except what people had written while afraid. The official review took 6 weeks. It found no evidence of misconduct. It also found no clear evidence that all choices had been unavoidable. The language was careful, balanced, and bloodless. The storm had been severe. Resources had been limited. Documentation had been unusually detailed. Transfer attempts had been made. Triage had been appropriate under crisis conditions. Marion Hollis's family sent one letter. It did not accuse. That made it worse. They thanked the staff for trying. They asked whether their mother had been conscious. They asked whether she had been afraid. Imogen answered the letter herself after 3 drafts and one night spent sitting in the hospital chapel with the lights off. She did not say Marion had been comfortable when she could not know. She did not say everything possible had been done, because the phrase had become unbearable to her. She wrote, she was not alone. It was true. Not enough, but true. Years passed. Imogen did not become famous. She did not become a hospital administrator or an ethics lecturer. She stayed at Alder Summit longer than she intended, then became an attending in emergency medicine because some part of her had stopped believing escape was the same as absolution. She taught interns to chart accurately, but not because records saved them. Write it so the patient remains visible, she would say. Not so you disappear. Some liked her. Some feared her. Some thought she was too severe about timestamps, too unwilling to soften uncertainty, too suspicious of phrases like poor prognosis and no viable option. She never explained why snowstorms made her stand still in hallways and listen. One February night, 15 years after Marion Hollis died, another storm closed the roads before midnight. A new intern named Dr. Rowan Bell came upstairs looking for blankets. He was 26, bright, exhausted, and privately terrified that he had fooled everyone into giving him responsibility too soon. Imogen, now with gray beginning at her temples, saw him stop near radiology. She knew the shape of that stillness. At the end of the hall, where no corridor had been for years, a blue-white light touched the floor. Rowan turned toward her. Dr. Vale, he said carefully. Has there always been a ward down there? Imogen looked past him, far beyond the film archive and the staff restroom. White curtains waited in the cold. One of them moved. She did not tell him no. She did not tell him yes. Instead, she picked up a blank progress note from the nurse's station and placed it in his shaking hand. Before you go in, she said, decide what kind of truth you can survive. Behind the curtain, somewhere deep in the impossible ward, a heart monitor began to beep. One pulse. A pause. Another pulse. This story is about the terrifying space between making a hard decision and explaining it afterward. Ward 5C does not create evil doctors. It reveals how ordinary fear, exhaustion, ambition, and self-protection can reshape the truth one sentence at a time. Imogen survives because she learns that honesty does not always save everyone, and confession does not always bring redemption. But a truthful record can keep the dead from being erased completely. Maybe the real horror is not the mistake itself, but the moment we realize we can make it sound cleaner than it was. And now, our night together gently comes to a close. Thank you for staying with me through these quiet hours here at Chilly Midnight. I'm truly grateful that you chose to spend this peaceful moment with this little corner of the dark. As the world grows still around you, let your thoughts slow down. Release whatever the day has left behind. Soften your breathing, and allow sleep to carry you somewhere calm and safe. May the night be kind to you. May your dreams be gentle, and may morning find you rested, lighter, and at peace. Sleep well, take good care of yourself, and sweet dreams, my dear friend. Until we meet again beneath the midnight sky. Good night.